Straining with all his might, he plunges a glowing magical sword deep into the ground amidst a chaotic battleground. Bruised and bewildered after the intense ordeal, he stares ahead in disbelief and whispers, "Alive!" Exhausted and starving, his stomach loudly growls as he rests among discarded trash bags in a dark alley. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and past memories, he struggles to keep conscious while recalling a humble old man. Relished warmth returns as a hot bowl of soup is served, bringing a comforting sigh of relief to him. A sharp-looking man in a formal suit watches closely with a serious and unreadable expression. A sudden explosion shakes the air nearby, catching him completely off guard as he holds his spoon. Leaving behind the exhausting life of battling monsters and management calls, he embraces a peaceful, everyday routine. In a dark, rainy alleyway, a gas-masked figure confronts him, asking if they have met somewhere before. Stepping onto the welcome mat, he enters a local convenience store to grab groceries. Carrying a bag of fresh produce, he steps back outside as the automatic door hums open. A suit-clad guard stands at the entrance, while crowd chatter fills the busy street outside. A hunter channels intense fiery energy around his arms to unleash a powerful attack. Flames explode violently, scorching a red, monstrous beast right in front of cheering onlookers. Wearing a hooded sweater, he quietly watches the commotion while passing behind the excited crowd. Security guards hold back the gathering spectators while he walks away unnoticed from the scene. Glancing back silently, he considers how much this world has changed since the monstrous rifts opened. A massive dark rift swallows the sky as thunderous rumbles echo above the horrified city. Demonic winged beasts and massive serpentine creatures burst through the apocalyptic sky, raining down sheer terror upon the helpless city below. Ferocious red monsters break through the urban streets, viciously attacking terrified civilians as chaos and destruction consume the panicked crowd. A grief-stricken young man desperately channeled blue glowing energy into a dying civilian lying motionless on the ruined pavement. Tears streamed down his face as his glowing blue eyes widened in helpless despair at the tragic loss. Holographic system screens suddenly materialized before the shocked survivors, echoing the familiar status windows of video games. Touching the mysterious system interface unlocked powerful awakening abilities, granting humanity a newfound strength to fight back. Armed with these legendary powers, awakened hunters led humanity's counterattack, rapidly rebuilding fallen civilization into a prosperous new era. Walking down a peaceful alley, the dark-haired young man in a gray hoodie pauses as a sudden noise catches his attention. A massive, menacing purple toad monster suddenly leaps out from the alleyway, growling menacingly right before him. Sighing softly, the dark-haired man prepares to react as he reaches for something inside his strawberry-patterned grocery bag. Pulling out a stalk of green onions, he stands poised in the alley, ready to deal with the threat. The purple toad monster lashes out its long, flexible tongue, snatching a nearby soda can. Moving with lightning speed, the man leaps forward to dodge the creature's swift attack. Dodging the thrown soda can mid-air, he leaps down from above with incredible agility. Slipping his hood off as he descends, he strikes the monster squarely on the head using the green onions. The powerful strike leaves the purple toad monster battered and defeated on the alley floor. Lowering his hood again, he pauses calmly above the vanquished monster. Holding the charred, smoking green onions, an S-Class self-mastery window quietly displays his inner power. Pulling out his phone, the dark-haired youth begins to tap out a call. Holding the phone to his ear, he calmly waits for the call to connect. As the line opens, he prepares to report the situation. Looking down at the defeated monster, he casually reports the dead creature lying in the alley. He describes the giant, slimy, toad-like monster in detail, complaining about its repulsive appearance. After finishing his report, he ends the call with a quick beep. Carrying his grocery bag printed with strawberry patterns, he turns to leave the alley. A global map reveals how South Korea rapidly adapted following the catastrophic emergence of the rift. A heroic figure stands tall amidst the chaos, remembering the crucial leader who helped stabilize the country. Carrying his strawberry grocery bag, the silver-haired man scratches his head while checking the alleyway signs for his destination. The alley's strict clearance signs mark the narrow entrance to the alley where the monster was reported. Red-haired hunter arrives at the scene alongside her partner, casually smirking as she surveys the narrow alley. A massive purple swamp toad monster lies dead on the ground as hunters stand over it, completely baffled by how cleanly it was killed. Pointing sternly forward, the red-haired woman insists that taking down such a beast cleanly couldn't be the work of an amateur. Holding up his radar device, the male hunter anxiously shows her the local monster scanner readings. Agitated, the red-haired woman angrily fumes at her partner's suggestion of an unregistered awakened individual being responsible. Motioning that everything is fine, the red-haired woman sighs in relief that no civilians were harmed and no property was damaged. Sniffing the air intently, The male partner senses something lingering while the red-haired woman turns away. After wrapping up their work, the red-haired hunter excitedly asks her partner if they should grab food together. Steaming bowls of rich, fragrant soup are served hot at a local dining spot. The dark-haired young man carefully carries the steaming pot to a customer's table while working his restaurant shift. Staring blankly, the silver-haired hero quietly goes about his evening job without attracting attention. A blonde waiter calls out an extra order of rice while the hero continues working in the kitchen. A customer loudly calls out for another bottle of soju to go with his meal. Noticing the request, the hero steps up to address the customer directly. Pointing to the wall, the hero calmly reminds the customer that alcohol is strictly limited. A prominent sign on the wall clearly states that soju is restricted to 2 bottles per table. At a table, a stocky customer complains about the strict soju limit while his friend tries to calm him down. Unbothered by the customer's discontent, the young waiter listens quietly with a calm, indifferent gaze. Walking back toward the kitchen, the waiter leaves the pair to debate whether he could be a hidden hunter in disguise. The friend laughs off the idea, insisting a real hidden hunter wouldn't be working at a cheap eatery. Sitting back down, the stocky man snorts in amusement, scoffing at the ridiculous thought of a hunter serving food. The friend imagines the waiter effortlessly clearing massive orders, quickly dismisses it as impossible, and laughs out loud. Inside the quiet kitchen area, the young waiter steps over to the sink to clean up after his shift. Turning off the faucet with a heavy squeak, he leaves only a single drop of water clinging to the spout. The single droplet falls into the sink as silence settles over the dimly lit kitchen. Months prior, the silver-haired young man lay exhausted atop a pile of trash bags in a dark alleyway. Coughing hard, he covered his mouth as pain surged through his body after escaping the ordeal. Clenching his fist against his chin, he reflected silently on the grueling battle he had barely survived. Memories flashed back to his desperate clash against a colossal, roaring serpent monster towering over the ruins. In a final burst of strength, he drove his glowing red sword deep into the ground to defeat the beast. Snapping back to reality, he looked up through the dark rift floating above, confirming he made it outside. Sniffing the air, a sudden, tantalizing aroma caught his attention and stirred his intense hunger. Struggling against his trembling legs, he forced himself to stand up and walk toward the delicious scent. Driven by his overwhelming appetite, he began peeling onions to prepare a meal. An elderly woman glares sharply ahead, her stern gaze fixed on an unseen visitor. Outside the restaurant glass, an exhausted man presses his face against the window, gasping for breath. The store owner crouches behind the glass counter with a knife, peering warily at the mysterious figure outside. Collapsing onto a dining table, the exhausted young man slumps in complete exhaustion, trembling weak. He sits completely motionless at the table, looking pale and completely drained of energy. The shopkeeper sets down a piping hot bowl of soup before him, releasing rich steam into the air. The elderly woman hurries off to attend to other tasks around the quiet restaurant. Taking a warm spoonful of the hot soup, the exhausted youth instantly feels refreshed and rejuvenated. His eyes gleam with renewed clarity and strength as the hearty meal restores his faded vitality. A television broadcast plays in the corner of the restaurant, reporting on recent events at the West Sea Rift. The government deployed S-rank Hunter J along with 14 A-rank and 30 B-rank hunters, successfully closing the rift a week later. Tragically, none of the deployed hunters ever returned, leaving behind only devastation and unanswered questions. In the news studio, anchors report on the tragedy for the Awakener Management Bureau. Song Jo-hyun, an S-rank Awakener and leader of the Samra Guild, is introduced on screen during the broadcast. Listening to the news, the silver-haired young man's hand trembles until his spoon slips and clatters onto the floor. The elderly female shopkeeper points toward the counter, yelling at the youth to answer the ringing phone. He rushes past the water dispenser, making his way toward the front counter in a hurry. Reaching the counter, he snatches up the landline receiver and quickly taps the buttons to answer the call. He presses the telephone receiver tightly against his ear, listening intently. Dropping the landline back onto its cradle, he collapses onto the counter, realizing the weight of the situation. Trembling with anxiety, cold sweat drips down his face as his heart pounds heavily in panic. Tears spring to his eyes while his pulse races, overwhelmed by the disturbing realization. News anchors report on television about the tragedy and the fate of the hunters involved. Song Jo-hyun, leader of the Samra Guild, stands resolute on screen as he prepares to enter the rift. Flashbacks reveal a dying comrade covered in blood, reminding him how drastically the world has changed. The wounded comrade smiles faintly through his bloody injuries, offering his final bittersweet words. With tears streaming down his face, he holds his fallen companion, who urges him not to carry the burden of saving everyone. Taking off his wristwatch, the The silver-haired young man quietly prepares to leave it behind. He hands the watch to the elderly shopkeeper, insisting he won't be needing it anymore. Gently placing the watch into her hands, he bids her farewell with a quiet gesture of gratitude. On the street, a phone displays an emergency alert warning residents of an upcoming rift opening. Distressed construction workers frantically call for help as chaos begins spreading through the city. Bystanders go about their day, yearning for the peaceful life they once knew. Sunlight illuminates his face as he stands quietly amidst the bustling crowd. Standing firmly in place, he pauses as leaves rustle quietly around his shoes. Taking his first step forward, he prepares to stride toward his next destiny. A hiring notice on a glass window seeks a server and cook while advertising joining Lilith. A dark-haired young man in a blue hoodie observes his surroundings with an unbothered expression. A colorful promotional poster advertises the Lilith Guild hotline, alongside reporting numbers for unregistered or awakened criminals. The young man reflects on the only two S-rank hunters from back in the day. Promotional displays feature Jungbin urging people to quit smoking while promoting oral health products. Feeling pity as he browses a magazine rack inside a store, the young man notices someone approaching. A young girl wearing a backpack and holding a book enters the store. Approaching the young man, the girl holds up a book to show him. She excitedly shows off a comic featuring a masked hero, which he recognizes as copyright infringement. At the bookstore counter, the clerk bows politely while charging 30,000 won for the purchase. The young girl looks up at the dark-haired young man with wide, eager eyes. Walking through the store, the young man hands over the newly purchased book to the delighted girl. Stepping outside onto the street, he teasingly scolds her for reading childish books while she proudly holds it close. Pouting angrily, the young girl hugs the colorful, "What?" educational book tightly to her chest. Softening his expression, the young man smiles warmly down at her as they walk together. Patting her head affectionately, he reminds her that they bought the book to share with their grandmother. At a bustling local restaurant, tired customers arrive asking for 2 warm bowls of hangover soup. Exhausted workers happily devour their meals, shouting praise to the kitchen for the delicious food. Chibi illustrations depict the dark-haired young man meticulously sweeping floors, wiping down tables, prepping fresh vegetables, and walking home hand in hand with his little sister. At dinner time, the young man wearing a black apron sternly refuses to serve more alcohol, brushing off the complaints of persistent customers. Unceremoniously kicking the drunk patrons out the door, he shoos them away into the night while wielding a wooden ladle. He carefully sweeps up broken debris and dust from the floor with a broom and dustpan. Dumping the swept rubbish into a large trash bin, he works diligently through his routine cleaning duties. Stretching his aching back with a weary groan, he complains about how hard the physical labor is. Slumping down onto an overturned bucket, he collapses in exhaustion after a long evening of heavy chores. He reflects on his past, grateful that he no longer gets dragged around by bureau calls or risks his life fighting dangerous monsters. Sighing with content, the former hunter finds comfort in his quiet, peaceful new life as a simple restaurant worker. His eyes widen in shock as a sudden realization dawns upon him. An elderly man limps away across the wooden floor, his leg condition worsening by the day. Waving his hand dismissively, the old man insists he is fine and that it is just part of growing older. The young man crouches on the floor in regret, slumping near his broom and dustpan. Glowing magical gems, colorful feathers, and a sharp monster claw float in a mystical display. The restaurant telephone suddenly rings loudly, interrupting the quiet afternoon. Leaning over the counter, the young man picks up the receiver to answer the call. He freezes in shock as he hears the urgent voice on the other end calling out his name. Alarmed by the shocking news, he gasps into the phone, asking if Haeun is truly missing. An elderly woman cries frantically into her phone handset, revealing that the young girl slipped away unnoticed. Listening intently on the other end, the dark-haired young man calmly instructs her to call the police first. Holding the receiver tight, he urges her to remain calm, while reassuring her that everything will be fine. Smiling warmly into the phone, he promises to locate the missing girl himself, and tells her not to worry. Hanging up the receiver inside the quiet store, he mentally prepares himself to take immediate action. He firmly presses down the phone cradle, instantly cutting off the call to begin his search. Grabbing a face mask and clutching a soup ladle, he resolves to ensure nothing serious happens to her. Slipping the mask over his face, he activates Tracker's vision, causing his eyes to glow a brilliant blue. A glowing blue holographic grid expands across the building and city streets, scanning the entire area for clues. Slamming the store door open, the masked, dark-haired youth rushes outside with a soup ladle in hand. Bursting into a full sprint through the night, he races down the street to track the missing girl. His eyes glow a brilliant, radiant blue as Tracker's vision scans the surrounding urban environment. Zooming in on a menacing purple aura, His vision detects a dangerous dark energy lingering over the district. Realizing the energy belongs to something far worse than a typical hunter, he tightly grips his ladle. Leaping into motion, he dashes at incredible speed through the narrow back alleys of the neighborhood. Arriving in a dark alleyway, he cautiously peers around a brick wall toward the strange noise. Crouching near the wall, he hears ominous thuds and groans echoing from just around the corner. Peering cautiously from behind the wall, he observes a massive purple aura floating in the alley. A masked figure wearing a gas mask, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, stands ominously in the alleyway, while someone groans in pain nearby. Dark-haired young man cautiously peers around the brick corner, his eyes sharp behind his cloth mask as he observes the situation. Turning around to step away from the alley, dark-haired young man maintains a calm and vigilant expression. Suddenly freezing in place, dark-haired young man reacts with wide eyes as a chilling presence abruptly stops him in his tracks. The gas-masked figure looms menacingly right over dark-haired young man's shoulder, pinning him in place with a suffocating, dark presence. Towering directly behind dark-haired young man, the gas-masked figure leans down, trapping him against the alley wall as he holds his soup ladle. Dark-haired young man flinches in surprise as the gas-masked figure whispers closely into his ear, revealing that he witnessed everything. Glancing back over his shoulder, dark-haired young man responds cautiously while maintaining a tight grip on his soup ladle. Resting a gloved hand on his gas mask, the mysterious intruder calmly admits that he came out after watching everything unfold. The gas-masked figure holds up a hand to measure height, sizing up an elementary school kid with her hair tied up. Stepping through the alley littered with crates and debris, the gas-masked figure approaches dark-haired young man. Without warning, the gas-masked figure delivers a swift, powerful kick toward the fallen assailant on the ground. Dark-haired young man stares back unimpressed, casually pointing out that the gas-masked figure just wanted an excuse to kick him. Dark-haired young man politely bows while holding his ladle, but the gas-masked figure suddenly commands him to wait. Tilting his head curiously, the gas-masked figure inspects dark-haired young man through glowing purple lenses. Dark-haired young man pauses and thinks to himself, certain he would remember such an attention-seeking guy. Striding forward into the alleyway, the gas-masked figure follows closely behind dark-haired young man. The gas-masked figure suddenly clutches his chest and coughs violently, catching dark-haired young man's attention. With a sudden boom, purple energy explodes outward as the gas-masked figure surges forward with relentless speed. The young man glances back in alarm as sharp spikes shatter the surrounding ground around him. Swiping his arm in a powerful arc, the youth unleashes a dark wave to slice through the incoming assault. The gas-masked figure adjusts his position, his purple lenses gleaming intently through the dust. The young man watches cautiously behind his surgical mask, surprised by the adversary's persistent technique. Glaring with focused intensity, his eyes narrow as he carefully calculates his next defensive movement. Turning back to retreat, the young man insists he must leave immediately without further delay. The gas-masked figure appears instantly behind him, halting his departure with an intimidating presence. Leaning in close, the masked stranger whispers cryptically, catching the youth completely off guard. In a brief chibi moment, the gas-masked figure casually offers the dark-haired young man a phone. Looking weary behind his face mask, the young man sighs, wondering what the stranger could possibly want. Standing close, the gas-masked figure rapidly taps away on his smartphone screen. Shaking his phone with a blank screen forward, the gas-masked figure presents it expectantly. The dark-haired youth raises a hand, flatly declining the sudden gesture. Surprised by the firm refusal, the gas-masked figure flinches and steps closer to demand why. Tilting his head, the gas-masked figure peers down intently through his glowing purple lenses. Represented as chibis against a dramatic background, the gas-masked figure insists he is completely serious. Scratching his head in utter frustration, the dark-haired young man exasperatedly asks what the man wants. Snickering beneath his mask, the gas-masked figure takes a menacing step forward into the alleyway. Flashing a peace sign with 2 fingers, the masked figure taunts his opponent with a cocky gesture. Looking unimpressed, the dark-haired young man stares back from behind his medical mask, holding his ground. Raising a gloved finger to his mask, the mysterious stranger signals for absolute silence. Internal chibi versions of Confucianism and reason battle inside the young man's head as he struggles to restrain his temper. Clenching his soup ladle tightly, the youth insists calm down, claiming he is not an unregistered hunter. Staring blankly, the dark-haired young man reaffirms that he is telling the complete truth. Lunging forward with explosive force, the gas-masked figure strikes down violently toward the youth. Reacting instantly, the dark-haired young man blocks the incoming attack with his ladle. Stunned by the youth's quick defense, the gas-masked figure freezes as his purple goggles glow in disbelief. Underneath his messy dark hair, a sudden crackle of tension signals the youth's rising frustration. Maintaining his stance, the dark-haired youth glares through his face mask while firmly gripping his ladle. Holding up 4 fingers, the gas-masked figure casually dares the youth to make a move. Pointing his ladle forward, the dark-haired youth demands to know why the masked stranger keeps provoking him. With his Confucian sensibilities triggered, the youth snaps in anger and tells him to stop talking. The dark-haired youth turns flabbergasted as the gas-masked figure nonchalantly shrugs off his outburst. Reaching out to push the masked stranger's chest, the youth demands a straight answer. In a sudden chibi shift, the gas-masked figure cheerfully agrees to comply, leaving the youth completely exasperated. Frustration boils over as the dark-haired youth reaches his breaking point, mentally slapping away his last remaining shreds of reason. Resolving to stop playing along with the stranger's game, the youth's eyes narrow with sudden intensity. Turning his back, the youth abruptly prepares to leave, declaring the interrogation over. Looking back over his shoulder, the youth insists he never lied, accusing the stranger of simply choosing not to believe him. Reaching out to poke the masked man's chest, the youth demands clear answers once and for all. Standing his ground in the alleyway, the youth keeps his finger pressed firmly against the stranger's chest. Smirking under his mask, the figure answers an incoming phone call and slyly mentions the youth's niece. Continuing his phone conversation, the masked figure nonchalantly promises the caller that he will send the youth over right away. Hanging up the phone, the figure informs the youth about his niece, causing him to demand her location in surprise. Leaving the conversation unfinished, the young man quietly turns away to depart. Walking off, he turns his head back slightly, keeping a watchful eye on his suspicious counterpart. The masked stranger lowers his head, a dark purple luminescence swirling around his gas mask. Exuding a sinister purple aura, the masked man chuckles and promises to observe how things play out. Making a break for it, the young man dashes down the dark alleyway at top speed. Watching the youth run off, the masked figure stands silently in the shadowy alley. A dark hand reaches down through the gloom, gripping the young man's head tightly as purple energy simmers. The masked man stands above a dark liquid puddle bubbling on the ground, calling out to the guildmaster. A black cat sitting on a ledge watches as a severed head speaks from the ground below. A suave agent in dark sunglasses drops down from a balcony, landing silently beside the masked hunter. Holding a cute black cat in his arm, the agent listens attentively while the gas-masked hunter issues strict reporting instructions. The black cat purrs happily as it nuzzles against the agent's warm palm. Cuddling the purring cat close to his cheek, the agent gives a nonchalant response to his masked companion. Recalling his conversation with the masked hunter, the young man remembers being ordered to filter out any ugly applicants. Sweating nervously, the masked hunter crosses his arms while waiting for the agent to carry out the bizarre request. Stressed and sweating under his sunglasses, the agent begs for extra time before promising to make it happen. Meanwhile, the dark-haired young man kneels on the playground, playfully pinching his younger sister's cheeks as she complains. Standing in the dark alleyway, the gas-masked hunter quietly taps on his smartphone while speaking with his agent. Adjusting his purple-tinted goggles, the gas-masked hunter prepares for his next move. High above a brick house, a voice echoes down demanding someone return from the playground immediately. Indoors, an elderly grandmother delivers a swift smack to the young girl's back, forcing her to run off in tears. As the young man tries to soothe his grandmother, she angrily thumps her chest in frustration over the commotion. He gently takes her hand, trying to calm her down while reassuring her. The grandmother pauses, her wrinkled face softening as she looks at him with concern. With a gentle tilt of his head, the young man offers her a soft, comforting smile. The camera pan down reveals the grandmother standing barefoot on the cold wooden floor in her magenta sweatpants. A close-up of the young man's sharp eye captures his sudden shift into serious contemplation. Bending down to grab his shoes, the dark-haired youth reassures his grandmother that he will be right back. Grabbing his sneakers, he smiles warmly back at the elderly shopkeeper as he steps toward the door. Pausing in the hallway, he realizes he is being followed and senses someone tailing his movements. Activating his silent step skill, glowing blue energy envelops his shoes as he prepares to sneak past undetected. Looking down into a dark alleyway, he spots 2 suspicious figures waiting in ambient shadows. Peering cautiously over the edge of the roof, he monitors the 2 lookouts stationed down below. As the figure below lets out a heavy sigh, the dark-haired youth quietly slides back onto the rooftop. Sitting against the ledge in his apron, he mentally complains that dealing with them will be a hassle. Clenching his fist tightly, his expression turns dead serious as he prepares to take action. Boredly walking through the dark alley, one lookout mutters that he just wants to go home and sleep. His partner complains alongside him, casually asking to grab some hot bungeopang on their way back. Suddenly yawning in mid-stride, the lookout senses a strange hand reaching toward him from behind. A sudden loud bang echoes through the brick alleyway as both lookouts crash to the ground. Plastic bags strapped over their heads, the two lookouts lie completely dazed on the cold pavement. Crouching over their unconscious bodies, the dark-haired youth quietly kneels down to examine them. Patting down their jackets, he pulls out an identification card belonging to Wu Changyuk of Wave Guild. Realizing powerful shadow figures are lurking in the dark, he remembers that a greater nightmare always follows. Standing firmly in the dark alleyway, he clicks his pen shut with a cold, determined gaze. Clock ticking loudly on the wall, time slips away while silence fills the quiet room. Finishing up his shift, the young man removes his sanitary mask inside the restaurant. He winces in shock, gasping as a sudden surge of realization strikes his mind. High above, a sinister figure in a purple gas mask gazes down with menacing intensity. Overwhelmed by frustration, he hurls his dark apron to the floor with a clatter. Reaching for a fresh light blue apron, he quickly picks it up to resume work. Tying the apron strings behind his back, he steps toward the counter with determination. Nearby, his smartphone rests silently on the counter, displaying a mysterious internet search screen. Pausing thoughtfully, he adjusts his mask while contemplating his next move in the quiet shop. Back in the kitchen, the dark-haired youth focuses on his work, carefully rinsing fresh ribs over a red strainer. He dries his hands with a towel, still puzzling over the mysterious, unregistered awakener who suddenly appeared during his shift. Grabbing his phone, he taps on the screen as more unanswered questions continue to pile up in his mind. He types queries into the search bar, looking up information on awakeners with hedgehog-like transformation abilities and bursting spikes. Pausing by the counter, he stares down in deep thought while surrounded by basic kitchen supplies and sauce bottles. He recalls how Lisa Young unexpectedly found him, briefly reminiscing about his smiling younger sister and grandmother before dark shadows clouded his mind. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office, Lisa Young gazes out the window while holding a small note reading, "Touch them and you're dead." Information banners detail South Korea's top hunter organizations, highlighting the Samra Guild led by Song Jo-hun, Siwon Guild, and the elite Wave Guild. Unfazed by the surrounding politics, Lee Se-young stares intently ahead with sharp purple eyes, silently plotting his next move. A short-haired guild member inspects a tablet with a bewildered look as a voice interrupts him. He holding the tablet while Lee Se-young sits in a mask behind his desk, holding a phone to his ear. Meanwhile, Guild leader Lilith sits at the end of a long conference table during a formal meeting with her top staff. The short-haired member calls out to Vice Guild Master Lilith, raising his tablet to deliver urgent news. Lilith shrugs casually, imagining other hunters suffering in misery if they choose not to join her guild. The short-haired member points and shouts angrily, but Lilith remains unbothered, calmly brushing off his outburst. Unperturbed, Lee Se-young sits quietly at his desk wearing his gas mask, while the short-haired member stares in confusion. Driven to frustration, the short-haired member slams his hands on the desk, demanding why they are letting the assault on their men slide. Ignoring the commotion, the short-haired member answers a ringing phone, preparing to summarize the incident details later. Standing in front of the projection, the guild presenter announces a new underground dungeon auction located at Jongno District, 3rd Street. He explains that this valuable dungeon yields crucial vitality materials, health recovery potions, and rare elemental gems. At the conference table, a suit-clad executive adjusts his glasses, while Lilith stares at her tablet with sparkling eyes. Wanting to purchase the dungeon immediately, both Lilith and her executive raise their hands in unison to bid. Both executives raise their hands higher, competing fiercely to place the winning bid for the guild. Lee Se-young quietly nods in approval, while listening to the presenter finish detailing the auction terms. The presenter concludes his briefing, announcing to the room that the guild meeting is officially over. Struck by a sudden thought, the presenter turns around and curiously asks Lee Se-young if he has anything to say. Lee Se-young peers silently through his purple glowing gas mask as he contemplates his true objective. Gathering around the glasses, wearing executive, the guild members lean in closely as he whispers confidential rumors to them. Sitting silently across the desk, Lee Se-young inspects a sleek business card held firmly in his gloved hand. The thick-eyebrowed guild member narrows his eyes with intense focus as he realizes the significance of the situation. Surrounded by his intrigued colleagues, the short-haired member gasps in awe, wondering if the news could truly be real. Unable to contain his sudden shock, the black-shirted guild member slams both hands onto the desk and shouts in disbelief. The tremendous force of his outburst cracks the heavy marble table right down the middle, prompting him to apologize sheepishly. Adjusting his glowing glasses with a confident gesture, the suit-clad executive calmly addresses the startled guild member. Frustrated by the unexpected revelation, the black-shirted hunter screams in anger, while Lee Se-young silently turns away. Towering over the small red-haired guild member, Lee Sayong walks past as she watches him in absolute awe. Frustrated in the quiet apartment, the red-haired woman screams in disgust at her companion for always wanting hangover soup while he sighs weary in response. Scoffing at her loud complaint, the dark-haired hunter narrows his eyes slyly and lets out a playful sigh right beside her face. Grinning cheerfully, the dark-haired hunter waves his hands dismissively with a breezy whoosh, completely ignoring her annoyance. Standing isolated in the vast empty office, the dark-haired hunter gasps in utter disbelief upon finding no one around. Clenching his fist tight, the dark-haired hunter trembles violently in rage as frustration boils over inside him. Bright sunlight shines across the bustling city street, framed with tall, modern apartments and crowded storefronts. Stacked plastic crates sit neatly outside the brick exterior of a quiet neighborhood restaurant under the morning light. Slagging open the door with a loud bang, the dark-haired hunter bursts in, smiling broadly, and loudly orders one hangover soup. Looking up with a gentle smile, the dark-haired youth warmly welcomes the incoming customer into the quiet shop. Surprised by the customer's sudden order, the dark-haired hunter gasps and stammers in confusion. Leaning in close, the dark-haired customer aggressively looms over the waiter, pointing at the wall menu and demanding a specific dish. Looking back in mild confusion, the waiter cocks his head and questions if the requested meal isn't a grayish shade. Startled by the blunt response, the customer recoils in surprise, stuttering with wide eyes as sweat trickles down his face. Pushing back his chair with a loud screech, the customer hurriedly gets up to follow the waiter out into the hallway. Walking away without looking back, the waiter heads straight toward the kitchen area, while keeping his back turned to the customer. Flashback reveals the young silver-haired hunter gently holding the elderly shopkeeper's hands, while smiling warmly as she thanks him. Carrying a heavy tray filled with steaming hot soup bowls, the waiter smiles brightly while serving eager customers in the crowded restaurant. Recollecting his past, the customer winces in embarrassment as the shopkeeper smacks him, while he greedily begs for another bowl of soup. Meanwhile, studying diligently at their desks, several young students wonder whether they should pursue careers as high-ranking hunters or ordinary civil servants. Serving up a piping hot, fragrant bowl of kimchi stew, the restaurant staff present a rich, mouth-watering dish filled with fresh ingredients. Clasping his utensils tightly, the hungry customer grins with absolute delight, eager to devour his delicious meal. Inside a sleek office, S-rank hunter Youngbin reminds his gas-masked associate that using the Awakened database for personal motives is strictly forbidden. Unfazed by the warning, Lee Young leans back in his seat, silently questioning why Seo Mingi is involving himself in the matter. Smirking mischievously at his desk, Youngbin knocks on his wooden table, lightheartedly teasing his moody colleague. Rubbing his forehead in growing frustration, Youngbin lets out an exhausted sigh as he deals with his stubborn partner's disregard for rules. Swiping through his digital tablet, Lee Young examines the confidential registry profiles of various awakened individuals. Holding his tablet tightly, the gas-masked figure narrows his eyes as he continues inspecting secret hunter records. Swiping through confidential profiles on his digital tablet, Lee Young carefully examines the hidden registration records of various registered awakeners. Radiating a sinister purple aura, the gas-masked hunter grips his digital tablet tightly, analyzing secret files on a dark-haired youth. At a quiet local barber shop, a dark-haired young man calmly sits back while getting his dark hair neatly brushed and restyled. Turning his head toward the entrance, the young man attentively responds as someone calls out to him from across the shop. Inside a cozy room, the young man looks over at his younger sister, who works diligently on her colorful school workbook at the table. Sitting down beside his sister, the young man gently checks her answers, teasing her until she pouts over his strict corrections. Offering a warm, gentle smile, the young man affectionately pats his sister's head to comfort her after reviewing her schoolwork. Wearing protective blue gloves, the young man enters the tiled bathroom, quietly reflecting on the high cost of hair dye. Standing before the bathroom mirror, the young man inspectingly lifts a strand of his freshly dyed dark hair to check the color. Adjusting his blue rubber glove in the kitchen, the dark-haired youth pauses as his phone buzzes with a text from Haeun warning of a intruder. Sensing danger, he activates silent steps to quietly glide across the room toward the storefront. Looking through the glass door, he spots a suspicious, disheveled man standing outside. Warning Haeun to stay back, he watches in shock as the crazed man suddenly shatters the glass door. Recognizing the intruder's unstable aura, the young man realizes he is an awakened hunter. Ordering his niece to run, he dashes forward to confront the intruder. Bursting through the broken entrance, he lands a powerful, decisive punch right to the assailant's face. The intruder crashes onto the pavement, laughing maniacally despite his severe facial injuries. Glancing back at the shattered glass, the young man steps outside with a stern, focused glare. Lunging forward with lightning speed, the dark-haired young man charges at his target, tapping his foot as the enemy prepares to snap his fingers. Shadowed in a blood-red haze, the crazed intruder lowers his head, grinning menacingly as his dark aura flares up. Sharp spikes suddenly erupt from the intruder's body, but the young man, effortlessly dodging the barrage, flashes a glowing eye and grips the foe's face. Veins bulge along his hand as he forcefully slams the intruder down, crushing his head against the solid ground. Handing over the bloody, spike-covered intruder, the young man ponders why someone with such dangerous powers would appear at night. Later, he searches his phone for information on spike-bursting awakeners and hedgehog transformations to identify his attacker. He recalls the mysterious gas-masked hunter who previously confronted him in the dark alleyway. Staring intensely, he narrows his eyes in deep thought, wondering why the dangerous man let him go earlier. His glowing dark eye widens with suspicion as he realizes there might be a deeper scheme at play. Outside the shop, the dark-haired young man suddenly flinches as he senses a subtle presence behind him. Looking through the glass door, Haeun peeks nervously inside before her uncle knocks gently and asks her to open up. Creaking the door open, the frightened girl asks if the danger is gone, while he warmly reassures her that everything is safe now. Tears swell in Haeun's eyes as she clutches her green backpack, overwhelmed with relief upon seeing him. Dropping her bag to the floor, she runs forward and tightly hugs her uncle around his waist. He smiles warmly and wraps his arms around her, pulling the crying girl into a comforting embrace. As he holds her close, his expression suddenly darkens as a shadowy aura obscures his glowing, serious eye. His bandaged hand twitches softly before gently patting her back to calm her down. Closing his eyes in quiet contemplation, he remains vigilant while comforting his young niece. He playfully pinches her cheeks while making silly faces, coaxing a warm smile from the tearful girl. Remembering her distressed face, he realizes how terrified she must have been feeling. She bursts into cheerful giggles, happily laughing alongside her brother. As the moment passes, his gaze turns ice-cold, filled with deadly intent toward those who endangered her. Elsewhere, Lee Se-young arrives at a high-tech facility, greeted by a lab coat assistant. The assistant gestures forward, noting that the expected guest is already waiting inside the room. They walk past heavy security doors labeled Medical Lab under bright overhead monitors. Approaching the entrance, the assistant clicks the heavy door open for the gas-masked hunter. Inside, a silver-haired researcher turns around, surprised by how quickly Lee Se-young arrived. Lee Se-young removes his gas mask, while the silver-haired researcher uncovers a body draped under a white sheet. Lying beneath the sheet is a severely wounded male victim, his chest and torso impaled by jagged dark spikes. Unmasked, Lee Se-young listens intently as the researcher provides details on the victim's strange condition. The researcher snaps his fingers, activating a glowing display to examine the patient's internal scans. The scan reveals a glowing core embedded within the spinal column, proving a dangerous force inside the victim. Staring at the evidence, Lee Se-young reflects silently on the unnatural power behind these lethal injuries. The researcher turns back, explaining the precise nature of the energy found within the body. A short lab assistant rushes forward, eagerly presenting a glowing tablet with further diagnostic reports. Lee Se-young narrowed his eyes, contemplating the disturbing implications of the new medical data. The silver-haired researcher points out unusual data on a digital tablet, while explaining the anomalous findings to Lee Se-young. Inside a sterile container lay 3 dark, jagged spike fragments retrieved from the victim's body for closer analysis. Lee Se-young smirked as he recalled his fierce encounter with the mystery combatant, thrilled to finally encounter a worthy opponent. Elsewhere in the city, the morning sun rose over quiet streets as a strange, unsettling feeling hung in the air. Awakened from a deep sleep, the dark-haired young man paused thoughtfully in his dimly lit bedroom. Glancing at the wall clock showing 8:07, the shirtless youth groaned while stretching his groggy arms. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he quickly shifted his posture and leaped upright on top of his bed. Clutching the bedsheets, he stared intently across the room in alert surprise as his phone slipped out. On the bed cover, his smartphone lit up with a sudden chime, displaying an automated search notification for today's horoscope. Stretching his bare torso, the dark-haired youth reaches up while pulling off his brown sweater to get ready for work. Dressing into his sweater, he glances back in confusion at his smartphone glowing bright on the plaid bed cover. Reaching out, his hand firmly grabs the phone off the bed after remembering the strange murder mystery notification. Raising both arms high above his head, the youth lets out a wide yawn while getting fully stretched. A towering man wearing a gas mask and tactical gear suddenly greets him at the shop door, holding a letter. Staring blankly with wide eyes, the dark-haired youth tilts his head in utter confusion at the unexpected guest. The gas-masked intruder waves casually with a friend beside him, leaving the youth utterly stunned by their sudden arrival. Narrowing his eyes into a sharp, deadly glare, the youth fixates his intense focus directly on the strange intruders. Sitting inside the busy restaurant, customers whisper among themselves in disbelief over the mysterious customer's sudden appearance. A customer laughs nervously at the icy tension in the restaurant as Lee Se-young steps inside. Wearing his gas mask, Se-young walks calmly into the dining area past astonished customers. Crossing his arms tightly, Se-young drops into a vacant seat with a heavy thud. The waiter approaches with a tray, politely asking Se-young to sit elsewhere so he can clean the table. Flowers bloom sarcastically behind Se-young as he offers a polite gesture while the waiter seethes with irritation. Changing tactics, the waiter begins clearing away dirty bowls while the customer nervously glances at Se-young. A companion yells at Se-young, reminding him that he warned him before they arrived. The waiter glares menacingly at the customers while one holds up 2 fingers to order soup. Standing in the foreground, the waiter's shadow casts a deadly, frustrated stare toward Se-young sitting at the table. Back in the kitchen, the dark-haired youth sighs while placing another stone pot over the burning stove. He carefully pours rich broth from a kettle over the simmering ingredients, ensuring the dish is prepared to perfection. Clasping his hand over his chest, he takes a deep breath to maintain his inner peace while cooking. Carrying a tray loaded with bubbling soup pots and side dishes, he notices the restaurant has suddenly gone completely dead silent. Looking toward the entrance, he spots 3 terrified customers backing away from the shop in total disbelief. The short-haired guild member dashes inside, shouting that he can wait longer, completely unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Activating his poker face skill, the dark-haired youth maintains a completely blank expression while delivering the hot meals. Dropping the hot pots onto the table with a loud slam, he flashes a forced, angry smile at the patrons. Standing intimidatingly behind the dark-haired youth, Lee Se-young glares down at him with glowing purple eyes through his gas mask. The dark-haired waiter narrows his eyes in intense suspicion, keeping his guard up as he stares directly at Lee Se-young. Lee Se-young sits quietly across the table, remaining silent behind his glowing purple gas mask as the tension in the room thickens. Removing his gas mask with a dramatic smirk, Lee Se-young taunts the waiter, warning him that staring so intently might drill a hole right through him. Stunned into dead silence, the dark-haired youth gapes in utter disbelief at the ridiculously handsome, unmasked hunter sitting before him. Unbothered by the waiter's shock, Lee Se-young casually spins a spoon between his gloved fingers while the young man swiftly turns his back. The short-haired guild member gleefully slurps down his hot soup, eagerly asking the waiter how he prepared such an unbelievably delicious meal. Standing by the counter, the young waiter casts a guarded side-eye toward the table, deeply suspicious of Lee Se-young's sudden, uninvited visit. He silently ponders the strange situation, wondering what motive could have possibly brought the notorious Wave Guild leader directly to his humble shop. Other restaurant patrons exchange uneasy glances, whispering nervously among themselves as they watch the high-ranking hunter eat in complete silence. Finished eating, the short-haired guild member calls out loudly to the counter, calling for the bill. Stepping out from behind the curtain, the dark-haired youth politely tells the customer he will be right there. Approaching the register, the young waiter quickly taps on the counter screen to calculate their total payment. Without saying a word, Lee Se-young slides 2 crisp 50,001 bills across the wooden register. Stunned by the unexpected cash payment, the dark-haired youth stares in total bewilderment at Lee Se-young. Even more confused, the young waiter points at the terminal, explaining that the total amount is far less than that. Chuckling softly to himself, Lee Se-young smirks as he watches the dark-haired youth's utter confusion. Teasingly sticking his tongue out, Lee Se-young playfully tells the waiter that he is giving him a generous tip. Shocked to his core, the dark-haired youth bristles with intense irritation at Lee Se-young's playful arrogance. Mockingly, Lee Se-young tells the waiter to keep the rest, sticking out his tongue while the irritated youth rapidly declines the offer. Sliding a 50,001 bill across the counter, Lee Se-young nonchalantly hands over the payment while the bewildered waiter stares in utter disbelief. With a sly smirk, Lee Se-young coolly pulls out a sleek gold credit card from his wallet to finalize the transaction. Flashing a dazzling, playful smile, Lee Se-young proudly presents his gold credit card, fully enjoying the young waiter's visible annoyance. Screaming loudly from behind, the short-haired guild member calls for the check, causing the dark-haired youth to glare back in utter exhaustion. Staring blankly at his phone late at night, the dark-haired youth lies on the table, grumbling quietly to himself in frustration. Resting his arms on the empty restaurant table, the young waiter lets out a deep, heavy sigh in the quiet, deserted room. Massaging his throbbing temple in silence, the exhausted youth anxiously contemplates the overwhelming weight of his growing dilemmas. Outside on the bustling street, Furious protesters wave signs and clash over hunters, while the youth worries about his supporters and critics. Lee Se-young strolls back into the restaurant wearing his full gas mask, brightly waving to the dark-haired youth who stares back in stunned disbelief. Forced to take the order, the waiter forces a strained, twitching smile while desperately trying to maintain his composure. Sensing danger, terrified customers frantically scamper out of the dining room to escape the dangerous S-ranker's presence. Clenching his fist in anger, the youth realizes he must either become a hunter again or face continuous harassment. Escaping to the safety of the break room, he slams the door shut behind him to catch his breath. Grasping his hair in utter distress, he remembers the intense public backlash surrounding Korea's top-ranked hunter. Sitting down alone, the waiter pulls out his smartphone and nervously prepares to type. Recognizing the immense threat, he realizes capturing Lee Se-young with a regular camera will get him caught immediately. His fingers move swiftly across the touchscreen keyboard as he begins typing out a hidden message. Staring at his phone in disbelief, the young waiter's sweat drops over the astronomical debt figures filling his screen. Scratching his head, he realizes tens of millions is far too much for someone who hasn't lived a life of luxury. Glancing away in deep thought, he begins weighing his limited, high-risk options. Remembering the newly formed Awakener Management Bureau and past records from his J-days, he worries testing his strength again could shatter the measurement device. Imagining the chaotic scene of accidentally breaking the device, he panics over being publicly exposed as a new S-rank hunter. A shadowy serpent curls around him as dark thoughts creep into his mind. Reaching into a glowing pocket dimension, he rummages around and pulls out a small, sparkling yellow crystal. Holding the shining crystal up to the light, he realizes these gems are currently being used as power sources. Eyes sparkling with sudden inspiration, he formulates a clever new plan to solve his money problems. He opens the Tomato Market app on his smartphone, ready to list his item for sale. Staring at his phone while sitting at a table, he types in his former hunter ID. Panicking when his old account fails to load, he quickly clicks the sign-up button to create a new profile. Sunlight streams into the quiet restaurant as the kitchen equipment hums in the background. The app greets him as Mr. EZ, prompting him to activate his GPS location. Posing in various acrobatic stances, he uses his phone camera to snap clean photos of his magic stone. He posts the listing for 80 million won, describing the stone as high purity and open to price negotiations. Stretches out his arms, relieved that the earnings will cover his grandmother's surgery, and buy a new ladle. His phone suddenly buzzes on the table, signaling an incoming message from an interested buyer. His phone vibrates violently on the table, startling the dark-haired youth as notifications flood his screen. Dozens of frantic users spam his listing, offering direct cash transactions or accusing him of running a scam. Overwhelmed by the chaotic flood of incoming messages, he stares at his phone in sheer anxiety. Slumped over the table, he sweat drops as the device continues to buzz incessantly beside him. Staring blankly at the vibrating phone, he realizes the sudden listing has triggered an unexpected frenzy. Exhausted by the chaos, he buries his face on the table in defeat as the screen goes dark. Glancing sideways at the quiet phone, a nervous smirk creeps onto his face as he ponders the reaction. Social media erupts as users repost his Tomato Market listing, marveling at the 80 million won high-purity magic stone. Online posts go viral with over 600,000 likes, as netizens desperately plead to buy the rare gem directly from him. Meanwhile, at a traditional Korean hanok building, a frantic user desperately grips his trembling phone as it vibrates uncontrollably. In a hysterical outburst, the light brown-haired boy throws his hands into the air, screaming at the top of his lungs for the magic stone. Throwing a full-blown temper tantrum, he rolls and wriggles wildly on the wooden porch, crying out while a stoic suit-clad agent sits quietly nearby. A female assistant leaning over whispers to the agent, questioning how the internet connection is functioning when communication was supposed to be cut off. Ignoring the boy throwing a fit on the floor, the agent calmly responds that Lee Se-young resolved all communication issues. Flashing a cheerful grin, the agent holds up a tablet displaying a blunt, threatening message demanding he join Lilith Scans. Lying flat on his back, the boy pouts in annoyance as he spots a system notification skill window popping up before him. Looking up with a gentle smile, the agent holds out his phone toward the flustered boy. Staring in complete shock at the phone screen, the boy angrily points at the image of the high-purity magic stone. Watching the commotion unfold, Yoongbin maintains a calm, composed gaze as he closely monitors the surrounding situation. A dazzling array of glowing jewelry and enchanted rings floats through the radiant air, symbolizing immense wealth and power. Sitting beside the light brown-haired boy, the suit-clad announcer points to a tablet screen displaying a glowing magic stone, explaining its extraordinary value. The high-purity yellow magic stone shines brilliantly against the pitch-black void, radiating an intense, captivating light. Pointing accusingly at the phone screen, the boy fiercely questions the legitimacy of the incredible item displayed before him. A sinister figure clad in a full gas mask and heavy tactical gear emerges from the shadows, shrouded in a dark, suffocating aura. Frustrated and overwhelmed, the boy rolls around wildly on the ground, flailing his arms in a desperate temper tantrum. Standing beside the complaining boy, Youngbin offers a slick, persuasive proposal, while gesturing open-handed with a confident smile. Sitting with a intensely puffed-out face, the boy pouts and grumbles in deep annoyance over the persistent demand. Youngbin questioned why anyone would use the black market, while the frustrated boy collapsed in depression, protesting that buyers are not stupid. Loudly whining about his frustration, the boy threw a dramatic temper tantrum, while Youngbin smugly sat back with a mischievous cat-like grin. Overwhelmed by the chaotic situation, the boy grabbed his hair in utter disbelief and shouted in despair. Flashing a brilliant, dazzling smile, Youngbin placed a hand over his heart to offer a charmingly persuasive response. Meanwhile, the dark-haired youth stood in the quiet kitchen, cooking hot broth over a bubbling stove, while lost in thought. Enjoying the peaceful atmosphere, he felt pure bliss as customers chatted happily in the background, unaware that Lee Se-young was watching. Focusing closely, the youth turned his gaze toward the lively dining area with sharp attention. Nearby, customers sat at a table enjoying hot stew while discussing rumors and gossip about recent events. A woman in a sharp white shirt and tie leaned forward with a confident smirk, explaining the situation to her dining partner. Surprised by the sudden commotion, Kang Hyun's eyes widen as static energy crackles around him. Overwhelmed with confusion, Kang Hyun clutches his head as question marks swirl around his head regarding the bounty. Listening closely while cooking over the hot stove, Kang Hyun overhears customers whispering about the deleted online listing. Struggling to process the overwhelming situation, Kang Hyun sweats nervously before reflecting on how 10 years can change everything. The scene shifts to display various high-purity magic stones and artifacts arranged inside a luxurious collector's display room. Highlighting technological progress, modern cities now utilize magic stones as clean energy sources to power advanced human society. Exhausted from the non-stop chaos, Kang Hyun slumps over in utter defeat on a stool like a corpse. A social media post appears on a smartphone screen, showing a viral bounty request desperate to acquire the golden magic stone. Sweat dripping down his face, Kang Hyun anxiously stares at his smartphone screen as the online viral madness continues to unfold. Serving customers in the restaurant, Kang Hyun casually asks his niece Haeun how her grandmother has been doing lately. While prepping food with a knife, Kang Hyun smiles warmly at Haeun and listens to her chat. Sitting at the table with her workbook open, Haeun happily looks up to respond to her uncle. Relieved that everything is quiet, Kang Hyun checks his phone and lets out a soft sigh. A tall customer in a suit arrives, causing Kang Hyun to bow respectfully and greet him. Kang Hyun glances up in shock as Youngbin looks around the restaurant with a playful grin. Stunned by Youngbin's sudden arrival, Kang Hyun wonders why the S-rank hunter is standing right in front of him. Raising a hand with an easygoing smile, Youngbin nonchalantly explains that he was simply passing by on a nearby business trip. Surrounded by floating nervous text effects, Kang Hyun offers a strained, awkward smile as his stress spikes. Kang Hyun welcomes the guest and offers him a round table near the center of the dining room. Taking his seat, Youngbin offers a warm, friendly smile while giving his casual confirmation to order. Youngbin looks back in surprise as Kang Hyun suddenly freezes in place, sensing another presence entering behind him. Emerging in full tactical gear and mask, Lee Se-young scowls with glowing eyes, outraged to find a rival S-rank on his territory. Unfazed by the terrifying aura, Youngbin cheerfully turns to address the masked interloper. While Lee Se-young stands menacingly beside the table, Kang Hyun nervously writes down Youngbin's food order. Gesturing cheerfully, Youngbin invites the looming Lee Se-young to drop his guard and join them at the table. Sitting across from Lee Se-young, Youngbin lightheartedly asks him to finally start taking official communications. Youngbin produces a glowing blue magical seal from his palm, preparing to exchange official guild contact details. Youngbin activates his magic skill, causing a brilliant golden light to swirl across the room with a sudden fwash. Sensing the massive surge of magical energy, Kang Hyun glares back, wary of what Youngbin is attempting to pull. As the light sweeps around them, Youngbin casually asks Lee Se-young if he has already found what he was looking for. The glowing golden sphere hovers above Youngbin's hand, releasing a radiant wave that envelops the entire restaurant. Kang Hyun watches in silent shock as the golden barrier seals them off, fully aware it blocks low-ranked individuals from sensing them. Clear of outside listeners, Youngbin clears his throat with an ahem, ready to address Lee Se-young seriously. Lee Se-young merely shakes his head with a shake, dismissing Jungbin's grand gesture with an unbothered posture. Jungbin playfully teases Lee Se-young about giving an unregistered individual internet access, while Lee Se-young simply shrugs in response. Leaning forward with a sharp smirk, Jungbin reveals he knows the exact unregistered person Lee Se-young is searching for. Jungbin explains that only high-ranked individuals in the top 100 use the exclusive hunter market to make transactions. He notes that someone placed a high-purity magic stone up for trade inside a secure briefcase. Clasping his hands together, Jungbin casually remarks on the mysterious item listed by the seller. Lee Se-young narrows his eyes beneath his gas mask as Jungbin mentions the item appearing on Tomato Market. Jungbin points out that this strange listing leaves only two real possibilities regarding the seller's true identity. He explains the seller is either a completely regular civilian or an inexperienced amateur hunter. Extending his hand forward, Jungbin directly confronts Lee Se-young about the unregistered seller's trade. Kang Hyun listens anxiously, realizing he must act far more carefully to avoid exposing his hidden identity. Sensory waves ripple through Kang Hyun as he feels Lee Se-young's intimidating gaze locked onto him. Jungbin casually asserts inside his golden barrier that the unregistered seller lacks basic common sense, while Kang Hyun keeps his composure. A flashback reveals the spear-wielding, chain-draped Hunter J grinning confidently as magical rings orbit around his glowing golden weapon. Another memory shows Kang Hyun wrapped in a blanket, sitting quietly in a classroom while a teacher discusses his youth and priorities. Returning to the present, Jungbin cheerfully explains that the seller is likely a young student who needed fast tuition money. Shrugging inside his barrier, Lee Se-young dismisses the theory, claiming such a reckless civilian would have already been caught. Jungbin taps his chin thoughtfully, considering Lee Se-young's sharp point about the mysterious seller's careful stealth. Glancing over his shoulder, Lee Se-young remains silent, while a closed sign hangs on the front window of the restaurant. Outside the restaurant later, Kang Hyun slumps against a table in deep exhaustion after surviving the intense interrogation. Recalling Jungbin's bright smile as he paid his bill and promised to return, Kang Hyun internally begs him never to come back. Kang Hyun reflects on how different customers fall into specific categories, leaving Lee Se-young in his own troubling, high-risk zone. He prepares to close up shop when Lee Se-young suddenly appears at the front glass door in full tactical gear. Kang Hyun freezes in pure exasperation, staring back with an utterly drained expression. Lee Se-young points to the sign on the glass, bluntly announcing that the restaurant is already closed. Unfazed, Kang Hyun demands to know why he came back when the store is clearly shut down. Lee Se-young ignores his question and swiftly slides the door completely shut. Refusing to back down, Kang Hyun points directly at him through the glass and demands an answer. Lee Se-young casually tilts his head, accusing Kang Hyun of playing dumb. Kang Hyun clenches his fist in frustration, telling the mysterious hunter to go ahead and say what he wants. Lee Se-young leans in close to Kang Hyun through the door, his glowing eyes glinting behind his mask as tension thickens. Annoyed by his presence, Kang Hyun steps outside to confront Lee Se-young directly in the narrow alleyway. Unbothered by the hostility, Lee Se-young unfastens his gas mask and prepares to reveal his face. Stripping off his mask, Lee Se-young points out that Kang Hyun had serious courage to cause a massive commotion. He reveals that the sudden disturbance took place right inside Tomato Market, catching Kang Hyun off guard. Kang Hyun tries to brush off the accusation with a dismissive wave, attempting to play ignorant. Refusing to accept the excuse, Kang Hyun tells Lee Se-young to shut his mouth and state his real business. Lee Se-young taps his chin thoughtfully while teasingly reminding Kang Hyun about letting bygones be bygones. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes in frustration, realizing Lee Se-young is intentionally playing with his patience. Lee Se-young recalls a tragic past, where a dying comrade collapsed in Kang Hyun's arms, urging him not to shoulder everything alone. He smirks devilishly while watching Kang Hyun's subtle reaction, thoroughly enjoying his reaction. Sensing the intense pressure, Kang Hyun glares back, his mind racing as he tries to keep his composure. Closing the distance, Lee Se-young points a single-gloved finger at Kang Hyun's chest to mock him. Sweat trickles down Kang Hyun's face as he struggles to maintain his poker face under Lee Se-young's sharp gaze. Lee Se-young continues pointing at him, gleefully taunting him with a playful, mischievous expression. He looks down at their footwear, pointing out the stark contrast between his combat boots and Kang Hyun's casual white sneakers. A nearby sink drips quietly as Lee Se-young lists off Kang Hyun's wiped-out past and erased high school records. Kang Hyun listens silently, his expression darkening as Lee Se-young notes his lack of contracts, bank records, and freshly activated phone. Kang Hyun maintains a tense silence, clenching his jaw as he endures Lee Se-young's relentless taunts about his erased identity. Smirking at his target's silence, Lee Se-young scoffs playfully while adjusting his gloves. Kang Hyun keeps his lips tightly sealed, determined not to let any emotion slip through his composure. Flashing a sinister, purple glowing aura, Lee Sa-young leans in close and menacingly whispers directly into Kang Hyun's ear. Releasing his aura, Lee Se-young pulls out a digital tablet, casually bringing up a holographic interface in front of Kang Hyun. He taps the sleek screen, searching through classified hunter profiles. Lee Se-young flips the tablet around, displaying a high-level profile file directly to Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock as he reads the profile of Nam Woo-jin, Korea's 6th-ranked healer and Siwon Guild leader. Satisfied with Kang Hyun's stunned reaction, Lee Se-young chuckles slyly. Kang Hyun glares quietly, maintaining his composure while confronting Lee Se-young. Desperate to protect his sister's life, Kang Hyun passionately bargains for an A-rank healer to save her. Flashbacks reveal the silver-haired researcher examining diagnostic charts alongside Kang Hyun during a past medical consultation. Lee Se-young taunts Kang Hyun, claiming he manipulates people's weak points just to exploit them. Kang Hyun angrily retorts, refusing to let Lee Se-young control him with his schemes. With a cold, calculating glance, Lee Se-young dismisses the idea of simple blackmail as petty and cliché. A horrifying vision flashes of a spike-covered, mutated monster raging in the shadows before Kang Hyun's hardened gaze. Kang Hyun explains how a strange illegal drug has been circulating, causing violent, uncontrollable reactions in awakened hunters. The terrifying drug induces gruesome physical mutations, transforming powerful awakeners into monstrous abominations. Lee Se-young shrugs off Kang Hyun's frustration, casually holding his tablet while explaining his predicament inside the restaurant. He reveals that his guild is too recognizable to conduct a discreet investigation without instantly alerting their targets. Any undercover agent would either be slaughtered by the syndicate or corrupted by the same deadly monster-mutating drug. Kang Hyun listens intently, realizing that Lee Se-young needs someone with his exact S-rank combat skills to investigate. Lee Se-young places a finger to his lips, signaling Kang Hyun to keep the covert operation strictly confidential. In a playful chibi moment, he teases the annoyed young waiter into remaining silent about the mission. Gripping Kang Hyun's shoulder with a firm squeeze, Lee Se-young attempts to force his cooperation. Kang Hyun angrily slaps Lee Se-young's hand away, refusing to be pushed around as the S-rank leader extends a hand. Frustrated by the relentless pressure, Kang Hyun glares in irritation while Lee Se-young continues to casually taunt him. Kang Hyun glares in annoyance at Lee Se-young's teasing speech balloon, fed up with the S-rank leader's endless demands. Suddenly, the restaurant's landline phone begins ringing loudly on the counter. Kang Hyun steps away, picking up the receiver with a heavy, exhausted sigh. He listens attentively, keeping his cool, as the mysterious caller speaks through the receiver. With a firm, decisive motion, Kang Hyun hangs up the phone, ending the conversation abruptly. Meanwhile, the short-haired guild member notices something amiss, reacting in mild surprise as he holds his bag. Nearby, the brown-haired customer turns around in confusion, gesturing wildly while asking what is going on. Across the dining room, a customer shouts loudly at his table, while another diner watches the rising commotion nervously. Sensing danger, the brown-haired customer reaches out in alarm as another person abruptly readies their bag to leave. A customer suddenly bolts away in a flash, prompting the cap-wearing hunter to point upward in total shock. Over at the counter, Kang Hyun glares in disbelief, while another customer joyfully announces he has a secret heat condition. Soft rose petals blossom as the two men lock hands in a hilariously romantic aura, bewildering the cap-wearing customer nearby. Meanwhile, an online influencer posts a crying selfie on social media, sparking a wave of dramatic, emotional comments. A delivery driver swiftly hands over an envelope containing Hunter Youngbin's glowing review, rating the restaurant's food as truly delicious. Kang Hyun's eyes go completely blank with dark shock as he stares silently at the unexpected sign. Resigned to his fate, Kang Hyun pastes Hunter Youngbin's glowing review directly onto the restaurant wall. Glancing over his shoulder with a sweat drop, Kang Hyun curses under his breath while trying to ignore the sudden chaos. Outside on the street, high heels click against the pavement as a sharp leather jacket passes by the building. Ranked 5th in Korea, A-rank Hunter Honeybee makes a striking entrance wearing a leather jacket and short skirt while holding her helmet. Stomping inside, Honeybee raises her arm and yells out in frustration as Kang Hyun glances over in surprise. Kang Hyun stares blankly, wondering if he accidentally added honey to the hangover soup to draw her in. Snapping her fingers loudly, Honeybee calls out Lee Se-young's name, while Kang Hyun looks on in disbelief. Honeybee steps up to Kang Hyun, asking if Lee Se-young is around as he glares awkwardly at her. Kang Hyun puts on a dazzling, sparkling smile, politely greeting her with his hands clasped together. Honeybee blushes in astonishment, taken aback by Kang Hyun's sudden charming demeanor. Striking a fierce pose, Honeybee smirks with sharp fangs as she extends her hand forward. Kang Hyun breaks sweat in terror, eyes wide as he realizes the dangerous situation he is in. Kang Hyun puts on an overly enthusiastic front, clapping rhythmically to play along with Honeybee's dramatic entrance. Struggling to maintain his fake enthusiasm, Kang Hyun claps faster while suppressing his inner rage and frustration. Honeybee brushes back her long blonde hair and smirks with pride, thoroughly enjoying the flattering attention. Dropping the dramatic act, Kang Hyun politely waves his hands and explains the situation to her. Honeybee turns around with a sharp glare after catching someone clicking their tongue behind her. Spotting a massive motorcycle parked outside, Honeybee turns her head as a male hunter enters the doorway. Striding outside into the alley, Honeybee points accusingly at the male hunter while he blushes nervously. Honeybee confronts the burly male hunter, aggressively demanding answers while his stomach suddenly rumbles. Honeybee steps back inside the restaurant demanding hangover soup with chili peppers, leaving Kang Hyun to take their order. Honeybee points dramatically at the table, eagerly instructing the young waiter on her order, while Kang Hyun listens quietly. A male hunter in a suit turns to leave, catching Kang Hyun walking past him into the kitchen area. Kang Hyun suddenly stops in his tracks as his ear twitches, catching the conversation between the two hunters. Honeybee slams her hands onto the table, aggressively arguing with the male hunter sitting across from her. Remembering how he beat up a thug in the past, Kang Hyun glares quietly with glowing red eyes from the shadows. Honeybee imagines beating up her rival Gyugyu and gaining her custom S-rank weapon to boost her official hunter rank. Resting her head on her hand, Honeybee smugly explains her plan to beat her rival during the upcoming ranking update. The male hunter glares back in utter astonishment as Kang Hyun quietly grabs drinks from the refrigerator in the background. Honeybee laughs boastfully while leaning back, declaring her grand ambitions to rise to the top of the hunter rankings. Honeybee angrily confronts the two researchers, demanding to know why they suddenly stopped tracking the target. Turning toward them in disbelief, Honeybee fumes after learning they were ordered to cease the investigation entirely. Apologizing for the sudden cancellation, one researcher whips around and walks away from her. Furious at the sudden roadblock, Honeybee slams her fist down as her eyes glow yellow with intense anger. Back inside the restaurant, the male customer happily presents a set of shiny brass spoons to Honeybee. Honeybee sighs in utter exhaustion, resting her head in annoyance while the male customer stares at her in bewilderment. Kang Hyun stands silently at the counter, watching the customer interactions while his mood grows sour. Honeybee suddenly marches over to the front counter with a rolled-up poster, calling out to Kang Hyun. Flashing a bright commercial smile, Honeybee proudly hands Kang Hyun a promotional poster, showing her endorsing money-making ventures. Honeybee enthusiastically hands her signed photo to Kang Hyun, urging him to post it on the wall beside Hunter Jungbin's glowing review. Kang Hyun forces his S-class poker face skill on, plastering a fake polite smile across his face while internally suppressing intense frustration. Honeybee and the male hunter celebrate with enthusiastic thumbs up, boasting about her popularity while Hyun internally tells them to shut up. Spotting Honeybee's promotional poster plastered prominently, a young customer gasps in delight, begging her parent to see the famous A-rank hunter. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit executive room, heavy footsteps echo across the floor as someone questions another recent meal invitation. Laying back on a plush couch with a sleeping mask covering his eyes, Lee Se-young rests while the short-haired guild member approaches holding a tablet. The guild member leans over the sleeping Lee Se-young, calling out to him repeatedly to deliver urgent updates regarding their ongoing investigation. Unbothered by the sudden interruption, Lee Se-young lazily lifts his booted feet, resting them atop the sofa cushion with a light nudge. Swiping through his digital tablet, the short-haired guild member continues reading aloud the latest reported developments to his nonchalant guild leader. Swiping through his tablet, the short-haired guild member continues reading aloud reported developments to his nonchalant guild leader, Lee Se-young. Lee Se-young rests peacefully on the couch beneath his sleep mask, completely ignoring the report while maintaining his composed composure. Grinning cheerfully, the short-haired guild member excitedly boasts about public broadcasting and marketing influence, drawing a silent, exasperated reaction from Lee Se-young. Suddenly ripping off his sleep mask, Lee Se-young sits up in annoyance, glaring sharply while interrupting his subordinate's enthusiastic rambling. Reaching out to grab his subordinate's shoulder, Lee Se-young sternly interrupts the report, declaring his immediate intention to shoot a video. Panicking in utter confusion, the short-haired guild member clutches his tablet close and whines nervously at his leader's unexpected demand. Quickly shifting his attitude, the guild member gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, eagerly agreeing to help shoot the video. Excitedly leaning forward with sparkling eyes, the subordinate prepares to assist as Lee Se-young abruptly leaps up from the sofa. Running his hand through his messy hair with a devilish smirk, Lee Se-young commands his subordinate to hurry up and prepare the equipment. Kang Hyun looks at his phone's lock screen, which displays a notification message to join a channel. Swiping across the screen, he opens the message chat from Lee Se-young, prompting him to turn on the Lilith broadcasting channel. Glancing up at the small TV on the shelf, Kang Hyun watches the channel's broadcast with a quiet gaze. A vibrant blonde woman smiles brightly against a sunny beach background on the television screen. Scratching his cheek in skepticism, Kang Hyun ponders the broadcast's strange promotional message. Watching a cheerful anime scene of a girl playing with a dog on screen, Kang Hyun remains thoroughly unamused. Suddenly, a dramatic figure wearing a purple gas mask and sleek suit appears on the broadcast screen. Kang Hyun turns completely stone-faced in sheer disbelief as crackling shock effect lines appear around his head. Adjusting his black gloves on air, Lee Se-young strikes a stylish pose on the live broadcast. On screen, Lee Se-young poses dramatically alongside a happy family, a golden retriever, and glowing text promising he is always there for you. In the gloomy restaurant, diners slump in utter despair while Kang Hyun stares frozen in sheer disbelief. Kang Hyun's phone suddenly vibrates in his hand with incoming messages. The text from Lee Se-young casually reads, "Hyung, I heard you like people who shoot commercials and ads." Kang Hyun gazes down at his phone screen with a completely deadpan, exasperated look. Meanwhile, in an office, the wall clock ticks past 1:35 p.m. as a blonde employee tirelessly types away at his workstation. A friendly coworker walks up from behind, noting that working the late shift must be exhausting. The blonde employee smiles brightly while making a secret shushing gesture as his cheerful coworker dances off into the background. 12 minutes later, the blonde employee sits alone at his desk in sudden silence, staring off into space. On screen, news anchors explain how the Lilith broadcasting channel evaluates individual awakeners and assigns official rankings. The male news anchor enthusiastically hypes up the upcoming rank announcements. Powerful S-rank and A-rank hunters are showcased as top contenders in the broadcast segment. The female anchor directs viewers to look at the predicted top 10 awakener rankings list. Sitting alone at his office desk, the blonde employee quietly watches the ranking news broadcast. His brown-haired coworker brings over a tray of coffee and snacks to share. The blonde worker unwraps a chocolate bar while his coworker takes a sip of warm coffee. He takes a crunchy bite of his snack as they keep watching the stream. Both men nod in agreement until glowing system notifications suddenly flash, revealing a major rank update prompt. Both office workers gasp in utter disbelief, dropping their coffee mug as the live awakener ranking list suddenly shifts before their eyes. The updated leaderboard displays the official rankings, showing Jay holding the number 1 S-rank position, while Lee Se-young drops down to rank 2. The broadcast anchors react in complete shock, loudly questioning who could possibly hold the top spot above all other S-rank hunters. Back in the office, the blonde employee grips his desk tightly, staring blankly ahead as sweat drips down his pale, anxious face. Meanwhile, a shadowy, dark-haired figure stands amidst a blazing, crimson-splattered aura of pure destruction and bloodlust. Screaming in panic, the brown-haired worker bolts straight out of his chair while shouting frantically to check how many active operatives remain. The blonde employee barks orders at his panicked coworker, demanding that only essential staff remain while everyone else evacuates immediately. Without wasting a single second, the brown-haired staff member dashes down the hallway at top speed to carry out the urgent emergency orders. Grabbing his ringing smartphone, the blonde employee glances at the screen to see an incoming call from the director before answering. Blonde employee makes a tense phone call, reporting that they are heading to their location as instructed. A mysterious man in a dark suit gazes silently out a high-rise window overlooking the glittering city night. With a grim look, the dark-haired figure confirms he will verify the situation personally. Blonde employee stares at his smartphone in stunned disbelief as cold sweat beads on his forehead. Helicopters touch down near the Incheon Remembrance Monument, landing directly on the oceanfront helipad. Blonde employee steps off the helicopter into the night air, running his hand through his hair thoughtfully. Nearby, a masked figure stands in the shadows, wearing a sleek tactical gas mask and harness outfit. Blonde employee sprinted across the cobblestone plaza toward the mysterious masked figure waiting ahead. Pausing in his tracks, blonde employee breaks into a subtle, nervous smile while looking at his ally. Two men converse secretly in a dark room, recalling how a massive, destructive rift appeared that no guild dared to tackle. In the past, Lee Se-young suddenly surfaced to demand sole ownership of the rift in exchange for sharing its valuable resources. Back in the present, blonde employee arrives at the rooftop plaza and calls out nervously to the waiting masked figure. Blonde employee wonders if Lee Se-young is concerned about the rift or simply furious that Hunter J stole the top rank. Standing under the night sky, Blonde employee opens his mouth to speak to the silent, gas-masked hunter. System notification windows suddenly flash between them, chiming brightly as user J enters channel 1. Blonde employee gasps in disbelief, quickly tapping his earpiece communicator as the system broadcast updates. The masked figure narrows his eyes inside his visor, watching the sudden notification with intense, focused precision. Taking a heavy step forward on the pavement, the masked hunter prepares to take immediate action. Lee Se-young menacingly confronts Kang Hyun in the dark, asserting his dominance over him. A recycling instruction poster pasted on the wall urges citizens to sort their trash properly while advertising the scanlation group. Kang Hyun grimaces in distress as he stares at the inverted awakener ranking system displaying Lee Se-young at the top spot. A system window pops up to congratulate Jae for unexpectedly claiming the top rank in South Korea. Breaking news alerts flood mobile screens across the nation, reporting that an unknown hunter named Jae has officially dethroned Lee Se-young. Kang Hyun anxiously checks his smartphone, visibly disturbed by the sudden news of his new top ranking. Drowning in overwhelming daily chores, Kang Hyun laments his endlessly growing list of domestic responsibilities. Kang Hyun inspects a holographic system interface while clutching his smartphone in disbelief outside at night. The system grants a special reward prompt to Kang Hyun for reaching the #1 rank in the region. Kang Hyun turns away in quiet reflection as he contemplates his next move. A glowing holographic system screen materializes in front of Kang Hyun, flashing with a sudden notification. Shocked by the system message, Kang Hyun gasps aloud in total disbelief. Panicking, Kang Hyun repeatedly taps the screen in a desperate attempt to exit the nickname change error. Gritting his teeth, Kang Hyun attempts to navigate through the unresponsive holographic interface. Dark thoughts flood Kang Hyun's mind as a heavy sensation takes hold of him. Kang Hyun recalls the ominous Incheon rift and the dangerous path he must walk to survive. Snapping back to reality, Kang Hyun gasps for air while a stray cat scurries past him in the alley. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Kang Hyun lowers his arm and tries to compose himself after the terrifying realization. Kang Hyun clutches his smartphone in disbelief, sweating nervously as he gazes at the glowing system notification on his screen. Overwhelmed by sheer frustration, Kang Hyun drops to his knees in the dark alleyway and clutches his head in utter despair. Flashes from news cameras illuminate the press conference room where an official government representative sits at the podium. A bustling crowd of press reporters and news camera operators frantically document every second of the high-profile briefing. Sitting poised behind the microphones, the female official prepares to deliver a critical public announcement regarding the awakening crisis. Reporters aggressively raise their microphones and shout questions at the official to demand immediate answers for the public. A news journalist taking frantic notes on her notepad pressing the authority for further details on the situation. Blinding camera flashes consume the press hall as journalists push forward to capture every detail of the official statement. The government representative addresses the room with absolute authority, explaining the critical measures being taken by the nation. Back in his restaurant, Kang Hyun turns off the TV and stares up in total disbelief. On screen, a female Hunter Association official in a suit makes a dramatic public gesture while holding official documents. Kang Hyun uses his remote to shut down the television broadcast, seeking peace and quiet. Suddenly, an intimidating figure dressed in tactical gear and a dark harness steps through the door with a loud snap. Kang Hyun turns around, holding his remote in surprise as he demands to know who just entered. The mysterious intruder gazes silently from the shadows with glowing purple eyes beneath his dark hair. Sweat trickles down Kang Hyun's face as he tensely sizes up his dangerous, uninvited visitor. With explosive speed, the intruder rushes over and corners Kang Hyun, stepping directly into his personal space. Lee Se-young leans in close with a stern expression, glaring directly into Kang Hyun's eyes. Se-young grumbles in annoyance, muttering under his breath as Hyun watches him with a perplexed expression. Se-young glances sideways with an intense, calculated glare, keeping his arms crossed. Hyun looks on with a deadpan, unbothered expression as sweat drips down his face. Hyun points at Se-young while questioning his motives, but Se-young simply smirks and leans back nonchalantly. Se-young teases Hyun with a sarcastic grin, enjoying every bit of his deliberate provocation. Hyun stares back with wide, stunned eyes as the annoying banter continues. Hyun maintains a totally blank face, refusing to give Se-young the reaction he wants. Hyun holds up a hand to cut off the conversation, lazily claiming he was only joking. Se-young dramatic sigh in exasperation, throwing his head back and dramatically calling Hyun mean. Se-young whines dramatics while Hyun pokes him in annoyance, pointing out the signs on the wall. Se-young flashes a two-finger gesture with his gloved hand, confusing Hyun completely. Hyun dramatically points across the room toward a signed photograph hanging on the wall. Se-young looks back with a sharp, serious expression, calling out Hyun's deflection. Sejong extends his hand as a glowing blue magic circle materializes directly above Hyun's head. Sejong reaches into the blue energy, pulling out a sleek, glowing blue crystalline artifact. Hyun stares in silence, eyeing the glowing crystal device with cautious curiosity. Sejong activates the blue crystal device, causing a sudden burst of energy to envelope them both. Hyun looks up as the surrounding room vanishes, replaced by a strange, futuristic space. Hyun folds his arms in annoyance as Sejong looms over him in the convenience store. In a cute chibi style, Hyun dismissively waves off Sejong, who stands quietly beside him. Sejong clenches his jaw tightly, his face shrouded in dark shadows as he grits his teeth in frustration. Hyun stands nonchalantly in his Brooklyn hoodie while a glowing, dark silhouette of Sejong materializes right behind him. Sejong stands tall with his arms crossed, casually holding a glowing blue magic crystal in his gloved hand before Hyun. Hyun shrugs his shoulders with an indifferent expression, asking Sejong if there is anything else he needs. Sejong swiftly reaches into his coat pocket with a dramatic swishing motion. Sejong leans in close with a sinister smirk, brandishing a sharp black dagger directly at Hyun's chest. Kang Hyun inspects the sharp black dagger in his gloved hand with a thoughtful expression. Sejong leans in close with a sly smirk, while Hyun casually questions him about the weapon. In a chibi view, Sejong enthusiastically boasts about the blade, while Hyun watches him with deadpan skepticism. Hyun shrugs dismissively, calling Sejong stupid while making a nonchalant gesture. Sejong continues bragging about the dagger's lethality, while Hyun tells him to stop talking nonsense. Hyun carefully tests the sharp edge of the blade against the palm of his bare hand. Sejong holds up a small glass bottle, filled with a glowing purple potion, catching Hyun's attention. Hyun stares suspiciously at the glowing purple liquid while holding his slightly bleeding hand. Sejong carefully pulls off his black glove, preparing to handle the mysterious purple potion. Hyun downs the mysterious purple potion in one quick gulp. Sejong draws his black blade and casually slashes open his own bare palm. Hyun quickly grabs Sejong's bleeding hand, refusing to let him step back. A blinding golden light erupts as intricate glowing vines surge around their joined hands. Glowing vines bind their wrists tight, forcing Hyun to gasp in sudden shock. Sejong watches silently as the golden light wraps a radiant ring around his chest. Hyun's eyes widen in sheer horror as a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelms him. Hyun vomits blood as memories flash of an antidote skill gained after slaying a basilisk monster. Staggering back with blurred vision, Hyun groans as Sejong anxiously asks if he is all right. Sejong reacts with alarm as Hyun bends over in agony, clutching his stomach while fighting off sudden nausea. Hyun slumps forward with blood trickling past his open lips, struggling to breathe through the overwhelming pain. Enraged and bewildered, Sejong fumes internally about how anyone could have secretly injected deadly poison into Hyun's body. Hyun glares upward through his dark hair, his sight blurring as a quiet tearing sound echoes around him. Choking violently, Hyun holds his throat and coughs up another splatter of blood as his body resists the toxin. Sejong swiftly pulls a glowing vial out from his inventory, letting its glass stopper clatter onto the floor. Reaching out without hesitation, Sejong forcefully grabs Hyun's jaw to keep him still. Sejong barks a sharp command, refusing to let Hyun collapse before the antidote can take effect. Sejong pours the liquid directly down Hyun's throat, forcing him to swallow the life-saving fluid. Hyun coughs violently, a thin trail of blood trickling from his lips as he clutches his chest in agony. Sejong kneels over the collapsed Hyun, holding his head steady while coughing sounds ring out. A system notification pops up confirming the detoxification process complete and enabling anti-poison resistance. Irritated by the whole ordeal, Hyun fumes inwardly as a quiet pop of anger breaks out. Annoyed, Hyun slaps Sejong's hands away as he tries to regain his composure. Still dazed and annoyed, Hyun lies on the floor while Sejong leans in close to inspect him. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Hyun lies motionless with blood staining his lip. Hyun shoots a sharp, side-eye glare at Sejong sitting right beside him. Opening his eyes wide, Hyun gazes upward with clear brown eyes. Lee Sejong looks down with a intense, glistening gaze and sweat dripping from his face after administering the antidote. Kang Hyun lies on the floor looking up with a quiet, lingering stare as a subtle bloodstain remains on his lower lip. Sitting beside Hyun, Sejong adjusts his black leather harness while watching Hyun wipe his mouth. Hyun turns his head towards Sejong and speaks firmly to question his motives. Irritated by Sejong's response, Hyun aggressively grabs Sejong by the hair and pulls his head back. Reduced to a chibi style, Sejong smirks sarcastically while making a taunting hand gesture toward Hyun. A faint golden light sparkles around Hyun's hand as he examines his palm, realizing his body processed the poison. Sejong turns back toward Hyun with a serious, narrowed glare. Looking away thoughtfully, Se-young listens intently as Hyun speaks. Kang Hyun reflects on how the cheap, widespread accessibility of the new illicit drug makes addiction far easier to spread. Outside the restaurant, two patrons nudge each other in awe as they observe the commotion unfolding around Kang Hyun. Back inside, Lee Se-young leans down intensely over Kang Hyun, who remains seated on the tiled floor. Standing tall in his black tactical harness, Lee Se-young gazes down with a cold, composed expression. Standing upright, Lee Se-young offers a hand to help Kang Hyun pull himself up from the floor. Kang Hyun accepts the offer, taking Lee Se-young's gloved hand as he steadies himself. Looking up attentively, Kang Hyun listens closely as Lee Se-young outlines the situation. Kang Hyun gestures in confusion, questioning the broader implications of the drug syndicate's sudden proliferation. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock as vivid visions of colossal mutated monsters rampaging through the city flash across his mind. Flashbacks of tragic loss and desperate battles flash across Kang Hyun's tear-filled eyes, reminding him of his painful past. Lee Se-young smirks casually, taunting Hyun with his trademark mischievous grin. Hyun looks up in mild irritation, adjusting his hoodie while listening to Se-young's explanation. Se-young warns that the desire to live drives citizens toward forbidden power, while dark monster visions loom over the city. Se-young rests his chin on his gloved hand, intently observing Hyun's reaction. Hyun glares back with a calm, stoic expression, evaluating Se-young's words. Se-young explains how the system's unfair choices drive desperate people to forcibly awaken their own latent powers through dangerous means. Hyun crosses his arms in disbelief, confronting Se-young about the wild claims regarding self-awakening. Se-young nonchalantly scratches his ear while Hyun stares at him, bewildered by his flippant attitude. Civilians check their emergency phone alerts, while an alarmed construction worker frantically calls for help regarding an impending rift gate appearing in Seoul. Inside a quiet restaurant, Lee Se-young stands tall in his dark tactical gear, calmly speaking to Kang Hyun as they discuss their next moves. Se-young looks on with an indifferent expression while Hyun angrily shouts at him, demanding answers about the impending crisis. Hyun points his finger firmly at Se-young, giving him a stern, direct warning as their tense argument continues. A webtoon title page appears, styled like an elementary school diary entry with a boy relaxing on a grassy hill under a bright sky. Hyun wears white gloves and an apron as he carefully monitors large pots of broth simmering over the commercial stove burners. Adjusting his gloves, Hyun rests his chin on his hand, contemplating his secret life while keeping an eye on the soup. An impeccably dressed agent in a sleek black suit and sunglasses steps into the restaurant's prep area to meet with Hyun. Smiling brightly, the mullet-haired agent strikes a welcoming pose, offering a cheerful greeting despite his formal business suit. The suave sunglasses agent cheerfully approaches Kang Hyun, handing him a small business card while introducing himself. Holding the card, Kang Hyun gestures in mild disbelief, questioning the agent's unexpected visit and unusual introduction. While Hyun watches in sheer confusion, the agent bends down and pulls a massive digital whiteboard out from a glowing spatial storage rift. The agent proudly presents the giant whiteboard, dramatically revealing a bold presentation titled, "The Strategy to Achieve the Lowest Rank." The agent smirks thoughtfully, while an utterly bewildered Hyun stares at the ridiculous presentation board, questioning what is happening. Brushing past the confusion, the agent promptly hands a sleek digital tablet and stylus over to the unamused Hyun. Hyun grips the tablet tightly, his expression dropping into a blank stare as he processes the sudden influx of bizarre information. The agent ponders playfully while Hyun stares at the dense, complicated form on the screen, completely overwhelmed by the complex paperwork. Adjusting his dark sunglasses with a confident smirk, the agent begins explaining the intricate procedures required during the upcoming level confirmation. The agent points out a massive high-tech measuring device designed to scan an individual's body and internal organs. He aggressively gestures while explaining that the device's extreme precision makes it highly valued by government officials. Floating magic stones glow above as he notes the device ignores ordinary people and only reacts to awakened individuals, defying standard science. Grinning with intense determination, the suave agent vows to guide Hyun through the exact steps needed. Hyun stares at him in utterly deadpan disbelief, deeply questioning the agent's overly dramatic pitch. He looks down at his tablet, filling out a questionnaire about his desired hunter rank and system standing. Standing before a whiteboard labeled "Strategy to Get the Lowest Rank," the agent enthusiastically kicks off his presentation. Hyun turns away, listening intently as the agent lays out the exact timing required for their scheme. Outside in the shadows, a black car door quietly shuts as an unknown presence arrives on the scene. Riding inside the car, the suave agent explains to Hyun that their route offers less attention and fewer powerful awakeners. The agent eagerly assures Hyun that taking this path will make their movements far less noticeable. Hyun glances toward the car's dashboard and notices a mysterious black gift box resting under the sunlight. Inside the open box sits a pair of sleek, snake-shaped silver bangles, labeled as Ouroboros' reins. Hyun inspects one of the snake bracelets as the suave agent enthusiastically drives forward, chatting away. Adjusting his sunglasses, the agent continues speaking with excitement as he navigates the vehicle down the road. Hyun recalls a memory of reviewing research lab data regarding newly awakened individuals and item acquisition rules. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hyun stares thoughtfully at the silver bracelet resting in his hand. The suave agent turns toward Hyun with a grin, steering the car while continuing their conversation about ranks. Hyun clenches his fists, bracing himself as the vehicle speeds down the road. In front of him, a row of glass bottles filled with glowing white liquid sits organized inside a case. The suave agent gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, assuring Hyun everything is completely under control. Hyun lifts one of the glass bottles to his lips and drinks the liquid in a single gulp. The agent chuckles smugly behind his sunglasses, confident that his plan is unfolding perfectly. Hyun looks back with a completely unimpressed face, remaining entirely unaffected by the potion. Surprised by his total lack of reaction, the agent stammers in shock and mumbles under his breath. Nervous sweat drips down the agent's cheek as he carefully steers the vehicle forward. Hyun opens a second bottle and calmly downs a third, leaving the agent utterly speechless. Back inside the laboratory, Lee Sayung slaps his hand down onto a counter, pressing Kang Hyun to reveal if he possesses a high-rank poison resistance. Nearby, the suave agent trembles in terror while Sayung, wearing a gas mask, ominously asks the lab coat assistant for alternative methods to lower Hyun's rank. Meanwhile, Hyun visualizes flexing in a stylish coat alongside the agent, while money rains down, indulging in a brief luxury fantasy. Standing under a bright light, Hyun pauses to carefully weigh the agent's dramatic proposition. Unimpressed by the absurd plan, Hyun gives a deadpan expression, silently questioning the logic behind lowering his rank. Hyun rides in the passenger seat as the suave agent nervously drives, sweat pouring down his face under Hyun's quiet gaze. The car pulls up beside a modern multi-story container facility, nestled within the city. Hyun sits back comfortably in the passenger seat, relaxed as they reach their destination. The sleek, gray container building stands quietly against the backdrop of surrounding city high-rises. Kang Hyun steps through the sliding glass doors into the sleek evaluation facility as an electronic chime sounds. A receptionist in a white lab coat looks up from behind the counter, calling out to welcome Hyun as he approaches. Standing before the front desk, Hyun listens as the receptionist politely instructs him to wait a moment while processing his arrival. Filling out his registration paperwork, Hyun remembers the suave agent's dramatic plan before watching the agent foolishly dash off to buy coffee. Handing over his completed form, Hyun smiles as the lab assistant confirms his registration is complete and thanks him. A female researcher steps forward and warmly guides Hyun toward the testing room down the hallway. Inside the office, the female researcher reviews Hyun's clipboard assessment before directing him toward the testing apparatus. Hyun steps inside the testing room, quietly looking ahead as an interactive holographic screen materializes before him. Tapping the glowing digital interface, Hyun selects the option to view more details regarding his heart-piercing ability. Hyun reviews his S+ Watcher's Eye, S-rank heart-piercing, and S-rank silent footstep skills floating on the glowing holographic status interface screen. Pondering his options, Hyun holds his finger to his chin as he carefully formulates his plan to score low on the evaluation test. Taking a pen, Hyun prepares to write down a fake low-tier ability on his testing clipboard to deceive the testing facility personnel. Hyun writes down skilled use, D, describing it as making the body strong and healthy, to pass himself off as a low-rank hunter. The female researcher looks over the clipboard, asking Hyun if his registered skill details are correct, which he casually confirms with a gesture. Walking into the evaluation chamber, Hyun listens as the researcher speaks over the intercom, warning that the test will inflict D-rank damage. Through the observation window, the female researcher watches Hyun warm up his arms inside the test room, while confirming his setup details. Hyun tightens his fist and lowers his head, bracing himself mentally as he prepares to execute his fake low-tier skill performance. Standing under the bright lights of the evaluation room, Hyun breaks into a cold sweat, anxious that his massive hidden power might accidentally manifest. A mechanical dummy draws its wooden sword, preparing to strike as Hyun braced himself inside the testing chamber. Hyun braces his arm to block the incoming blow, intent on faking a weak performance to register as a low rank. However, the moment the wooden blade strikes Hyun's shoulder, it shatters into pieces instantly. The female researcher stares in absolute shock as the dummy's wooden sword snaps in half, completely failing to harm Hyun. Horrified, the female researcher panics behind the observation glass, waving her hands in total confusion at the ridiculous outcome. Hyun clutches his shoulder, desperately attempting to fake pain to hide his S-class durability. Screaming in exaggerated agony, Hyun dramatically claims the weak hit hurt too much, attempting to save his cover. The female researcher glares in utter disbelief, pointing out that she clearly saw the wooden weapon shatter against him. Bowing his head in deep embarrassment at the desk, Hyun quietly regrets overdoing his terrible acting. Hyun freezes in confusion, uttering a startled exclamation as the unexpected situation unfolds around him. A handsome, dark-haired young man gazes forward with a soft, gentle expression against a shimmering background. Hyun shouts out loud in sudden anger, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of what just happened. A lecturer stands at a podium in a university classroom, explaining a detailed topic to students. Hyun grimaces in deep thought, recalling the instructor's stern warning about how small conflicts escalate into major problems. The young man in a tracksuit greets Hyun with a bright, cheerful smile and a glowing aura. Hyun gives an enthusiastic thumbs up with a big grin, though the dark-haired man watches him with weary annoyance. A high-tech medical scanner displays detailed holographic body diagnostics and system metrics, with a simplified character explaining its easy operation. Hyun steps up to the machine, quietly reflecting on the vast, night-and-day power gap between D and E rank awakeners. Kang Hyun breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing he might have made a huge mistake. From inside the control booth, the female researcher beams with excitement, eager to begin testing his abilities. Hyun stands quietly before the high-tech scanner window while the researcher operates the computer controls. Hyun briefly imagines a comical, puppy-like version of himself looking completely harmless and innocent. Realizing the scanner will expose his true strength, the female researcher flails her arms in sudden panic behind the glass. Hyun gives a cheerful wave and flees the testing room at full speed. A system interface flashes brightly before Hyun's eyes, displaying his unexpected evaluation rank. The screen officially announces that Cha Yui-jae's score is Grade A. Hyun watches the scanner screen in sheer frustration, his face darkening with intense anger. Slamming his fist against the testing room wall, Hyun vents his frustration after his true high-grade score gets exposed. Sweat trickles down Hyun's face as he realizes his attempt to conceal his true power has completely backfired. The Suave Glasses agent bursts through the facility doors carrying drinks, completely unaware of the chaos inside. A massive surge of blue magic power explodes outward as Hyun unleashes his S-class energy to make his escape. Relaxing in the backseat of a luxury car while wearing sunglasses, Hyun casually sips a iced matcha drink and texts on his phone. Sitting in the car, Hyun gleefully stretches his arms high, overjoyed by his sudden freedom and coffee break. Wearing dark sunglasses, Hyun grins widely while enjoying his peaceful moment away from hunter registration. Suddenly, the car violently jolts with a loud bang, throwing Hyun forward into a state of utter shock. Adjusting his dark sunglasses, Hyun glares sideways with a cold, worried expression as danger approaches. Guards in hard hats dash down the corridor in a panic as an urgent alert announces a level 5 crack at the Gwanggu Awakened Person Registration Center. Holding an iced coffee, Hyun yells in frustration after receiving a text message confirming his ability evaluation is currently being measured at Gwanggu. Deep inside a mysterious dungeon rift, overgrown tropical vines and dense green foliage engulf abandoned furniture scattered across the forest floor. Hyun sighs heavily and touches his chin, mentally preparing himself before starting his next dangerous task deep within the lush jungle environment. Surrounded by towering leaves and strange avian monsters crouching in the brush, Hyun stands completely calm, ready to face the looming threat. Majestic feathered creatures glide silently through the dense canopy while Hyun calculates his plan to reduce monster numbers and save trapped citizens. Pausing to reflect on the situation, Hyun turns around inside a quiet room, mentally transitioning back to his everyday civilian routine. Holding his smartphone in the jungle, Hyun taps on the screen, preparing to send a crucial update while navigating the dangerous dungeon terrain. Standing outside a burning building engulfing the night sky in flames, Hyun sighs in exasperation while staring blankly at his glowing phone screen. Kang Hyun sighs in exasperation as he navigates through the dense jungle environment. Government personnel, Rift Bureau staff, and affiliated hunters rush through city streets to respond to emergency Rift support requests. While patrons enjoy hangover soup inside a bustling restaurant, rumors spread about rescue teams entering the dangerous rifts. In a comical depiction, Kang Hyun and a fellow hunter sweat nervously in the jungle, wondering what a hangover soup guy is doing inside the rift. Overwhelmed by frustration, Hyun covers his face with both hands, groaning at the ridiculous situation unfolding around him. Activating Tracker's vision, Hyun charges through the dense jungle foliage, determined to take down the Rift Boss and save any surviving civilians. Meanwhile, in the city, a sharp female hunter in a brown jacket stretches her arms, preparing for combat amidst surrounding dark magic energy. A panicked agent in a suit scrambles frantically across broken rubble toward the unimpressed female hunter standing in the ruined city street. Turning around with an annoyed glare, the female hunter shouts in disbelief at the fleeing agent. Lee Se-young steps out from behind the rubble, wearing his signature gas mask, and coolly taunts the nearby pair. The sharp female hunter rushes toward Se-young and hurriedly asks if he arrived to provide backup, to which he calmly confirms. She steps beside Se-young in relief, grateful for S-rank support arriving on the scene. Se-young turns and walks directly past her without another word, leaving her baffled by his abrupt departure. Swirling with dark spatial magic energy, Se-young steps straight through a glowing dimensional portal. Back in the ruined city, the panicked agent flails anxiously while the female hunter lets out an exhausted sigh. Regaining her composure, the resolute female hunter shouts out with renewed determination to take charge of the situation. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun quietly explores a serene, luminescent forest filled with vibrant purple wisteria blossoms. Standing before a colossal, glowing ancient tree wrapped in purple vines, Hyun silently prepares himself. Winding up his fist, Kang Hyun channels his inner strength and strikes forward with a swift, powerful swish. Hyun punches directly into the giant ancient tree, shattering its dense bark and blowing open a massive passage. Calmly stepping through the newly created opening, Hyun gazes out as the magical dust begins to settle. Inside the hollowed tree rests a majestic, glowing magical deer, lying atop a bed of blooming white flowers. Feeling Hyun's presence, the sacred beast blinks open a glowing blue eye, rears up, and releases a powerful roar as surrounding flora snaps apart. Standing resolute in the clearing, Hyun watches closely as thorny vines sprouted with purple flowers suddenly burst up around him. Activating his superhuman agility, Hyun effortlessly dodges the sharp, black vine tendrils whipping wildly towards him. Refocusing his mind, Hyun suddenly recalls his current condition. Realizing he remains in a severely weakened state, Hyun swiftly reaches to his hip and draws his glowing magic sword, ready to fight off the attacking vine monsters. Kang Hyun grips his cursed black sword tightly in the flower field, his dark eyes brimming with focused determination. As dark corrupting aura slithers onto his hands, Hyun turns cartoonishly blank in sudden, baffled disbelief. A towering vine monster slams its massive wooden arm down, prompting Hyun to shout in utter disbelief as he barely parries. Hyun leaps backward to land on one knee, loudly questioning if the beast fails to recognize its former master. The black sword's hilt darkens and hisses softly, reacting to the ancient magic surrounding them in the clearing. Surprised, Hyun glares down at his sword as question marks manifest above the pulsing crossguard. The ancient deer monster lets out a powerful roar, surrounding Hyun in a surging vortex of green forest aura. Rooted in place, the majestic deer unleashes its radiant magic as the surrounding giant trees begin to rumble wildly. Sharp wooden spikes shoot up from the earth, surrounding Hyun as he crouches defensively amidst the violent explosion. Evading sharp roots, Hyun dashes across the lush glade with agility, determined to outmaneuver the beast. Slicing through airborne branches, Hyun lands swiftly, keeping his gaze locked on his foe. Hyun leaps into the air, severing wooden tendrils with a single, sharp slash. Hyun narrows his eyes in focus, realizing the monster's relentless assault leaves no room for hesitation. Drawing his cursed black sword, Hyun prepares to channel its dark power against the ancient beast. Standing firmly, Hyun taunts the glowing deer monster to draw its attention away from the surrounding forest. Leaping high above the roots, Hyun charges his sword with dark, crackling energy. Suddenly, a gloved hand clamps over Hyun's mouth from behind, cutting off his shout. Revealing himself behind Hyun, a gas-masked Lee Se-young restrains him, while signaling for absolute silence. Surrounding wisteria vines violently implode, unleashing a massive surge of dark magic across the clearing. A massive shockwave ripples through the forest, clearing a path through the suffocating aura. The towering ancient deer monster lets out a silent, final roar as dark energy swirls around its wooden body. Within seconds, the colossal beast disintegrates into fine dust, completely destroyed. Hyun looks on in complete shock as Lee Se-young keeps a firm grip over his mouth. The president of the association standing nearby calmly praises Se-young for taking down the Rift's master with ease. Holding up his dark-stained hand, the association president remarks on the lingering toxic contamination. Se-young casually hands Hyun an extra gas mask while maintaining his tight grip around him. Hyun puts on the gas mask and exhales a quiet sigh of relief, finally able to breathe safely. Adjusting his gas mask, Hyun carefully patted his chest to check his condition while listening to the surrounding commotion. Looking down attentively, Hyun remained calm while Lee Se-young stood tall beside him in his black gas mask. Lee Se-young kept a firm, protective grip around Hyun as they stood together amidst the lingering toxic mist. Leaning in closely, Se-young reassured Hyun that everything was fine now that the immediate danger had passed. Meanwhile, the association president used a glowing pink device to scan the dark, contaminated ground nearby. Hyun and Se-young stood side by side, watching intently as the president carried out his thorough investigation. Turning toward the nearby commotion, Se-young asked what was happening as another figure approached them. Holding up a single finger, the association president signaled for silence while analyzing the mysterious energy residue. The trio stood together inside the purified zone, remaining vigilant as dark smoke swirled around their feet. Raising a single finger, the association president motioned for silence while holding a camera device up to inspect the surroundings. High above, a massive, swirling blue energy rift opened, violently hurling debris and bodies down toward the ground below. Broken structures crashed into the ruined streets as survivors and corpses were spat out from the expanding portal's entrance. Lowering his head, Hyun quietly adjusted his white gas mask while listening to the chaos unfold around them. Gazing down in silent reflection, Hyun remained calm as dark energy swirled lightly against his face. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Se-young kept a watchful eye over Hyun as the dark, toxic mist continued to settle. Leaning closer to Hyun, Se-young whispered a subtle warning to make sure he remembered their secret arrangement. Suddenly, a brilliant blue shockwave exploded from the spatial portal, slamming into the ground with overwhelming force. Slumping onto the dusty floor, the female hunter spat out blood, while clutching her chest in severe dizziness and pain. Struggling to stand after the impact, the female hunter grimaces as Lee Se-young reaches down to offer a helping hand. Smiling warmly, Lee Se-young extends his hand to help the injured female hunter up. Accepting his hand, the female hunter pulls herself up while Se-young keeps a steady grip on her. Resting her hands on her hips, the female hunter eyes Se-young skeptically as he points and offers a casual explanation. Frowning, the female hunter questions Se-young's motives regarding President Lee's involvement. Se-young casually shrugs his shoulders with a light-hearted smile, brushing off her suspicion. Meanwhile, a colossal tree-rooted deer monster glows with pink, magical energy deep within a lush floral field. Resting inside the magical field, Kang Hyun opens his eyes as a pink aura radiates around him. Back at the scene, the female hunter grumpily crosses her arms while Se-young chuckles softly at her annoyance. Reflecting on the situation, Kang Hyun considers how much quicker it would have been if Lee Se-young had spoken up directly. Sitting inside the open rear of an ambulance, Lee Se-young rests alongside Kang Hyun, who remains draped under a warm orange blanket. As Kang Hyun leans his head onto Lee Se-young's chest, Se-young leans in close to whisper softly into his ear. Lee Se-young smirked confidently, looking upward while keeping Kang Hyun held close beside him. Kang Hyun glances down subtly, wrapped tightly in his orange blanket while resting comfortably against Lee Se-young. In a humorous flashback, an agent wearing sunglasses gives an enthusiastic thumbs up while waist-deep in mud, pleading for trust. Rendered in a cute chibi style, Lee Se-young sits quietly inside the vehicle while Kang Hyun rests his head against him. A blonde hunter wearing a sharp brown suit jacket hurries frantically past the parked ambulance on the street. Lee Se-young opens his glowing purple eye, casting a sharp, intense glance sideways. Kang Hyun twitches in surprise as Lee Se-young suddenly wraps an arm around his neck from behind. Lee Se-young pulls Kang Hyun close against his side, leaving Hyun thoroughly flustered inside the ambulance. Glancing upward, Kang Hyun glares in utter confusion at Se-young's sudden physical closeness. Drawn in a simplified style, the two sit awkwardly squeezed together inside the vehicle. Se-young smirks and quietly calls Hyun suspicious, but Hyun coldly dismisses the comment. Hugging Hyun tightly, Se-young continues teasing him with a smug, relaxed grin. Hyun notices a surprisingly sweet scent coming off Se-young, and closes his eyes in quiet resignation. Suddenly, realizing what the sweet smell actually signifies, Hyun's eyes snap wide in sheer shock. Outside the peaceful city street, everything seems to proceed smoothly, despite the underlying trouble brewing. Back at the shop, Hyun's helper cleanup talk leads into a discussion about useful junk. Panicking over opening in 20 minutes, Hyun furiously chops green onions after unlocking the battle integrated into daily life skill. Stepping outside for a breather, Hyun wonders when Seo Mingi will arrive. A delivery driver greets Hyun in front of a white truck outside the building. Two elaborate flower wreaths arrive, one praising Honeybee and another from HB Guild HR team head Han Minjun. Baffled by the rice flower wreaths, Hyun watches the enthusiastic delivery driver stack bags of rice. Hyun turns to see a large, excited crowd gathered right outside his shop. Fans and guild members swarm Hyun, thrusting gift boxes into his arms as he gasps in shock. Overwhelmed by the cheering crowd, Hyun clutches a gift while people congratulate him and ask about his new rank. Outside the shop, a customer sheepishly agrees that they should still throw a celebration for him. A strict notice posted on the door firmly bans wreaths, gifts, headhunting, or asking about ranks, threatening restaurant bans for any violations. Inside, Hyun collapses face first onto a table, completely drained by the chaotic pile of gifts cluttering his dining area. He groans remembering Yungbin's new hunter guide and Wonwoo's automatic kimchi bar, realizing how much unwanted attention he has attracted. Completely exhausted, Hyun lies flat on the table, feeling utterly defeated by the endless series of grand gestures. Stepping outside late at night with a stack of empty boxes, Hyun vents about the massive pile of packaging trash left behind. Looking down the alleyway, Hyun spots a figure nervously lurking in a heavy winter coat, debating whether to go inside. Glancing over his shoulder, Hyun peers back suspiciously at the hooded visitor standing near the restaurant entrance. The hooded intruder turns out to be a timid, blushing girl wearing glasses, who hesitates nervously in the chilly night air. Caught completely off guard, the timid girl loses her balance and tumbles backward through the air in total panic. Hyun rushes outside holding medical supplies and checks on the startled student lying on the ground. Picking herself up from the cold floor, the young student stammers in embarrassment while Hyun gazes down silently. Hyun carefully sets a warm cup of freshly brewed tea onto the table in front of her. Sitting across from her inside the quiet restaurant, Hyun watches as she nervously clutches the hot tea mug. Dropping into his chair, Hyun leans forward over the table to hear what she has to say. Adjusting her glasses, the young girl looks down nervously, struggling to find the right words. Clenching her fists nervously, the girl musters her courage and loudly declares that she already knows everything. Hyun's expression instantly darkens into a cold, piercing glare as her sudden declaration catches him completely off guard. Hyun stares intently with wide, sweat-beaded eyes as he listens to the unexpected revelation unfolding before him. Introducing herself as Yoon Gayul, a third-year student at Sabom Girls High School, she clutches her warm teacup tight. She reveals that the mysterious person they are discussing is actually still a minor who sits quietly in her class. Gayul explains how she began witnessing shattered fragments of the world appearing around her. Her ability opened her eyes to an entirely different reality existing beyond their own. She confesses that she unintentionally unlocked these vision fragments, showing Hyun the strange phenomena. Gesturing toward floating vision shards, Gayul warns Jae that a dizzying puzzle is unfolding and the world's end is coming. Hyun clasps his hands tightly together, absorbing the heavy news about the world's impending doom. Gayul turns away solemnly, her glowing yellow eyes reflecting the grim future she foresaw. Gayul holds out a glowing, shattered fragment reflecting a collapsing city, revealing the apocalyptic vision she witnessed. Hyun grips his hand tightly, processing her warning that he might be hiding from his true calling. Turning toward him, Gayul passionately insists that the catastrophe cannot be ignored. Cupping her hands together, Gayul presents a shining crystal fragment containing her vision of the impending destruction. Hyun listens silently with a heavy expression as he contemplates her troubling forewarning. The vision shatters into brilliant light, abruptly transporting Hyun back into a grim, ruined cityscape covered in ash and debris. Standing alone amidst the rubble, Hyun looks around at the fallen buildings in shock. A towering dark rift cloud swirls over the destroyed city while Hyun stands stunned by the bleak environment. Hyun walks through the desolate alleyway and spots Gayul crouched on the ground, reading a book amidst the ruin. Gayul glances up from her book, remarking that the young man in front of her appears to be about 20 years old. Suddenly, a massive shockwave violently shatters the surrounding rubble with a loud crash. Kang Hyun instinctively springs into action, quickly rising to his feet as the sudden disturbance catches him off guard. Hyun turns around sharply, his gaze focusing intently on the figure emerging from the dust. Moving through the ruined cityscape, a dark-clad warrior brandishes a massive spear, looming over a slain winged monster. Gayul hesitates nervously, clutching her book tightly against her chest as she faces the mysterious spearman. The mysterious man in dark clothing stares back silently, his face shrouded in shadow. Gayul looks up in surprise, asking if he is really going to help them. Hyun nods calmly, crossing his arms and assuring her that the plan sounds perfect. A mysterious masked hunter leans in close, whispering to Hyun to keep their meeting a secret. Hyun crosses his arms, looking up thoughtfully at the towering ruined buildings surrounding him. Nearby, hunters frantically run across the rubble, desperately shouting to clean up the mess and find remaining supplies. Hyun strides calmly through the bustling base camp, observing the chaotic crowd of hunters working around him. High above, a shadowy figure signals for silence while reaching down toward Hyun's outstretched hand. Hyun turns his head slightly, noticing a dark silhouette stealthily approaching him from behind. Sejong suddenly steps in and pulls Hyun into a firm, protective embrace from behind. Sejong tightly pulls Hyun against his chest, glaring furiously while a nearby hunter looks on in utter shock. Sejong glares with intense, dark eyes as he holds a flustered Hyun tightly in his arms. As a lab assistant stumbles away carrying supplies, Kang Hyun hugs a younger version of himself inside a cluttered, ruined shelter. Lee Sayong tightly holds Hyun from behind, gently ruffling his hair while whispering instructions to stay put. Hyun turns around with a deeply exasperated facial expression, staring in utter disbelief at Sayong's overbearing display. Floating memory crystals shatter around Hyun, revealing distorted visions of Sayong and Jae amidst a ruined city building. Hyun looks upward as memories show colossal flying monsters and giant serpents pouring out of massive dimensional gates. Overwhelmed by the intense flow of visions, Hyun holds his head in distress as shattered crystal fragments rain down around him. Hyun gasps in shock as he finds himself standing amidst the desolate, ash-covered wreckage of a ruined battlefield. A terrified Yoon Gaeul watches in horror from behind a concrete wall as swarms of winged beasts take over the sky. Sejong gently rests his hand on Gaeul's head, reassuring her to trust him before stepping forward to fight. Hunter Jae points out another crucial detail to Yoon Gaeul amidst the decaying ruins, his blood-stained spear held firmly at his side. Smirking under the shadow of his hair, Jae murmurs a question while the shattered memory realm dissolves completely into sparkling fragments around him. Hyun listens intently as subtle clicking sound effects echo softly in his ears, signaling a sudden shift within the vision. Hovering quietly in the air before Hyun, a sharp black crystal fragment glistens amidst floating debris. Hyun reaches out toward the glowing crystal floating in front of him, his posture composed as the surrounding illusion fades away. Peer through the crystal's surface, Hyun observes a memory of Lee Se-young collapsed in exhaustion on the ground. A fierce female hunter with short blonde hair shouts desperately, rallying those still alive to keep fighting for survival. Sitting silently against destroyed concrete debris, a dark-haired man slumps in deep despair as the female hunter cries out. The dark-haired man solemnly acknowledges her pain, speaking in a heavy tone as grief settles over the survivors. Heavy thudding noises ring out through the dark space as Kang Hyun listens, watching the memories play out around him in fragments. A towering, dark energy surging with purple flames looms over Kang Hyun, suddenly snapping him back to reality with a frantic shout. Kang Hyun gasps heavily for air, clutching his chest while Yoon Gaeul rushes over to steady him in concern. Leaning over the table, Kang Hyun pants heavily while Yoon Gaeul keeps a supportive hand on his arm, relieved he woke up. Yoon Gaeul presses a hand to her lip and mutters anxiously to herself, visibly shaken by the sudden vision. Caught off guard by her intense reaction, Yoon Gaeul stammers out an apology while Kang Hyun watches her closely. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes at Yoon Gaeul, suspicious of her sudden panic and strange behavior. Reflecting on the lost memories, Kang Hyun realizes how desperately he tried to return to this moment in time. Yoon Gaeul grips a dark fragment in her hand, staring back at Kang Hyun with a grave expression. Yoon Gaeul stammers nervously, holding a dark fragment while explaining that the Management Bureau will treat Kang Hyun's situation carefully. Yoon Gaeul looks on in distress, sweat dripping down her face as she tries to hide her mounting anxiety. Yoon Gaeul confesses how terrifying it feels to speak privately with the bureau chief. Imagining his intimidating presence towering over them, Kang Hyun listens silently, a faint, knowing smile playing across his lips as he listens to her explanation. A flashback reveals a mysterious short-haired woman standing alone under a dark sky, gazing up into the distance. Yoon Gaeul explains that the Management Bureau is currently exploring different opinions to prevent the end of the world. A digital leaderboard display flashes the top-ranked S-Class Awakeners, with Hunter Jae holding the #1 spot. Documents scatter through the air as Gaeul notes that registering as a hunter was a wise choice to stay under the radar. Kang Hyun keeps his composure, contemplating how the search teams are focusing on unregistered individuals instead. In a vivid recollection, two hunters lock hands in a surge of radiant golden light, while exchanging tense, unyielding stares. Back in the present, Kang Hyun rests his hands on the table, while Yoon Gaeul stands nervously before him. Gaeul raises her hands flusteredly, her right hand darkened and stained with mysterious magical residue. She offers a warm, confident smile, determined to convince Hyun of her insight. Gaeul shakes her head frantically back and forth while explaining the situation to a skeptical Hyun. Hyun gestures thoughtfully, raising a finger as he listens to her detailed explanation. Gaeul pauses in deep thought, wondering if the phenomenon occurred artificially. Hyun reveals that he learned additional details regarding the matter directly from Uncle Jungbin. Gayul shivers violently in discomfort, crossing her arms tightly as a sudden chill washes over her. A mysterious suit-wearing man walks past while talking on his phone as Yoon Gayul glances toward him in the hallway. Gayul offers Kang Hyun a small item, but he sharply waves his hands to reject her offer. Gayul enthusiastically bows and waves goodbye to Hyun outside in the street at night. Hyun stands inside the doorway dressed in his tracksuit, gesturing back toward Gayul as she leaves. In a flashback, bloody bodies of fallen men lie amidst shattered debris and destruction. A close-up shows Hyun placing his hand against a wall as he pauses to reflect on the situation. Narrating his thoughts, Hyun considers how preparing for an uncertain, catastrophic future feels like walking forward with eyes closed. Hyun looks off to the side with a serious, resolute expression while contemplating the path ahead. He places a hand on his head with a deep sigh, overwhelmed by the daunting responsibility resting on his shoulders. A glowing black diamond fragment shimmers with immense magical power, radiating sharp light. Back inside his shop, Hyun scratches his head in confusion, wondering what Lee Se-young is up to now. Checking his phone, Hyun sees a direct message from Lee Se-young stating he has a job for him. Hyun playfully texts back a long string of sarcastic okays, prompting Se-young to reply with a middle finger emoji. Hyun chuckles amusedly to himself as he reads Se-young's irritated response on his phone. Stretching his arms comfortably, Hyun reads Se-young's next message instructing him to head directly to Incheon Port. Late at night at a secluded Incheon Port warehouse, shadowy men unload suspicious wooden crates from a delivery truck. A suited operative carrying a heavy cardboard box turns in surprise as his partner rushes over urgently. The frantic partner tries to explain the situation while the box-carrying operative listens with a flustered expression. Suit-wearing operatives deliver heavy cargo boxes while discussing another major shipment under the cover of night. Inside a dark container truck, an operative holding a glowing magic stone gestures towards stacked crates, ordering his crew to distribute the goods to each room. Watching from afar, a sharp-eyed operative observes the suspicious cargo operation while coordinating the illicit delivery. Perched on a high rooftop wearing a hoodie and face mask, Kang Hyun carefully observes the operation below and takes notes in a notebook. Holding a pair of binoculars, Hyun carefully monitors the shadowy figures handling the cargo. Hyun views the operatives through his binoculars as they hurry around carrying heavy shipment boxes. Hyun pulls out his phone and rapidly taps out a message while keeping watch from his hidden position. Hyun leaps down quietly onto the ground, preparing to intervene in the secret delivery. Bound tightly with thick ropes, a drenched Hyun sits calmly as water drips from his dark hair inside a dimly lit room. A tall man in a dark suit walks across the dimly lit room toward the bound captive, stepping past scattered debris and barrels. The dark-suited man points behind him while aggressively yelling at the tied-up captive resting against wooden crates. Leaning down closely, the suited man examines Kang Hyun's face, noting there are no signs of mutation either. Suddenly, the suited man lunges forward and delivers a brutal strike right into Kang Hyun's face. The attacker grins menacingly as intense electrical shocks crackle uncontrollably across his own face and body. Gasping in agony, the suited man grips his glowing, red-hot arm as electrical currents violently pulse through his hand. Another operative shouts for him to stop whining while the electrocuted man hops around in pain behind the bound Hyun. A blonde-haired man marches forward holding a metal baseball bat handed to him by his companion. Bound tightly in thick ropes, Kang Hyun sits quietly on the floor, staring ahead with a completely calm and unbothered expression. The blonde attacker swings the metal bat with full force, slamming it right against Kang Hyun's head. The blonde man backs away in shock as the metal bat bends completely out of shape, while Hyun sits perfectly unharmed. A group of armed men suddenly rush forward from both sides to attack the bound young man. The blonde man smirks wickedly, raising the bent bat to strike Hyun once again. Suddenly, a chilling wave of fear washes over the blonde attacker, causing him to instantly break into a cold sweat. All the surrounding operatives fall to the ground, trembling and shaking in agony, while Hyun rests completely unharmed in his chair. The blonde man falters in fear as creaking sounds echo through the dark alleyway. Kang Hyun flexes his muscles, causing the thick ropes binding his wrists to crack and snap apart. Breaking completely free from his restraints, Hyun stands tall with glowing eyes and cold aura, remarking that his attackers are far too weak. Clenching his fists in a battle stance, Hyun coldly challenges his remaining opponents to attack him all at once. Gasping for breath in the woods, Romantic Opener declares his hunter title and position on Wave Guild's Combat Support Team 1. The spy recalls covertly following Hyun around town, snapping photos while updating the guildmaster on every single detail. Panicking in total shock, the operative stares at his phone and wonders where his target vanished to. Leaping silently through the dark alleyway, a shadowy figure moves through the night with incredible speed. Landing firmly on his feet, the agent looks around intently while bracing for an incoming threat. Hyun tearfully begs for help, as two sinister figures threaten him with ropes in a comical fantasy scenario. Dashing forward with full force, Romantic Opener unleashes a powerful high kick toward his target. With a furious battle cry, Romantic Opener charges into combat with his fists raised. Standing victorious over his knocked-out attackers, Kang Hyun holds Woo Chang-hyuk up by his collar, completely unbothered by the fight. Flashback to an earlier moment, the blonde hunter cheerfully delivers a package to Hyun, while exchanging friendly chatter. Fixing his cold gaze on his target, Hyun drops the unconscious assailant with blood-stained hands and an imposing aura. The blonde hunter flinches in terror, backing away nervously as Hyun looms over him in the dark alley. Trembling violently with fear, the hunter shakes his head frantically, terrified of what Hyun might do to him. Releasing a terrifying red glow from his eyes, Hyun drops his victim to the floor while radiating pure, menacing energy. The terrified hunter stumbles backward onto the gravel, desperately backing away as Hyun calmly steps closer. Hyun flashes a soft, pleasant smile, contrasting sharply with his bloodied shirt and the intense threat he poses. Trembling on his knees, the defeated hunter bows down before Hyun, completely surrendering to his overwhelming strength. Crouching beside the trembling agent, Hyun looms over him in the dark alleyway, while keeping the atmosphere tense and uncertain. Whispers and groans echo from the unconscious thugs scattered across the alley behind Hyun, emphasizing his complete dominance in combat. Hyun hands over Woo Chang-hyuk's rank B ID card, showing off his credentials to the surprised agent. The agent nervously scratches his head while awkwardly accepting the ID card, flustered by Hyun's sudden cooperative shift. Displaying a goofy, panicked expression, the agent stammers as sweat drips down his face, completely taken off guard. Hyun lets out a dark smirk, fully aware of the psychological advantage he has established over the agent. Suddenly, gasping in pain, Hyun clutches his chest as the lingering recoil of his powers catches up to him. Releasing a tired sigh, Hyun leans back casually while the agent watches his every move in high anxiety. Sweat drips from the agent's forehead as he stares blankly, unable to comprehend Hyun's unpredictable actions. Hyun flashes a bright, innocent grin, hiding his dark intentions while blood stains his clothes. The agent nervously babbles and gestures, trying to keep up with Hyun's overwhelming presence. Shaking with anxiety, the agent stammers excuses under Hyun's cold, calculating gaze. The agent frantically explains how their spatial door abilities work for long-distance transport. Hyun casually steps up, telling the agent to explain everything clearly before he decides to open a door. A map reveals the network of coordinates and routes Hyun can instantly breach using doors. A world map highlights South Korea as the central hub for spatial door connections. Hyun notes that the spatial portal forcibly shuts down the instant he loses consciousness. Towering over the agent, Hyun demands a straight answer about their ultimate destination. Confused, the agent suddenly wakes up inside a hospital room as numbers 7, 8, and 9 float in the air. Back in the dark alleyway, Hyun looks down in deep thought at his blood-stained right hand. The agent suddenly claps his hands together, gleefully interrupting Hyun's quiet reflection. With a confident, eager grin, the agent lunges forward and prepares to cast a magical spell. A massive, ancient wooden gate, adorned with ornate iron studs, appears out of thin air. The agent trembles uncontrollably with fear, as Hyun looks on in complete bewilderment. Hyun turns his head slightly, staring off into the distance with a calm, stoic expression. With a loud creak, the massive ancient wooden doors slowly swing open to reveal a bright white light. Sitting alone inside his dimly lit office, a mysterious, bespectacled man raises his sharp gaze from his phone. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Hyun glares as the agent bloodies himself thumbs up, complaining about how terrifying the guildmaster is. Taking off his glasses, Lee Se-young looks down thoughtfully with a cold, handsome expression. Sliding close to Hyun in the dim light, Se-young smirked softly and teased him for looking like a complete mess. Sitting quietly on a couch inside the office, Hyun rests his bruised hands with a weary, stoic expression. Crossing his arms imposing, Lee Se-young stares intently at Hyun with a grave, commanding gaze. From across a glass coffee table, Hyun sits awkwardly across from Se-young in the spacious office. Letting out a quiet sigh, Lee Se-young looks on with a sharp, stern glare. Scattered across the floor of a dark room lie knocked-out captors beside open suitcases overflowing with cash and contraband. Explaining the situation animatedly, Hyun gestures towards Se-young, who simply crosses his arms in mild annoyance. Raising his bruised hand, Hyun awkwardly tries to calm down Se-young and stop him from getting angry. Looking on with an unamused, blank expression, Se-young quietly listens as Hyun attempts to explain his chaotic situation. Standing up abruptly, Se-young towers over Hyun, causing the weary hunter to flinch in surprise. Grabbing Hyun by his jacket collar, Se-young pulls him close, leaning in with an intense, piercing gaze. Activating a portal item, Sejong tears open spatial magic, prompting Hyun to question using such a rare item so recklessly. Sejong casually grabs Hyun's hoodie to guide him through the portal, while Hyun follows along with an unbothered glance. Stepping through the spatial door into a quiet building, Sejong heads toward the door while Hyun quietly follows behind. Entering his messy apartment, Hyun walks inside while Sejong quietly steps through the door behind him. Glancing around the cluttered room, Sejong silently inspects Hyun's small, unkempt living space with a grave expression. Standing in his messy apartment, Hyun tells Sejong about sleeping on monster corpses and using blood as blankets inside rifts. Sejong and Hyun react with exaggerated chibi frowns and visible frustration over the grim reality of rift survival. Hyun throws his arms up and points accusingly, while Sejong scowls and argues back in annoyance. Hyun steps close and points at Sejong in a huff, while Sejong stands tall with his hands out in defense. Side by side in the messy room, Sejong crosses his arms with a dark expression while Hyun fumes with an angry symbol over his head. Sejong glares darkly as he recalls how Hyun got beaten up despite his bad temper just to help him. Hyun looks puzzled with wide eyes, asking Sejong why his expression looks so weird. Hyun peers over curiously and asks Sejong if he needs more help as they move through a doorway. Sejong lunges forward with a frantic shout, while Hyun steps back in confusion as a mysterious threat appears. Kang Hyun looks around the luxurious, high-ceilinged room in confusion, wondering where he is. Inside the kitchen, Lee Sejong stands by the open refrigerator, drinking water straight from a bottle. Sejong points for Hyun to drink, handing him a water bottle, while Hyun looks on with a bewildered expression. Sejong turns around with a sharp, piercing glare, his eyes fixed cold on Hyun. Chibi Hyun and Sejong glare at each other, before Sejong changes into comfortable dark blue pajamas and walks out. Sejong lounges comfortably on an armchair, pointing imperiously at Hyun and telling him to take the couch. Hyun scratches his head in frustration, feeling awkward about sleeping in the host's bed while Sejong takes the chair. Hyun declines the offer, stating he only needs a pillow and will sleep on the floor instead. Sejong lets out a quiet chuckle, sneering amusedly at Hyun's sudden hesitation. Sejong struts forward with an arrogant smirk, forcing Hyun to back away while demanding to know why they are sharing a space. Taking action, Sejong grabs Hyun by the shoulders and relentlessly shoves him backward toward the bedroom. Hyun becomes utterly annoyed at being physically pushed around like a helpless pawn inside the dark room. With a soft plop, Hyun tumbles onto the bed while Sejong leans over him, pinning him down against the mattress. Hyun grits his teeth in fury, clutching his dark gloved hand as his patience reaches its breaking point. The two get into a heated bickering match, barking back and forth with fierce intensity while inches apart. Hyun furiously insists they are equal contract partners, causing the bed beneath them to crack and shatter from their overwhelming magical pressure. Sejong smugly asks how he plans to pay for the broken bed, prompting Hyun to grumble that he will just sell magic stones. Meanwhile, a clean modern interior displays a sleek wooden sign pointing toward the Pado Lounge. Stretching his arms and yawning loudly, Kang Hyun walks down the hallway while complaining under his breath. With his eyes closed and mouth wide open, Hyun continues to stretch his weary body. Collapsing backward onto a plush bed, Hyun stretches his arms outward as pink sparkles float around him. Smiling with red-blushed cheeks, Hyun mutters happily that he wishes his house was this comfortable. Suddenly, spotting someone, Hyun's face turns dark with an angry vein popping in frustration. Opening a door with a loud clack, Hyun demands that someone keep it down and be mindful. Hyun gasps in absolute shock upon seeing a mysterious figure wearing a gas mask and glowing purple goggles holding a massive sheet. The masked figure strides forward menacingly with glowing purple eyes, leaving Hyun standing frozen in sheer terror. Slamming the door shut, Hyun stands shaking inside the room in pure panic and disbelief. Still reeling from the shock, Hyun tilts his head in utter bewilderment as he tries to process what just happened. Pulling out his phone, Hyun begins typing rapidly, desperate to figure out who that masked person was. Inside the dimly lit room, Lee Sejong kneels on the carpet and begins meticulously setting up a fresh mattress. Hyun points in utter disbelief at the floor setup, demanding to know what Lee Sejong is doing. Glancing away in exasperation, Hyun tries to maintain his composure while dealing with Sejong's bizarre behavior. Sejong turns around with an unsettling, ominous smile, completely ignoring Hyun's protest. Intimidated by the terrifying aura radiating off Sejong, Hyun dutifully climbs into the floor bed and pulls the blanket up. Snuggling deep beneath the warm covers, Hyun closes his eyes and tries to force himself to sleep. Clapping his gloved hands together with a sharp snap, Sejong coldly orders Hyun to take whatever he is given. Kang Hyun plops down onto his floor mattress, reluctantly settling into bed alongside Lee Sejong for the night. Lying awake under the covers, Hyun glares up at the ceiling in deep thought. Unable to ignore the silence, Hyun turns towards Sayoung and calls out his name. Sayoung rests comfortably on his pillow and calmly asks Hyun if he remembers. With a subtle, knowing smirk, Sayoung gazes over at Hyun with quiet amusement. Hyun lets out an exasperated sigh, completely unamused by Sayoung's playful provoking. Hyun stares back at Sayoung in total confusion, wondering what point he is trying to make. Smirking, Sayoung rustles through his clothes and pulls out a small white card to show Hyun. The card reads, "Touch them and you're dead," triggering a sudden memory of dazed intruders being threatened in the past. Lying on his floor mattress, Lee Sayoung chuckles softly while holding a card, leaving Kang Hyun utterly exasperated as he glares at him. Hyun lets out a deep, tired sigh, clutching his forehead while resting on his bed as he contemplates the long night ahead. Hyun sits up on the edge of the bed and announces he needs to leave, while Sayoung asks if he is heading out to work again. Hyun and Sayoung glare at each other intensely, with exaggerated chibi expressions, practically radiating mutual annoyance and silent rivalry. Later, Hyun stands in a sleek elevator, dressed in a dark turtleneck next to Sayoung, who casually rests his hands in his pockets. Sayoung glances over at Hyun with a sly, teasing smile as the elevator descends through the building. Sensing Sayoung's playful provocation, Hyun tenses up and turns his back, grimly bracing himself for whatever comes next. Hyun mutters for Sayoung to shut up, reflecting on his need for a Guild ID card while stepping into the bustling headquarters. Outside the elevator, 2 Guild employees spot the pair and nervously call out to Sayoung, while Hyun manages a forced, awkward smile. Bae Wonwoo inwardly notes that Lee Sayoung never lends his clothes to anyone, eyeing Kang Hyun and Sayoung standing together in shock. Stepping up aggressively, Wonwoo points directly at Sayoung and yells, demanding to know why he doesn't go run 2 more laps around the field. Resting his chin on his hand, Hyun listens in quiet irritation as Wonwoo continues rambling about their training routine. Sayoung casually reaches up and slides his cardigan back over his shoulder, completely unfazed by the commotion. Hyun cheerfully slings his arm around Sayoung's, radiating pure good vibes to taunt Wonwoo with their surprising closeness. Wonwoo and a female colleague stand frozen with their jaws dropped in absolute disbelief at the friendly display. Maintaining his bright facade, Hyun clings onto a deadpan Sayoung while mocking Wonwoo's outburst. Wonwoo stares suspiciously at the pair as anger ticks break out on the back of Sayoung's head. Hyun insincerely praises Sayoung's kindness, causing Wonwoo's heart to race in utter confusion while Sayoung glares in silent annoyance. Waving goodbye with a bright, innocent expression, Hyun slips past the stunned crowd to make his grand exit. Wonwoo stammers in utter shock as Lee Sayoung leaps through the air with incredible speed, dashing directly after Hyun. Lee Sayoung glares silently from behind his arms, watching Hyun sprint through the building's glass lobby and make a run for it. Wonwoo chases after Hyun, frantically calling out to him while Hyun rolls his eyes with an annoyed click of his tongue. Meanwhile, deep inside a dense forest rift, a massive, glowing horned deer monster rears up with terrifying magical energy. Back in the past, bloodied bodies and scattered cases of cash lie abandoned on the ground after a deadly encounter. Seated at his desk, Hyun scratches his head in frustration, groaning deeply as he struggles through his paperwork. 2 diners whisper in confusion while watching Hyun complain about wanting to order more hangover soup. A sharp, throbbing headache suddenly strikes Hyun, forcing him to clutch his head in agony as the pain intensifies. South Korea enforces strict awakener laws, requiring all individuals to register at designated centers, receive identification cards, and pass a qualification exam with 70 points. Frustrated by the overwhelming bureaucracy, Kang Hyun sits at his desk, bitterly reviewing exam study materials while clutching his official Awakener registration ID. Hyun reflects on how the surge in Awakener power led to reckless abuse, skyrocketing crime rates, and growing public anger over unchecked hunter privileges. Overwhelmed by the endless regulatory hurdles, Hyun clutches his head in frustration, groaning aloud while fellow test-takers watch him in confusion. A official hunter certificate sample glimmers, symbolizing the strict legal recognition and bureaucratic standards every Awakener must achieve to operate legally. Looming dark magic and ominous memories of Lee Se-young haunt Hyun's thoughts as he grips his registration card in deep annoyance. Hyun turns around with a sharp, determined glare, refusing to let the mounting pressure and bureaucratic demands get the better of him. An official slides a laptop and a brand new smartphone box across the desk, startling Hyun during his administrative processing. The sharp-looking official hesitates nervously with a polite smile, awaiting Hyun's reaction to the provided equipment. A heavy thud echoes through the room as Hyun turns around, startled to notice a "No Gifts Allowed" sign posted right behind him. Bae Wonwoo nervously offers the laptop and phone, giving a sweat-drop smile as he presents the gifts to Hyun. Flashing back to his memory with Lee Se-young, Hyun groans internally, realizing it is far too late to clear up the awkward misunderstanding. Clearing his throat loudly, Wonwoo proudly thumps his chest, trying to play off the awkward moment with a confident flourish. Background hunters mock Wonwoo's antics, shouting that everyone wants to give gifts while calling his dramatic presentation totally pathetic. Hyun politely raises his hand and sighs, thanking them while trying to refuse the overwhelming attention and unnecessary gifts. Hyun flinches awkwardly at his desk, while Wonwoo shrugs blithely, completely ignoring the tension in the room. Wonwoo flashes a bright, energetic grin and gives a big thumbs up, praising Hyun as a total genius. A soft glow brightens behind Hyun as Wonwoo excitedly steps closer, leaving Hyun completely speechless. A loud bell echoes down the quiet school corridor, ringing throughout the building as classes wrap up. Kang Hyun sits quietly at his desk, staring blankly ahead as he listens to the lesson. Hyun reflects on his situation, remaining completely unbothered by the quiet atmosphere around him. Holding his pen, Hyun glances sideways with an indifferent expression, analyzing everyone else's reactions. He fills out his exam paper with effortless precision, completing the test without any hesitation. Looking down at his exam sheet, Hyun casually notes that he memorized the entire Awakener special law, including repealed sections. Suddenly sensing something odd, Hyun pauses and blinks in mild confusion. A title card introduces The Hunter Wants to Live Quietly, showing a chibi Hyun sleeping soundly at his desk. Inside a bustling local restaurant, patrons sit at tables enjoying their meals amidst noisy chatter. At the restaurant, Honeybee complains to her male partner that a guild recruit took the test and returned crying in total despair. She slams her hand onto the table, furious that not a single person managed to pass the exam. Her partner quietly snickers in the background while Honeybee wipes away tears of frustration, recalling how brutal the test was. She fakes a dramatic crying act while remembering the ridiculously impossible exam set up by S-rank hunter Lee Sa-young. Meanwhile, Hyun sits calmly in the corner peeling garlic with a small knife, completely oblivious to her dramatic outburst. Honeybee and her partner suddenly turn and stare in absolute disbelief as Hyun receives a notification on his phone. Looking up with his phone in hand, Hyun calmly asks them if passing the test was supposed to be difficult. Hyun cheerfully smiles and shows them his phone screen, revealing that he easily scored a perfect pass. Her partner cheers in awe while Honeybee shouts in pure amazement, declaring Hyun to be the absolute pride of their restaurant. Receiving a text from Lee Se-young congratulating him and asking when he is free, Hyun stares at his phone in shock, wondering how Se-young already found out. Dropping everything, Hyun rushes out of the restaurant's storage area, eager to answer the incoming message. Hyun excitedly accepts the call, thanking Se-young for his help, only for Se-young to coldly request a meeting during ingredient prep time 2 days later. Catching his breath on the line, Hyun continues speaking into his phone, completely unaware of Se-young's sudden quiet shift. Noticing the abrupt silence from the other end, Hyun raises an eyebrow in confusion while staring at his phone screen. An awkward silence falls over the line as Hyun waits in confusion for Se-young to say something more. Se-young abruptly bids farewell and hangs up, leaving Hyun staring blankly at his phone in total bewilderment at the mysterious interaction. Outside, the bright sun shines over the quiet neighborhood buildings near the restaurant. Meanwhile, across town, the massive glass skyscraper of the C1 building towers high into the clear blue sky. Kang Hyun arrives at the facility alongside his group, walking straight past an agent standing in the hallway. Bae Wonwoo turns back and happily informs the group that he is currently located at the central library. Kang Hyun walks over to the electronic security keypad beside the wall and presses his card against the scanner. Glowing light flashes dramatically as the group steps inside the massive, multi-tiered central library filled with high-tech machinery. Kang Hyun stands calmly before an official holding a clipboard in front of the vast library background. The silver-haired official holding the clipboard looks down, recognizing Choi Pilsun as the patient present for treatment. Bae Wonwoo, the elderly shopkeeper, and Haeun look towards the long-haired official as he greets them warmly. The long-haired official smiles pleasantly, while addressing Kang Haeun and Haeun, who gaze around in awe. The elderly shopkeeper insists she can walk fine, while Hyun turns back to check on Lee Se-young. Kang Hyun looks over his shoulder in surprise as Lee Se-young steps out with a warm smile. Lee Se-young leans in close to whisper in Kang Hyun's ear while wearing his gas mask. Kang Hyun winces and rubs his cheek as Lee Se-young glaringly confronts him. Haeun stares in fascination while Kang Hyun and Lee Se-young continue to bicker behind her. Kang Hyun gazes down thoughtfully before Lee Se-young stares back through his glowing purple mask. Kang Hyun playfully slaps Lee Se-young's back with a bright, mischievous smile. Kang Hyun scurries off relieved while Lee Se-young rubs his throbbing, glowing red back in pain. Haeun reaches up eagerly toward the high bookshelves, searching for a specific volume. Kang Hyun turns away and completely ignores Haeun as she stretches toward the upper shelf. Lee Se-young gazes down silently at Haeun while wearing his glowing purple gas mask as she turns to look up at him. Haeun stands in the library aisle while Lee Se-young watches her intently, leaning in slightly from behind. Haeun turns around with a wide, bright smile, happily raising her hand in excitement. Lee Se-young stares intently through his glowing purple mask, looking completely bewildered as a chibi image of Haeun floats above his head. Inside a brightly lit medical office, the silver-haired researcher smiles warmly while greeting Kang Hyun and an elderly patient. An X-ray scan displays a human knee joint, highlighting severe joint damage and progressive arthritis. The elderly patient holds out trembling hands, surrounded by a glowing aura of light and magic energy. A holographic system window materializes in front of the patient, displaying a glowing blue file folder marked with an exclamation point. The silver-haired researcher smiles gently while Kang Hyun looks on in relief as the elderly patient's face brightens with joy. The silver-haired researcher smiles knowingly while addressing the patient in his medical office. Kang Hyun feels a surge of immense relief while holding hands with his healthy, smiling grandmother. Kang Hyun guides his grandmother toward the exit, while Bae Wonwoo steps up to escort her out. Kang Hyun waves his hands dramatically, cheerfully playing off the situation with a bright smile. The silver-haired researcher reaches into his desk drawer to retrieve a memo slip. He scribbles down Central Hospital transfer details and hands the written slip over to Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun stares at the transfer slip in utter shock as his eyes widen. The silver-haired researcher leans back calmly, revealing he is Nam Woojin, ranked 7th in South Korea. Kang Hyun stands frozen in absolute disbelief at the doctor's staggering true identity. Nam Woojin leans casually over his desk with a subtle smile, preparing to share confidential information. Kang Hyun listens intently from his seat as he monitors the computer terminal in the clinic. Standing up straight, Nam Woojin reveals that Hyun is the very first person to enter his office through Lee Se-young's personal referral. Nam Woojin abruptly snaps his fingers, instantly shifting their surroundings into a lush, sunlit forest landscape. Hyun looks around in utter astonishment as Nam Woojin casually gestures toward the open field, asking if he wants to take a walk. Woojin turns on a holographic news broadcast showing a monster attack, asking Hyun if he knows where these creatures truly originate from. As they stroll through the simulated meadow, Woojin explains that these occurrences happen all across the globe. Woojin summons a glowing yellow magic circle above his palm, revealing that he maintains a solid working relationship with Lee Se-young. Switching the subject, Woojin mentions an assistant who managed to obtain illegal substances, asking Hyun if he knows the name of the drug. Nam Woojin hands Kang Hyun a bound dossier stamped with glowing magic circles, explaining that it contains confidential records. A dark illustration depicts a chained figure in torment, symbolizing the origin of the mysterious drug. Kang Hyun listens silently as Woojin explains that users believe dreaming lets them see the future and avert an impending apocalypse. Woojin stands gracefully in his lab coat, casually recounting the strange beliefs of those using the drug. Woojin looks deeply into Hyun's eyes, asking if he wants to hear an untold story. A dark masked figure shrouded in purple flames appears, exemplifying the dangerous power unleashed by the drug. Hyun listens intently as Woojin reveals that what he is about to share has never been disclosed. Shattered glass reveals a shadowy figure standing amid destroyed urban ruins during a period of intense turmoil. Hyun peers down into a ruined, blood-splattered subterranean facility that Woojin reveals was once a secret laboratory. Kang Hyun's eyes flash with a sinister purple glow as dark, oppressive energy swirls around his battered face. Standing in silence, Kang Hyun maintains a stoic profile while processing the dark revelations unfolding around him. Nam Woojin reveals how Lee Se-young was discovered inside their secret laboratory alongside syringes and containment pods. The scenery shifts to a sunlit green field as Kang Hyun motions toward Nam Woojin during their discussion. Nam Woojin stands calmly outdoors, continuing to disclose the hidden history behind the syndicate's experiments. Nam Woojin narrows his sharp gaze as he exposes the grim realities of the underground human trials. Memories show survivors of brutal rift incidents and monster attacks crying out desperately for someone to save them. Amidst scenes of anarchy and rubble, victims subjected to illegal experiments plead for help, while corrupt forces operate unchecked. Returning to the tranquil field, Kang Hyun looks down in deep contemplation over the tragic origins of the awakened. Kang Hyun defends himself, arguing that just because he is an assistant does not mean he lacks discernment. Staring sternly ahead, Kang Hyun harbors deep suspicion as he listens to the doctor's explanation. Nam Woojin smiles calmly, assuring Hyun that his skeptical reaction is entirely normal given the circumstances. A chibi Kang Hyun looks completely confused while Nam Woojin casually explains the situation to him. A guild messenger arrives in the field to announce that the patient's treatment has officially finished. Nam Woojin offers to guide Kang Hyun back as the illusion domain surrounding them begins to dissolve. Gazing deadpan at the offered hand, Kang Hyun privately thinks about how much he wants to whack Woojin. Nam Woojin hands over an exclusive black pass card for the Master Craftsman exhibition and auction. Woojin reveals that Hong Yesung's gear auction, the Master Craftsman exhibition, will take place in Songdo in a few days. Kang Hyun stares at the gleaming auction invitation card in complete shock, stunned by its sudden appearance. Nam Woojin flashes an irresistibly charming smile, leaving Hyun with an offer he simply cannot refuse. Deep in the mountains, heavy sighs echo through the air as hikers make their grueling trek uphill. Two female hikers make their way along the mountain path, completely unaware of the chaos nearby. Reaching the bottom of the mountain, Hong Yesung raises his arms in ecstatic relief as guards announce his arrival. Leaping with joy, Hong Yesung celebrates his descent while stock charts rise, reflecting the skyrocketing global demand for high-rank gear. Top-tier hunters from around the world flock to Korea whenever Hong Yesung's legendary S-rank equipment auction takes place. Sipping from a paper cup, a stressed observer bites down anxiously amidst the escalating situation. Holding his phone outside the building, he laments how the massive influx of hunters will inevitably create a massive headache. Meanwhile, a young boy happily skips down the street clutching 2 pieces of fried chicken. Watching the news broadcast on his phone, Lee Se-young listens intently to the reporter's report. Out on the busy city streets, pedestrians look up as the upcoming exhibition is announced over loudspeakers. At a local restaurant, a patron idly flips through channels on a TV remote while sipping his broth. Watching the broadcast beside him, another patron observes the live news report on Hong Yesung's return. In the restaurant's kitchen, Kang Hyun carefully chops green onions on a wooden cutting board before suddenly stopping. Glancing over his shoulder, Kang Hyun listens closely as the TV broadcast mentions the famous hunter. Inside the crowded dining room, customers stop eating as the news anchor continues the live broadcast. On the screen, Hong Yesung cheerfully waves and smiles during his televised interview. Inside the restaurant, a customer watches Kang Hyun from behind, noting that he seems to have been eating well since coming down. Meanwhile, Hong Yesung cheerfully tells his interviewer that revealing any details here would completely ruin the excitement of the event. Back in the restaurant, 2 enthusiastic fans gush about wanting to go, while Hyun stands behind them completely unamused. Hyun freezes in shock as realization suddenly strikes him like a bolt of lightning. Stepping back soundlessly, Hyun sneaks away from the excited group without making a single sound. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the sleek black tickets for the Master Craftsman exhibition. Holding the glowing VIP pass in his hands, Hyun drops to his knees as the realization fully hits him. He remembers Nam Woojin handing him the tickets and advising him to sell them off to other eager hunters. Tucked safely into a pine tree, a tiny caterpillar version of Hyun munches peacefully on green pine needles. Kang Hyun turns his head slightly, glaring out of the corner of his eye with a severe, side-eyed expression. Dropping to his knees beside the bed, Hyun rests his arms on the mattress and buries his face in defeat. Hyun lifts his head with a gentle, serene smile, looking back up with calm composure. His warm expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a blank, utterly unimpressed deadpan stare. Across the table, Lee Se-young sits in full tactical gear with a gas mask, sliding black VIP cards forward while Hyun stares blankly. Hyun shifts his gaze sideways in a goofy cartoon style, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Se-young. Se-young tilts his head in curiosity, resting a hand on his gas mask as he tilts his head closer to Hyun. Se-young places his hand beneath his chin in deep thought, muttering to himself in exasperation. Hyun slumps in frustration as memories of Se-young's chaotic antics flash through his mind before abruptly standing up from the table. Hyun casually turns away, brushing off Se-young's attempt at conversation with a nonchalant response. Se-young glares intensely through his gas mask as Hyun calmly heads toward the kitchen, completely ignoring his persistent questions. Cross-armed and silent, Se-young stands frozen in disbelief as Hyun effortlessly turns his back on him. Shrugging helplessly in a chibi form, Se-young mutters in defeat while Hyun remains unbothered. A glowing paper cup filled with warm instant coffee sits neatly on the table. Reappearing as a giant dark cat wearing a gas mask, Se-young peers over the table with an intense, unblinking stare. Hyun casually brings over a paper cup of water, advising Se-young to drink it instead of coffee. Hyun places his plain cup of water down on the table, alongside the 2 VIP exhibition tickets. Unhooking his filter, Se-young takes off his gas mask to reveal his handsome, bare face underneath. Chibi Se-young sips his warm drink across from Chibi Hyun, who quietly slurps his own water at the table. Taking a sip from his paper cup, Sejong smirks slyly as he watches Hyun's neutral expression across the table. Hyun feigns complete ignorance while clutching his paper cup, questioning Sejong about the upcoming artisan exhibition event. Noticing Sejong's sudden mention of a date, Hyun crumples his paper cup in absolute shock and disbelief. Sitting across the round table, Sejong argues passionately while Hyun calmly listens with a skeptical look. Sejong flashes a confident, wicked grin, boasting about his plans as long as she agrees to join him. Reverting to a playful chibi form, Sejong proudly gloats while Hyun lets out a heavy, exasperated sigh. A glowing vision of a handsome young man giving double thumbs up appears, cheerfully declaring that everything is completely okay. Hyun casually activates his spatial storage ability, summoning a radiant blue magic energy aura around his right hand. Sejong smiles slyly at Hyun, exuding total confidence while teasing him during their conversation. Hyun glares down at a dark, tactical gas mask lying on the desk alongside wooden boxes. Hyun gapes in complete disbelief as the sparkling gas mask floats before his eyes, stunned by Sejong's ridiculous demand. Hyun stares back with a completely deadpan, exhausted expression, thoroughly unamused by the situation. Hyun glares intensely at Sejong, who smugly rests his chin on his gloved hand and asks to inquire about something. Holding a paper cup of warm coffee, Sejong grins smoothly while asking Hyun why he is being so nice today. A system notification pops up confirming poker face skill activation as Hyun maintains a totally blank, unreadable expression. Hyun narrows his eyes thoughtfully, wondering if Woojin gave Sejong a heads up about their situation. In a brief flashback, Nam Woojin reads a book while reflecting on keeping his information hidden from others. Hyun keeps his expression blank using poker face, wondering if Sejong's intuition is really that sharp as the cat-eared guild leader eyes him suspiciously. Sipping his warm coffee, Hyun asks Sejong what he means by his sudden questioning. Sejong smirks and licks his lip while resting his chin on his gloved hand, watching Hyun intently across the table where gas masks sit. Maintaining a unbothered facade, Hyun bristles internally while Chibi Sejong playfully teases him for acting far more suspicious and sharp than usual. Sejong leans forward with a wicked, confident grin, enjoying the tense banter with his reluctant partner. Hyun glares right back at Sejong, dropping his relaxed demeanor to challenge the guild leader directly. Remembering how his young niece Haeun happily interacted with Sejong, Haeun begins to soften his harsh stance. Hyun points out that when he was trapped in the rift, Sejong came to rescue him, even if it was part of their contract. Softening his expression, Hyun tugs at his hoodie collar and admits that Sejong's reliable actions made a difference to him. Sejong tilts his head in confusion, stunned by Hyun's sudden expression of genuine gratitude. Leaning forward with a devious smirk, Sejong chuckles at the unexpected warmth between them. Hyun instantly clenches his fists. His face flushes red as irritation flares back up. Turning his head away, Hyun tries to regain his composure and maintain his stoic facade. Sejong smirked arrogantly, relishing how easily he managed to fluster the former top hunter. Resting his arms on the table, Sejong bursts into cheerful laughter at Hyun's flustered reaction. Looking down at the table, Hyun mutters quietly while trying to hide his embarrassment. Sejong leans over, reminding Hyun that they can quietly sneak into the upcoming exhibition without drawing attention. Sejong teasingly calls their covert outing a date, leaving Hyun completely frozen in dumbfounded silence. Sejong proudly flashes a graphic of Wave Guild's Vice Guild Master, boasting about his guild's top-tier reputation to impress Hyun. Hyun glares back, completely unamused by Sejong's boastful display. Shrugging nonchalantly, Sejong tells Hyun to just join them if he's so impressed, but Hyun stubbornly rejects the idea. Sejong leans over the table and asks Hyun if he remembers the gang of thugs he tied up earlier, sparking Hyun's curiosity. A flashback shows Hyun looking over the bound criminals before reporting his findings from checking their transport truck. Realizing Sejong tracked down his past actions, Hyun freezes in absolute shock and panic. A submissive gang member drops to his knees before Hyun, begging for mercy after being utterly overpowered. Back at the table, Sejong rests his chin on his hands, watching a sweating Hyun squirm under pressure. Sejong smiles as he notes that a D rank defeating a B rank and 20 thugs warrants a personal one-on-one interrogation by Jungbin. Panicked and sweating profusely, Hyun struggles to come up with a convincing excuse under Sejong's intense gaze. Sejong casually picks up a paper cup from the table, completely unbothered by Hyun's mounting distress. Flashback reveals Sejong flashing a brilliant, menacing smile, gleefully asking Hyun if he wants to die now or later. Back in reality, Hyun's face pales as the sheer horror of Sejong's terrifying threat sinks in. Later, a notice on the storefront window announces the shop's closure during the Craftsman exhibition, so the owner can take Grandma to the hospital. Inside the shop, Hyun changes into a sharp suit and adjusts his tie, preparing for the upcoming exhibition event. Standing nearby, Seyoung, arms crossed and silent, quietly watches Hyun adjust his formal attire. Turning around, Hyun glares in confusion as Seyoung abruptly calls out his messy tie. Hyun grows irritated while Seyoung steps closer, casually mocking his poor tie-tying skills. Adjusting his black gas mask, Kang Hyun tightens his gloves and braces himself for the secret mission ahead. Seyoung leans in close, adjusting Hyun's tie while warning him to keep his voice quiet enough for only him to hear. Seyoung smirks playfully, asking if Hyun can handle using formal speech for their upcoming operation. Seyoung abruptly interrupts, complaining that the explanation is taking too long and insisting they move quickly. Reaching out, Seyoung snatches the document from Hyun's grip and firmly orders him to listen carefully. Seyoung brutally rips the paper in half, destroying the written evidence before anyone else can see it. High above the city streets, rain pours down over the massive venue hosting the Master Craftsman exhibition. Outside the brightly lit venue, banners and electronic screens announce the grand return of Master Craftsman Hong Yesung after 2 long years. Lee Seyoung yawns lazily in the hallway, standing beside a dark-haired hunter while preparing to pass through security. Lee Seyoung reacts in shock as Kang Hyun steps forward wearing a full tactical gas mask and holding an official pass. Hyun presents the Master Craftsman Exhibition VIP pass to the scanner, allowing the electronic device to verify his access. Seyoung glares silently through his gas mask with glowing purple lenses, surprised by Hyun's sudden tactical presentation. The group walks through the venue entrance as onlookers bow respectfully to acknowledge the arriving hunters. Hyun leans over to inform Seyoung that he needs to step away for a moment to use the restroom. Seyoung glares suspiciously at Hyun, annoyed that he is being left alone at the entrance of the venue. Hyun flashes an innocent smile behind his gas mask, reassuring Seyoung that he will return quickly. Safely inside a private restroom stall, Hyun relaxes and sighs in relief as he removes his gas mask. Kang Hyun safely removes his black gas mask inside the private stall, setting it aside as he takes a deep breath. Unwanted memories of corporate paperwork, chaotic assignments, and burdensome tasks flash through Hyun's mind as he stands alone. Opening his system inventory window, Hyun selects 2 artisan exhibition black tickets stored safely in his digital screen. Sitting back down inside the quiet restroom stall, Hyun nonchalantly taps the floating blue menu to process his system items. Hyun decides he needs to gather more information regarding the upcoming event and the mysterious black tickets in his possession. Meanwhile, a mysterious light-haired man wearing a dark suit chuckles sinisterly under the crimson lighting as a system message alerts him. Reattaching his ear communicator piece, Hyun prepares to move out while continuously checking the floating blue system screen. Hyun activates his stealth skill, treading lightly as he steps out of the stall without making a single sound. Activating soundless steps, Hyun glides forward with dark blue eyes glowing, moving silently across the hallway to begin his covert operation. Stepping out of the restroom stall, Hyun walks quietly along the corridor while wondering why his stealth skill isn't working properly. Suddenly, a blonde youth holding a handheld detector appears right behind Hyun, startling him with a loud chime. Hyun panics as he imagines Lee Seyoung looming menacingly behind him with a gas mask and an overwhelming dark aura. Confused by the unexpected noise, Hyun turns his head around as soft clicking sounds echo through the hallway. The blonde youth holds up the handheld scanner, which beeps loudly as its green display lights up and detects an anomaly. Hyun flinches violently, slapping his hands against the wall in complete shock as a voice suddenly calls out his name. The blonde youth bursts through a stall door holding the scanner, loudly shouting to his colleague walking past in the hallway. Hyun breaks into a cold sweat, his eye wide with sudden panic as he realizes the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. Hyun stares in utter disbelief as he realizes the detector is actually scanning and identifying items stored inside his spatial inventory. Kang Hyun flinches violently in shock as he senses a presence right behind him, turning around nervously while trying to figure out what is happening. He panics and scrambles frantically inside the stall, wondering if people normally lock a cleaning supply closet from the inside. Hyun smirks to himself as he prepares his gas mask, realizing both situations are suspicious as hell. Putting on his gas mask, Hyun recalls how he barely got into the Pato Guild's secretary team before nerves made him throw up in the bathroom. Nearby, a youth holding a detector stares in surprise alongside a suit-clad guard as the device beeps loudly. Adjusting his suit and gas mask, Hyun adjusts his uniform nervously while the guard gasps in total shock. The guard and Hyun turn toward the door in surprise as footsteps echo outside the room. A tall, intimidating man clad in a dark suit and a glowing purple gas mask slowly walks into the room. Hyun steps back nervously as the imposing man steps closer, staring him down with a glowing, intense aura. Kang Hyun watches nervously as the towering Lee Sayong stands over him inside the venue, radiating an intimidating and overwhelming presence in his gas mask. Hyun reaches out with a single finger and gently pokes Sayong's chest, trying to test the S-rank hunter's rigid composure. Sayong immediately reacts and bows deeply before Hyun, declaring "niece," to mockingly play along with the situation. Both men stand side by side in chibi forms wearing gas masks, with Hyun fuming in utter frustration at Sayong's ridiculous dramatic antics. Hyun glares through his gas mask as Sayong quietly warns him to make sure he prepares himself beforehand next time. Suddenly, a nearby young hunter's handheld scanner begins beeping loudly, startling Hyun as he bows while Sayong turns to investigate. The cheerful youth smiles brightly while holding up his flashing detector, which continues to emit sharp alarm beeps. Sayong adopts a mischievous devilish stance, stroking his chin in curiosity as he studies the youth holding the blaring device. The young hunter chuckles awkwardly and offers a nervous laugh as he holds out the beeping scanner toward the two men. The cheerful youth frantically waves his hands, calling out to Sayong to go easy on his subordinate. Sayong stands tall in his glowing purple gas mask, coolly resting his chin in his gloved hand alongside Hyun. Towering over Hyun, Sayong gazes down through his radiant purple lenses with an intimidatingly calm demeanor. Suddenly, Sayong grabs Hyun by the arm and forcibly yanks him through the hallway at blistering speed. Hyun slips into a quiet room, taking off his gas mask to let out a exhausted sigh of relief. Before Hyun can catch his breath, Sayong corners him against the wall, placing a hand near his head while discussing their contractual relationship. Sayong leans in closer, resting his hand near Hyun's shoulder as he continues to press the issue. Hyun looks up with an irritated, flustered glare, shouting back at the persistent S-rank hunter. Sayong grips Hyun's tie tightly, his purple eye glowing as he sternly points out that knowing his name unprompted creates a serious problem. Sayong looms over Kang Hyun, grabbing his tie and pinning him against the wall, while demanding answers about how he knows his true identity. Hyun glares back silently, sweat dripping down his face as the immense pressure from the S-rank hunter fills the room. In a chibi memory, a miniature Sayong asks if Hyun truly wants to live quietly, prompting a sweaty, awkward laugh from Hyun. Returning to reality, Sayong stares intently at Hyun through his glowing purple gas mask, refusing to let the subject drop. Activating his B-rank poker face trait, Hyun instantly regains his composure, putting on a calm, polite smile as he adjusts his tie. Sayong watches through his purple filters, smirking under his mask as he senses Hyun's sudden shift in attitude. In another comical moment, Sayong winds up twisted like a braided breadstick, while Hyun nonchalantly adjusts his dark tie. Sayong lightly tilts Hyun's chin upward with his gloved fingers, expressing mild confusion at his sudden change in demeanor. Hyun neatly fastens his collar and tie while VIP auction tickets float away around them, dismissing the international tickets. Lee Sayong gazes back through his purple glowing gas mask, his expression unreadable as he studies Kang Hyun's sudden shift in composure. Fixing his posture with a calm look, Hyun neatly adjusts his dark tie with his black gloved hands. Sweat drops from Hyun's face as he vividly recalls Nam Woojin tauntingly suggesting he sell his extra items to random hunters at a hangover soup restaurant. System notifications float above Sayong, confirming that the doctor bought 2 auction tickets as Hyun feels the full weight of the setup. Sweat beads on Hyun's cheek as he opens his mouth in shock, realizing he has been thoroughly trapped by Woojin's scheming. Sayong stands before him with a intense, imposing presence, his purple mask lenses shining as he quietly confronts Hyun. Hyun clutches his hair in utter frustration, sighing deeply while Sayong casually rests his hand on his hip. Wagging his finger, Hyun passionately argues that getting an auction ticket directly from someone like Woojin is completely absurd. Hyun steps up close and pokes a finger towards Sayong's chest, furiously ranting while Sayong remains deadpan and completely silent under his mask. Hyun hums dramatically while singing about alcohol, putting on an exaggerated performance to defend his stance. A chibi Sayong stands crossed-armed in his full suit and glowing gas mask, exuding an air of intense skepticism. Hyun feels utterly annoyed as an imaginary chibi Confucian scholar appears behind him, grumbling in frustration about proper morals. Refusing to back down, Hyun grabs Sayong's gas mask with both hands and leans in closely. Hyun aggressively shakes Sayong by his gas mask, demanding that he take back what he said. Struggling fiercely in the storage room, Hyun tightly grabs Sayong and adamantly refuses his proposition. Sayong firmly grabs Hyun's wrists to pull his hands away from the gas mask, trying to calm him down. Hyun looks away in annoyance, huffing with anger while Sayong adjusts his mask after the scuffle. Hyun gets right in Sayong's face, heatedly questioning how telling him they would die together if he skipped Songdo isn't blackmail. Kang Hyun glares in disbelief, his eyes widening as he processes the unexpected turn of events. A pathway of acrylic character standees leads through the desolate wasteland, representing the companions and hunters standing behind them. Hyun marches ahead with a huff while Suave Glasses agent desperately scrambles after him, calling out to his guild leader. Adjusting his gas mask with a sharp gaze, Lee Se-young turns to Hyun and directly demands if there is something else he hasn't revealed. Hyun maintains a firm, unwavering stance, bluntly denying that he is hiding anything further from Se-young. Suave Glasses agent flash a overly cheerful, innocent smile, insisting with a raised finger that he was being completely honest. Se-young stands in complete disbelief under his dark gas mask, realizing that the situation has devolved into an utter disaster. Hyun narrows his eyes sharply, sweat dripping down his face as he braces for the fallout. Desperate to diffuse the rising tension, Hyun suddenly pulls Se-young into an affectionate embrace, offering an unconditional apology. Kang Hyun wraps his arms around Lee Se-young, holding him tightly in a sudden, unexpected embrace. The intimate contact makes Se-young's heart thud wildly as a surge of living warmth passes between them. Sensing the frantic pulse and twitching muscle, Hyun realizes with a shock that this isn't the heartbeat of a dead man. Deep in thought, Hyun reflects on Se-young's overwhelming presence and the intense power pulsing within him. Sudden shock cuts the moment short as a masked figure abruptly pulls Hyun backward out of the embrace. Stunned and flushed red, Hyun stammers as he tries to process what just happened. Se-young stands before him clad in his dark suit and gas mask, his glowing purple eyes fixed intently on Hyun. Flustered by the intense gaze, Hyun pats his hands rapidly in a quick effort to calm the situation. The gas mask lets out a low hiss, sealing the tension between them in silent intrigue. Se-young lets out a weary sigh, pressing a hand to his head while Hyun remains stunned beside him in the storage room. Looking back at the past, Hyun remembers the desperate moment he carried his dying, bleeding comrade on his back. Se-young pulls off his black gas mask, running a hand through his dark hair as his glowing purple eyes fixate on Hyun. A mini chibi version of Se-young sighs in exasperation while Hyun watches him, sweating nervously. Hyun reaches out and takes hold of Se-young's hand, looking up at him with a serious, determined expression. As Hyun clutches Se-young's gloved hand, a chibi Hyun nervously gestures, trying to explain his actions. Se-young holds up a black ticket card bearing golden characters, tearing it in half as a bright blue light engulfs the room. The magical ticket teleports them into a spacious waiting room, leaving Hyun looking around in awe as Se-young stands beside him. Chibi Se-young calmly tells Hyun to sit down, while a startled Chibi Hyun points to the black sofa, asking if he means right there. Chibi Hyun sits in deep thought, surrounded by floating hamster-like creatures representing various guild personalities. Se-young stands menacingly in his gas mask with crossed arms, looking down at Hyun and demanding that he take it off. Hyun looks up with a gentle expression, placing a hand on his chest as he prepares to address Se-young directly. Se-young leans down close to Hyun's face, holding up a finger to make a firm point, while Hyun looks back earnestly. Pausing in silence, Se-young stares through the purple lenses of his gas mask, caught off guard by Hyun's unwavering sincerity. Deep within the dark lenses of his gas mask, Se-young's eyes gleam with quiet intrigue. Se-young towers over Hyun on the couch, looming close as an awkward silence settles over the waiting room. Handing over his ringing phone, Se-young sternly warns Hyun not to think about going outside or letting anyone else see him before walking away. Sitting alone in the silent room, Hyun sighs in relief as he holds his hand over his heart. Reflecting in silence, Hyun stares upward as thoughts race through his head while waiting alone in the isolated room. Shadowy figures loom behind Hyun as he remembers honing his martial arts and pushing his abilities to their absolute limits. Hyun recalls holding hands with a trusted companion, surrounded by a radiant golden warmth that brightened their path. Hyun sits quietly on the sleek black couch, contemplating his next moves while enjoying a rare moment of peace. Dark magical energy swirls around a mysterious man holding black cards over his face, his glowing eyes fixed forward. Slumping back against the sofa cushions, Hyun rests a hand over his forehead and sighs heavily from exhaustion. Hyun gazes thoughtfully at the ceiling, trying to sort through the overwhelming tide of memories in his mind. A heartwarming memory flashes back of Hyun smiling brightly as he walks home holding hands with little Haeun. Looking down at his hand, Hyun watches faint golden energy flicker gently across his palm as warm memories fade. Stepping out into the dark hallway, Kang Hyun adjusts his suit jacket while taking steady, deliberate steps forward. Lee Se-young pulls Hyun against his chest in a silent embrace before turning his masked gaze toward the impending threat. Standing firm in his sleek black coat, Se-young keeps his hands in his pockets while observing the quiet room. Suave Glasses agent bows respectfully as he enters the room to deliver a critical status report to Se-young. The agent presents a digital tablet displaying energy wave charts and diagnostic tracking data for Young's review. The digital tablet highlights official tracking documentation detailing recent energy readings and coastal rift activity. Suave Glass's agent explains that magic energy readings along the West Sea Rift coast remained stable, without significant fluctuations. Young listens silently through his gas mask as he processes the diagnostic data shown on the digital tablet screen. A glowing red-dimensional rift surges wildly above a spike-filled seismic graph, monitoring chaotic energy fluctuations. In the control room, a lab assistant informs Young and Kang Hyun that they asked the sensor's developer, but even they couldn't provide a useful answer. Young looks down silently at his tablet screen as the assistant notes that the situation is completely unprecedented. The tablet screen displays a confidential status update, revealing that the West Sea Rift has not reopened, and the Awakened Management Bureau formed a tracking team for J. Suave Glass's agent standing nearby turns to speak with Young, who listens intently through his dark gas mask. An airline boarding pass floats peacefully through a shimmering, luminous stream of light particles. Kang Hyun appears in a vivid projection, wearing a casual dark hoodie with his silver hair tied back in a short ponytail as he reaches out a hand. A formal dossier document displays the seal of the Hunter Association of Korea, alongside a traditional painting, detailing how Jay slipped through their fingers like an eel. Young continues reading the briefing details on his illuminated tablet screen, while Suave Glass's agent stands beside him in silence. The digital display zooms in on a profile photo of Kang Hyun in a casual t-shirt, highlighting his identity as a target of interest. Adjusting his purple-lit gas mask, the masked Hunter J maintains his imposing, enigmatic composure while preparing his next covert move. Meanwhile, a glowing trace links back to Kang Hyun's quiet profile, suggesting the authorities won't find anything suspicious during their search. Operating from the shadows, Hunter J seamlessly receives a confidential digital tablet handed over by his loyal assistant. The assistant taps the dark screen carefully, ensuring the classified investigation files are ready for immediate review. Somewhere high above the sunlit city rooftops, a masked figure stands vigilantly at dusk, watching over the towering skyline. Young gazes intently through the purple lens of his gas mask, observing his assistant's silent, dutiful presence. Turning away, Hunter J questions the timing of their operation as his assistant quietly waits behind him. Beneath the stoic exterior, Hyun stands back-to-back with his heroic alter ego, bound to the duty he carries. Suddenly rendered into a comical chibi form, the assistant blinks in utter confusion at the unexpected turn of events. Suave Glass's agent nervously signals to Lee Se-young, sweating profusely while trying to keep his composure in front of the formidable S-rank guild leader. Clasping his hands tightly together, the agent begs desperately, pleading that he isn't qualified to handle such a high-level situation. Annoyed by the dramatic display, Lee Se-young firmly grips his tie and shouts in utter frustration at his dramatic leader. Se-young stands silent inside the sleek hallway, his purple gas mask lenses glowing faintly as he senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Stepping into the quiet office, Se-young notices a tired man fast asleep on the soft gray sofa. Looming over the sleeping figure, Se-young observes him in silence while the man remains completely unaware of his presence. Wrapped in his suit coat, the man reposes peacefully on the couch, oblivious to the S-rank hunter towering beside him. Se-young takes a seat on the edge of the sofa, leaning over the resting figure as he silently watches him sleep. Extending his gloved hand, Se-young gently reaches toward the sleeping man's head with quiet affection. Adjusting his gas mask, the man peers silently through glowing purple lenses as he gazes down with intense focus. Crouched over the sofa, he leans close to the resting figure, keeping a watchful gaze on him. Bending down, the masked figure hovers inches away from the sleeping man, observing him in total silence. Flashing a brilliant smile, a stylish blonde woman lowers her sunglasses and grins warmly. Sliding her sunglasses up, she cheerfully hands her credit card to the cafe cashier with a bright smile. Catching sight of a silver-haired man sipping his drink, her expression instantly turns sharp and watchful. Relaxed in his seat, the silver-haired man calmly sips his cold beverage through a straw. Turning around in surprise, the blonde woman confronts the silver-haired hunter while he continues enjoying his drink. Leaning over his table, she aggressively demands an explanation while the silver-haired man lightly gestures back with a calm smile. Nam Woojin chuckles casually, sipping his iced drink while teasingly warning the angry blonde woman not to exaggerate her claims. Unfazed by his playful taunts, the blonde woman scowls fiercely, yelling back with her sharp fangs exposed in annoyance. Her eyes flare with intense fury as dark, menacing mana erupts around her, gritting her teeth in sheer irritation at his attitude. Bursting forward in a sudden rage, she grabs Woojin by his collar, demanding immediate answers right to his face. Remaining entirely unfazed, Woojin just smirks back, calmly holding his drink and letting her tug on his clothes without resistance. Frustrated by his unbothered demeanor, she gathers bright blue magical energy in her palm, threatening to blast him on the spot. Suddenly, heavy steps echo through the cafe as polished brown dress shoes approach their table from behind. A handsome blonde man in a dark suit and long trench coat appears, smiling brightly as he steps into the room. Caught off guard by the new arrival, the blonde woman flinches and quickly suppresses her glowing magic as Woojin looks on. Woojin sits back completely unfazed as the blonde woman and her silver-haired companion glare in frustration. The angry blonde woman throws her hands up in defeat, dramatically giving up on pressuring the relaxed researcher. Turning away, she gives a thumbs up to the handsome blonde man in the beige trench coat. She keeps up her energetic thumbs-up gesture while the trench-coated man smiles brightly beside her. Settling into his chair, the silver-haired companion sighs in deep relief, glad the commotion has settled down. The blonde man in the trench coat smiles warmly, telling them not to cause any trouble. Woojin chuckles casually while sipping his cold drink, but suddenly his body collapses heavily to the ground. Standing nearby, the blonde man in the beige trench coat casts a cold, ominous glare downwards. Spilled cold drink pooling on the floor, Woojin lies paralyzed, realizing Director Ham is going to be furious about this mess. Director Ham puts down his drink with a heavy thud, staring intently ahead as his dark gaze sharpens. Recalling a desperate moment, Kang Hyun lies on the ground, pointing upward, remembering how he prayed like hell to survive. High above in the grand auditorium, a murmuring crowd fills the tiers as anticipation fills the air. Hyun watches from the upper balcony, wearing a full black gas mask to blend into the surrounding environment. Hyun stands frozen in deadpan confusion as an agent points at him, loudly demanding to know who he is. Inside the dimly lit isolation room, Hyun stands alongside Lee Se-young, who sits back with his mask glowing with purple energy. Se-young glances sideways behind his mask, letting out a sharp himpha as he listens to Hyun speak. Dressed in his suit with a gas mask attached, Hyun sighs irritably at the endless ridiculous situation. Standing shoulder to shoulder in the shadowed waiting room, Hyun and Se-young wait silently for the next phase to begin. At the podium, the elegant female auctioneer strikes her wooden gavel, officially initiating the grand event with enthusiasm. She gestures across the stage toward Kang Hyun, who slumps lazily in an armchair while looking entirely uninterested in the high-stakes proceeding. Beside him, Lee Se-young leans down and whispers quietly, trying to get the slumping young man to pay attention to the auction. Hyun lets out a wide yawn, effortlessly tapping into his spatial inventory to conjure a pair of gleaming ruby earrings into his palm. The auctioneer energetically announces the opening bid for the brilliant S-rank earrings at 1 billion won, as light shines on the display. Attendees in the dark auditorium swiftly raise their numbered bidding paddles into the air to jump into the heated competition. Watching from the shadows, masked hunters glance over, surprised that Hyun sits completely indifferent without making any move to raise his paddle. With a loud crack, the auctioneer slams her gavel 3 times against the block, signaling the closing of the current round. She smirks deviously as murmurs ripple through the crowd, secretly anticipating the massive chaos that is about to unfold. Surrounded by low murmurs from the crowd, Lee Se-young stands silently in his dark suit and gas mask inside the brightly lit hall. Hong Ye-sung strides onto the stage carrying a massive, cloth-draped bundle over his shoulder as magical particles shimmer around him. With a sweeping motion, Ye-sung unveils a magnificent polearm, announcing it as the first human-crafted S+ rank weapon since the Rift. Lee Se-young turns his head in sharp surprise as the extraordinary aura of the newly revealed weapon reverberates through the room. The gas mask's purple eye filters glow brightly as Se-young intensely analyzes the unbelievable power emitting from the S+ rank polearm. Hong Ye-sung holds the glowing polearm in a low combat stance while radiant magic sparks swirl around his hands. Se-young stares intently through his mask, his eyes widening in shock as he registers the full extent of the craftsman's masterpiece. Ye-sung raises a fist and shouts passionately to the audience, declaring the arrival of a new era in weapon forging. Meanwhile, Se-young glances around cautiously in the dark, remaining on high alert for any sudden interference during the event. Disguised in his suit and gas mask, Kang Hyun steps through a quiet courtyard as heavy thumping footsteps echo through the air. Hyun pauses cautiously as the rhythmic thumping grows louder, keeping his guard up against any unexpected target. Spotting a small white chicken perched under a dim light, Hyun stares at the surprisingly harmless creature in disbelief. The chicken suddenly grows to colossal proportions, startling Hyun with its sheer size. Hyun watches in confusion as the oversized chicken perches calmly on the traditional porch, letting out gentle chirps. Stepping closer, Hyun reaches out and pokes the giant chicken, which clucks softly in response. Heavy wooden doors slowly creak open, revealing a bright room just beyond the entryway. Inside, Kang Hyun lies lazily on a mat in his tracksuits, casually sucking on a candy. Hyun quickly sits up with a bright, cheerful grin, welcoming his visitor into the traditional room. Inside the peaceful courtyard, Kang Hyun playfully reaches out to coax a flapping chicken as Lee So-young steps out in full suit and gas mask. So-young gazes silently at Hyun, who blinks innocently with bright eyes while holding his chicken, before questioning him about kidnapping someone during an auction. Refusing Hyun's offer to sit, So-young stands quietly beside the clucking chicken and insists he is fine standing while listening. Hyun beams cheerfully and scoots over on the traditional porch, inviting So-young to take a seat beside him. So-young gives in and settles onto the porch cushion, while Hyun leans forward with a keen grin to explain the situation. In a hazy flashback, a young Hyun eagerly checks a glowing red device while So-young bows his head in tense silence beside him. Hyun waves his hand enthusiastically, reassuring So-young that nobody can enter his precious hand-built house uninvited, allowing them to speak freely. A dark shadow falls over So-young as Hyun lets out a sudden burst of sinister laughter. Hyun leans in close with an intense, cheerful grin, staring directly at So-young's gas mask as he delivers his true intentions. Hong Ye-sung grins brightly as golden magic surges around him, his bright eyes gleaming with wild anticipation. Lee So-young sits tightly in his gas mask, looking away in confusion as he tries to process Hyun's bizarre behavior. Hyun watches in silent bewilderment while magical golden eyes hover around So-young, finding the strange aura almost nauseating. So-young hands over an official ticket to the Master Craftsman exhibition, transferring access into black-gloved hands. Hyun leans in close with an energetic smile, insisting he didn't bring So-young here just to wrestle with a secretary. Hyun points excitedly at his own face, wide-eyed with sudden realization as he makes an unexpected declaration. High above the chaos below, a dark black sword floats alongside glowing potions and a radiant mana stone. In a ruined city, the dark sword remains suspended over debris while Ye-sung smiles casually in his school jacket before awakening. Hyun crouches down right beside So-young, leaning in eagerly to discuss their plan in the traditional room. Kang Hyun looks off to the side with an intense gaze, explaining how Hong Ye-sung used his appraisal ability for too long. Lee So-young sits in disbelief as he figures out that Hyun had kept his eyes closed during the auction as a penalty. A thought bubble reveals So-young analyzing Hyun's ability restrictions from behind his dark gas mask lenses. Suddenly, Hyun points enthusiastically and calls out for Kokoya as a loud screech rings through the room. So-young swiftly swipes his arm through the air, sending his phone flying out of his hands in a sudden flash. His phone lands on the stone pavement outside, vibrating constantly under the weight of a cute plump chicken sitting on top. Blood trickles down Hyun's face as he covers his eyes, groaning softly in pain from the overwhelming backlash of his power. Hyun ties a blindfold over his eyes with a cheerful smile, explaining that using his appraisal skill for too long caused this. In a simplified chibi style, So-young reaches out bewildered as Hyun waves his hands to dismiss the situation. So-young asks if Hyun has a weapon in his inventory, while Hyun lightheartedly tries to dodge the question. Hyun cheerfully admits he has a weapon, though he doubts it was made by Hong Ye-sung. So-young insists on seeing it, recalling past memories of holding a bleeding comrade in his arms. So-young summons the dark longsword from his spatial inventory with a soft hum. Hyun carefully takes hold of the longsword, examining its weight and structure with his blindfolded eyes. So-young watches intently, wondering if Hyun was truly mistaken about the weapon's origins. As Hyun holds the sword, a glowing system interface suddenly pings into existence before them. Hyun gently traces his fingers down the blade, revealing glowing Chinese characters etched onto the steel. Hyun explains that the weapon's true mark can only be verified directly through his own touch. Message logs fill the screen, as Kang Hyun recalls receiving endless inquiries about crafting gear from legendary monster materials across the world. Standing tall in a dark suit with his gas mask secured, Lee So-young listens intently during a tense confrontation inside the traditional room. Kang Hyun grips the dark sword while adjusting his blindfold, revealing to So-young that he is the actual creator of the weapon. A silver-haired man wearing a hoodie grins wickedly as a heavy leather boot stomps down firmly onto his throat, pinning him to the floor. Looking down from above, the masked assailant pins the silver-haired captive inside the ruined room littered with broken glass and scattered debris. The captive silver-haired man grabs the boot, pressing against his throat, smirking mockingly while questioning why his attacker is lashing out over a missing secretary. Behind his gas mask, Lee So-young's sharp purple eye gleams with icy fury as he glares down at his captive. Surrounded by a terrifying aura of dark purple magic, So-young stands tall in his suit, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Kang Hyun sits calmly with the longsword resting in his hands, questioning So-young about where he managed to obtain the weapon. Sitting with his sword, Kang Hyun scratches his head while adjusting his blindfold, casually listening as the discussion continues in the courtyard. Adjusting his blindfold, Kang Hyun flashes a sly smile and promises to keep their private meeting a secret. Suddenly, Kang Hyun collapses flat on the wooden porch floor, thrashing around as a mysterious chicken creature buzzes near his phone. In a serene vision space surrounded by floating glass shards, Yoon Gaeul raises her hands while explaining her apocalyptic foresight. Hyun snaps back to reality as the eager student leans in close, pestering him to consider her proposal. A tiny chicken companion darts past the porch on the stone walkway, its frantic buzzing vibrating non-stop. Clasping his head in frustration, Lee Se-young scolds Hyun for constantly making contact with others and sarcastically tells him to join a hiking club. Releasing a heavy sigh, Se-young settles down onto the porch as Hyun leans over in delight, eager to hear his decision. Folding his arms assertively, Se-young demands to know the reason behind Hyun's secret actions, while Hyun gives an enthusiastic thumbs up. Kang Hyun sits on the porch while Lee Se-young insists they should write a proper contract first. Lee Se-young recalls how people were astonished when he casually claimed his weapon was crafted by artisan Hong Ye-sung. Kang Hyun laughs hysterically and clutches his chest in total disbelief. Lee Se-young explains how he showed the item off while Kang Hyun mockingly calls him shameless. A close-up reveals Lee Se-young's intense gaze beneath his dark bangs. Lee Se-young sits coolly, with arms crossed, as Kang Hyun calls him completely shameless. Kang Hyun panics hysterically as Lee Se-young abruptly hands him a dark, sleek longsword. Lee Se-young hands over the longsword, and Kang Hyun grips the blade, causing a dull thud to echo. Kang Hyun clutches his head in utter shock, while Lee Se-young calmly holds up his hand. System notifications pop up from the basilisk's fang warning to sever any hand that strikes it, leaving Lee Se-young utterly stunned. Unfazed by the weapon's hostility, Kang Hyun aggressively sharpens the dark longsword on a whetstone as fiery aura blazes around him. Pausing his sharpening mid-stroke, Kang Hyun senses a sudden interruption and turns his attention toward an incoming alert. Kang Hyun holds up his glowing smartphone to show a message, leaving Lee Se-young staring in complete bewilderment. The phone displays messages from Yoongbin warning Hong Ye-sung about an unexpected issue and instructing him to remain strictly indoors. Lee Se-young wonders if Jungbin's urgent order means lethal poison has been released outside the facility. He reflects on Yoongbin's power to bind awakeners in magical chains, neutralizing their abilities before dragging them to interrogation. Kang Hyun uses his power to effortlessly catch the dark longsword as it floats weightlessly through the air. Doubling over in sudden pain and exhaustion, Kang Hyun grips his knees while cursing under his breath. Kang Hyun clasps his hands in mock prayer while wearing his gas mask, sarcastically declaring that he sees no reason to decline. With heavy footsteps, Hyun advances toward a terrified, tearful hunter who desperately cowers on the floor in panic. Hyun checks a glowing listing on Tomato Market, calculating prices while ignoring the chaos unfolding around him. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the panicking hunter screams out in agony while stretching his arm out toward Hyun. Unbothered by the dramatic meltdown, Hyun turns around and steps away as crackling blue energy surges into his palm. Hyun holds up a brilliant, glowing orange magic stone, making the weeping hunter instantly freeze in wide-eyed awe. Overcome with frantic greed, the tearful hunter gasps in utter shock at the sight of the high-purity gem. Hyun holds the glowing gem beside his head while gesturing for silence, making the awestruck hunter nod in silent agreement. The hunter kneels on the floor with wide, sparkling eyes and outstretched arms, eagerly begging Hyun to name his price. Se-young stands in the courtyard holding a chicken, while Hyun slides face first across the stone floor, frantically ordering his companion Kokuya to search the system. Yoon Gaeul kneels demurely on a mat with a calligraphy brush in hand, softly agreeing to write down the strict agreement. Glowing magical script appears on the parchment as Gaeul writes terms forbidding Hyun from prying into the identity of Secretary Kim. Crouched on the floor with a brush, Gaeul glances up to ask what kind of affairs they are discussing, while Se-young holds the chicken nearby. Gaeul collapses to her knees, crying out that the agreement is cruel, while Se-young stands firmly in front of her wearing a gas mask. Gaeul's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as Se-young holds up a radiant, glowing amber magic stone right in front of her. Under the bright sunny sky, Se-young holds the sparkling magic stone up toward the light while cradling the placid white chicken in his arms. Bound tightly in shadowy dark chains, Se-young sits masked on a sofa as Hyun and another companion watch him silently from behind. Se-young stares forward through glowing purple lenses on his gas mask, brooding in silence as dark aura swirls heavily around his head. A massive dark panther aura materializes behind masked Hyun as he silently fumes on the couch while holding his chicken. Yoon Gaeul lightheartedly drapes an arm around Hyun's shoulder and teasingly asks him if he's referring to himself as a bastard. Director Ham marches into the room alongside the angry blonde female hunter and another agent, shouting angrily for someone to step forward. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Hyun and Gaeul stare back with innocent confusion as the furious blonde hunter stomps closer toward them. Director Ham clasps his hands with a gentle smile and repeatedly bows, profusely apologizing for their guild leader's loud outburst. Hyun sits quietly on the sofa, surrounded by a looming dark panther spirit, as Director Ham continues his polite explanations. Gaeul cheerfully introduces Hyun to the incoming group, casually patting his shoulder while he stands expressionless in his gas mask. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Gaeul yells out in utter bewilderment while clinging tightly to Hyun's side. The white chicken blinks innocently in Hyun's arms while Gaeul looks over, wondering aloud how young children could act this way. Yoon Gaeul strikes a cheerful pose while Lee Se-young stands silently in his gas mask, holding his white chicken beside Director Ham and his companions. Lee Se-young stares intently at Director Ham, holding his white chicken close while maintaining a silent, unreadable expression behind his gas mask. Lee Se-young gently strokes his white chicken, remaining calm and unbothered, as Director Ham questions whether he was threatened. Director Ham flashes a friendly, cheerful smile, while Lee Se-young gives a confident thumbs up, beside a surprised Yoon Gaeul. Director Ham bows deeply in formal apology, taking full responsibility for the situation in front of Lee Se-young and his blonde ally. Bound in dark, magical chains, Lee Se-young sits quietly on the couch, his gas mask glowing with intense purple light. Sitting bound on the couch, Lee Se-young listens silently as Director Ham speaks, while a companion panicked nearby. A dark-haired hunter blinks rapidly in disbelief, staring with wide eyes at Lee Se-young and his chicken, before enthusiastically pleading for a ticket. Lee Se-young leans down and whispers quietly to a bound companion, who remains completely silent on the couch. Director Ham's sudden entry shocks the entire group, sparking a sudden crackle of tension in the room. The quiet interrogation room remains calm, showing the pristine white doors and an unseen speaker's voice echoing inside. A mysterious dark-haired hunter wearing a glowing purple gas mask places a gloved hand over his face. Removing his gas mask, the dark-haired hunter gazes directly ahead and demands to hear every detail. Reluctantly holding his mask, Kang Hyun sighs at the immediate and annoying interrogation. Lee Se-young orders Hyun to sit, but Hyun insists on standing to explain the basilisk's fang. Kang Hyun reflects deeply on the situation with a serious, unreadable expression. Settling onto the plush gray couch, Lee Se-young and Hyun sit together to discuss their findings. Hyun recalls Hong Ye-sung lying down eating red ginseng, casually inviting him inside to sit. Se-young repeatedly pokes Hyun in the head, ignoring Hyun's exasperated grimace as they sit together. Hyun deadpans while Se-young leans in close, refusing to drop the matter. Hyun looks away in annoyance as Se-young hovers over his shoulder, demanding full transparency. A close-up shows Se-young's quiet, calculating expression as he listens to Hyun's hesitation. Se-young suddenly slumps forward and rests his head heavily onto Hyun's shoulder with a thud. Hyun recoils in sheer panic and disbelief as Se-young uses him as an awkward headrest. Resting his head comfortably, Se-young murmurs softly that Hyun keeps making him care and pry. Hyun sweats nervously, completely frozen in place beneath Se-young's sudden weight. Se-young gently pats Hyun's back while slumping further into his shoulder. Se-young presses his head against Hyun's shoulder, emitting a low hiss as dark energy crackles around them. Sensing the shift, Hyun turns his head in mild surprise as Se-young slides down and wraps his arms tightly around him. Hyun glances down with a soft, gentle look, his expression softening as he accepts the embrace. The two sit together on the dark couch in silence, Se-young burying his face into Hyun's neck. Hyun reaches out slowly, gently stroking Se-young's messy dark hair to soothe him. His fingers tangle in Se-young's hair, rustling through the locks as the comforting contact deepens. Hyun pauses, his eye widening in sudden alertness as he senses something amiss. Hyun instantly grabs Se-young by the chin, lifting his face up with a swift, defensive motion. Se-young growls quietly and glares back with a flustered, annoyed face while Hyun holds him firmly by the jaw. Se-young playfully squishes Hyun's cheeks and rubs against him, muttering lazily as he clings tightly to his side. Hyun stares back with a tired, bewildered expression, sighing in exasperation at Se-young's relentless, affectionate clinging. Hyun recalls hunters collapsing alone in dungeons and rifts to avoid burdening others, leaving behind grieving allies who had to carry their fallen bodies. Shaking off the dark memories, Hyun sits on the couch while Se-young rests his head against him, whispering words of concern. Hyun gets up to leave, but Se-young immediately reaches out, his hand trembling as he tries to hold him back. Grabbing Hyun's sleeve tightly, Se-young demands to know where he is going, unable to hide his growing desperation. Hyun turns back with an open-mouthed expression of shock and irritation, his mind churning over Sejong's sudden frantic grip. Softening his demeanor, Hyun looks down gently at Sejong, leaning closer as he listens to his quiet plea. Exhausted by the emotional surge, Sejong collapses forward and passes out face first onto Hyun's chest, while they both lay on the sofa. Lee Sejong rests on the sofa while Kang Hyun looks over at him, wearing a dark gas mask as tension mounts inside the private waiting room. Suddenly raising his arm, Kang Hyun holds up a small round bidding paddle numbered 2 high into the air. The entire grand auction hall sits in stunned silence as Hyun holds his number high, leaving everyone completely baffled by his bold, unexpected move. Close up on Hyun's black gas mask, its purple glowing lenses reflecting his sharp focus as he stands his ground. Hyun gazes forward intensely, his purple glowing gas mask and dark suit giving him an intimidating, mysterious aura amidst the rising chaos. Lowering his arm slightly, Hyun holds up paddle number 2 with calm confidence, while gasps echo through the venue. Surrounding attendees collapse onto the dusty floor, in utter shock and disbelief, as Hyun nonchalantly continues his unbelievable bid. Standing resolute with a impassive gaze behind his gas mask, Hyun remains unfazed by the growing chaos around him. Cheers and excitement erupt across the city, outside as the presenter announces that the legendary Master Craftsman auction has officially begun. Kang Hyun looks over his shoulder inside the dark room, his calm expression unreadable as he surveys the area. Leaning over the interrogation table, Hyun rests his hand on a file folder, while staring intently at the figure before him. Hyun sits down across from Nam Woojin, who is bound securely in dark magical chains yet smiles back in amusement. Nam Woojin cocks his head with a smirk, locked tightly in shadowy restraints as he addresses Hyun across the table. In a light-hearted turn, Hyun sits stiffly with his face rested in his hands, while Woojin dramatically gestures and talks. Viewed from above, Hyun listens silently from across the interrogation table as Woojin continues speaking. Bound tightly in dark chains, Woojin gestures cheerfully, completely unbothered by being locked up. Hyun closes his eyes, sighing softly in slight annoyance as he listens to Woojin's chatter. Opening his eyes, Hyun laces his fingers together, locking a sharp gaze onto Woojin to take control of the conversation. Nam Woojin leans back cheerfully despite his shadowy bindings, treating the interrogation like a playful chat, while Kang Hyun looks on sternly from across the table. Hyun listens silently as Woojin rambles, keeping the silver-haired captive tightly restrained in dark magical chains inside the interrogation room. Woojin taps his hand on the table with a light-hearted smirk, completely unbothered by the heavy chains coiled around his torso and wrists. Hyun releases a terrifying surge of dark magical chains, tightly binding Woojin even further as the pressure forces the silver-haired man to grimace in pain. Struggling against the crushing magical chains tightening around his body, Woojin yields and laughingly agrees to reveal everything he knows to Hyun. Freeing his neck from the binding chains, Woojin rubs his skin with a sly grin, preparing to disclose his information. Woojin playfully lightens the heavy mood with a bright smile, while Hyun sternly rejects his attempt to derail the serious questioning. Hyun scowls in deep annoyance, glaring dark eyes toward Woojin as he demands direct answers without any further games. Dropping his playful facade, Woojin glares back with a sharp, serious expression, finally ready to converse in earnest. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes through silver bangs, glaring intensely while assessing the situation with silent intensity. A dark-haired woman in a sharp suit stands with a stern gaze, expressing utter disdain for the absurd jay-hunting rumor. Looming ruined skyscrapers stand silent amidst the dust, highlighting the absolute uncertainty of any impending apocalyptic threat. A shadowy figure shrouded in a dark void and wrapped in a white scarf breaks through glass like a phantom. A sharp blonde man in a dark suit glares coldly, questioning the suspiciously close past relationship between top-ranked S-grade hunters. The blonde man in a stylish uniform straightens his tie in surprise as someone suddenly approaches him. A dark-haired man slaps the blonde man's shoulder playfully, mocking his unusually stiff demeanor with a hearty grin. A dark-haired executive walks down a sleek hallway, while issuing a stern warning to his subordinate about past instructions. The blonde man follows closely behind his superior through the corridor, putting on a forced smile despite the lingering tension. Kang Hyun sits in his office, his face shrouded in darkness, as he glances down at official documents and murmurs curiously. From an overhead view, Hyun abruptly pushes his desk chair back and stands up, surprising the 2 officers standing before him. The blonde officer in uniform glances back nervously, sweat dripping down his cheek as he offers a subtle, tense smile. Hyun steps forward in his white scarf, his face hidden in shadow as he looks directly at the visitor. Standing up, Hyun extends a firm handshake to the blonde officer, who looks on with a surprised, uneasy expression. In a lighthearted chibi daydream, The officer cheerfully explains how Hyun single-handedly defeated hordes of terrifying monsters without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, a well-dressed executive interrupts with a hearty laugh, clapping Hyun's back while the blonde officer looks on in disbelief. The executive boasts about Hyun's incredible feats, while Hyun casually turns away and waves a dismissive hand behind his back. Walking toward the window, Hyun raises his hand calmly, reassuring the executive that it was nothing worth bragging about. Director Ham shakes Hyun's hand and bids him farewell while Hyun listens intently, catching a subtle warning hidden within the cheerful exit. The executive urges Hyun not to get too involved with Hunter J, warning that a true hero is needed instead. Hyun listens with a serious, troubled look on his face as the warnings sink in. With a final calm parting remark, the executive turns and walks out of the office. Later, Hyun stands over his desk, reviewing classified threat documents detailing dangerous monsters like the Grand Toad and Red-Tailed Dragon. Deep in an interrogation room, Nam Woojin sits bound in dark chains, casually asking Hyun why he has come to question him. Hyun stands inside the dark room, his intense gaze fixed directly on his chained captive. Hyun slams his hands down onto the interrogation table, forcing the document folder flat against the metallic surface. Hyun leans heavily over the table, towering over Nam Woojin as he demands direct answers from the bound captive. Nam Woojin sits bound in dark chains, casually shrugging as he chats with Hyun. A dark-suited executive points a strict finger at the captive, warning him about his actions. Nam Woojin smiles slyly while chained, engaging in a lighthearted exchange inside the room. Hyun reveals he gathered candidate information, but access was blocked by Lee Se-young and the Pado Guild. Flashback memory shows a masked figure threatening a suited man in a dark alleyway. Hyun listens quietly as the executive continues questioning his secret candidate list. Smirking through his silver bangs, Hyun maintains a cool, unbothered posture despite the interrogation. The executive steps closer, motioning towards Hyun while addressing his secretive motives. Bound tightly in dark chains, Hyun smirks confidently as he makes a bold declaration. Kang Hyun smirks confidently through his silver bangs, bound tightly by dark magical chains inside the interrogation room. Chaos erupts across the auction hall as Lee Se-young screams in fury, bidding frantically on number 7 amid roaring energy blasts. Bang! Gunfire echoes through the chaotic room as armed figures collapse around the furniture while magical energy surges violently. A distressed male guild member shouts desperately, begging the vice guild leader to hang on until backup arrives. A startled man in a black suit drops his jaw in pure shock as gas-masked figures loom silently behind him. A red-haired woman sprints frantically across the battle-wrecked hall, past crashing energy shockwaves and fallen debris. Number 7. The red-haired woman screams at the top of her lungs, her veins bulging as raw power shatters the surrounding barriers. Panic grips the auction hall as participants cover their ears against the deafening noise, screaming number 7 into the chaos. Staring through his gas mask with wide eyes, Lee Se-young listens intently as someone whispers Lee Se-young see. Adjusting his glasses, Director Ham asks the gas-masked figure if he should do something to defuse their tense situation. Looking down at the wrecked lounge, Director Ham mutters that it is not his fault they are so impatient. Inside his gas mask, Lee Se-young clicks his tongue in annoyance as he sits beside his companion. Cracking sparks fill the air as Kang Hyun stands silently in his gas mask beside Lee Se-young, glaring toward Director Ham. Director Ham bows politely before Kang Hyun, making the masked hunter utter a surprised exclamation. Producing a small wooden stick, Director Ham generates a tiny spark of fire at his fingertip to light it. Dropping onto the sofa beside Director Ham, the blonde woman dramatically complains about Matthew's actions. Holding the lit stick toward her, Director Ham watches impassively as the blonde woman sticks out her tongue in disgust. Turning around suddenly, the red-haired woman reacts in shock as the chaotic confrontation continues to escalate. With a confident smirk, the red-haired woman lunges forward, enthusiastically declaring that they can finally get started. Behind her, Kang Hyun sits slouched and weak beside Lee Se-young, holding up a paddle marked with a single digit. Kang Hyun listlessly raises the paddle marked with the number 2, looking completely drained as he leans against Lee Se-young. Hong Ye-sung rushes forward in a panic, slamming his wooden gavel onto the desk to call the energetic auction to order. Inside his dark gas mask, Kang Hyun pants heavily as his chest heaves with exhaustion from the relentless bidding sequence. Noticing Kang Hyun wobbling, Lee Se-young turns toward him with a look of concern visible through his own mask. Bound tightly in heavy dark chains, Kang Hyun collapses forward, unable to keep his footing any longer. Lee Se-young quickly catches Kang Hyun before he hits the floor, pulling his weakened companion securely into his arms. Holding Kang Hyun gently, Lee Se-young carefully removes the gas mask from his face as he rests on the ground. Lee Se-young cradles the weakened Kang Hyun in his lap, while carefully cradling his head on the ground. Breathing heavily through his gas mask, Lee Se-young glares intensely ahead while checking on Kang Hyun. Bae Won-woo rushes into the room past the glowing barrier, shouting out in surprise at the scene. Lee Se-young grit his teeth in frustration as dark aura churned around him. Bae Won-woo stops short in shock as Lee Se-young kneels over the unconscious Kang Hyun on the couch. Shouting angrily, Bae Won-woo points toward Yoon Ga-eul as she dashes away down the hallway. Kneeling on the floor, Bae Won-woo desperately gathers up scattered glowing potion vials that clatter across the ground. Dark smoke churns through the air as Lee Se-young carries Kang Hyun out of the dark space. Yoon Ga-eul hauls a panting male hunter through the doorway, shouting that she brought him as Bae Won-woo watches. Lee Se-young flinches in shock as he stares wide-eyed at the sudden turn of events unfolding before him. Kneeling beside the unconscious man, Lee Se-young urgently tries to restrain the dark magical chains surrounding them. Desperate to save him, Lee Se-young uncorked a glowing purple potion vial to administer to the fallen hunter. Lee Se-young carefully pours the glowing purple liquid directly into the unconscious man's mouth. The mysterious potion triggers a temporal awakening effect, rewinding time and temporarily freezing the target's physical body. The devastating poison melts everything in its path, leaving behind a blackened, ruined laboratory site. A hunter wearing a full-face gas mask steps through the churn of dark, toxic smoke. Lee Se-young stands beside his partner in the hallway, noting that he just returned after handling another pressing affair. The dark-haired partner scratches his cheek nervously, explaining the situation and offering a brief update. Bae Won-woo adjusts his sweat-drenched neck, while the red-haired woman sneaks up behind him with a cheeky expression. Yoon Ga-eul folds her arms in annoyance at Bae Won-woo, who stands flustered between her and the red-haired woman. Jungbin slowly reaches up to adjust his communication earpiece, maintaining a calm and cold composure. Observing the target in the distance, Jungbin swiftly snaps his fingers to signal his team for an immediate intercept. Hong Ye-sung screams in total panic as multiple security operatives tackle him directly to the floor. Jungbin stands calmly in his face mask, unbothered by the dramatic shrieks echoing nearby in the facility corridor. Bowing deeply in front of Bae Won-woo, Jungbin takes full responsibility, while medical staff wheel away a unconscious hunter on a stretcher. Bae Won-woo places his hands on his hips and grins warmly, accepting Jungbin's polite gesture of accountability. Bae Won-woo lowers his gaze into a serious, thoughtful expression, contemplating the gravity of the unfolding crisis. Bowing slightly, the blonde assistant dressed in a sleek suit maintains a calm and composed expression. Yoon Ga-eul huffs with her arms crossed while Bae Won-woo awkwardly scratches his head in response. Bae Won-woo turns back with a wide grin as a masked agent appears unexpectedly right behind him. Yoon Ga-eul pushes the masked agent forward, while Bae Won-woo holds up his car keys with a smile. The masked agent looks back silently as Won-woo and Ga-eul escort an elderly man away in the distance. Rain pours outside as Bae Won-woo cheerfully bids farewell to the masked agent holding an umbrella. Holding his black umbrella, the masked agent walks away down the quiet, rain-soaked city street. Inside the car, Yoon Ga-eul rests her chin on her hand and questions the identity of the mysterious agent. Bae Won-woo chuckles nervously behind the wheel, dodging Ga-eul's intense scrutiny as they drive off. Riding inside the car, the woman gazes out into the rain while reflecting on a suspicious, bad person. She remembers the mysterious man wearing a gas mask who concealed his face during their encounter. Inside a dark room, a masked Lee Se-young turns around as two figures escort a gurney down the hall. Out in the rainy street, Lee Se-young firmly grips the handle of his black umbrella. Pausing in the downpour, Lee Se-young holds his umbrella steady while his phone vibrates in his suit pocket. He pulls out his phone to check a message from Lee Se-young stating that everything is okay. Nam Woo-jin recalls overhearing an intense argument right before Hong Ye-sung suddenly appeared and vanished. In a flashback, a silver-haired man smiles subtly as he converses with Lee Se-young inside a shadowy room. Lee Se-young lowers his head silently as the silver-haired man gazes back at him with a calm expression. Kang Hyun jolts awake in a dimly lit medical room, his glowing purple eyes wide with sudden alertness. He pulls off his black gloves in frustration while scanning the high-tech laboratory around him. A long-haired silver researcher watches him with an amused expression, folding his arms across his lab coat. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes nervously, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he maintains his posture. A blond man in a neat suit leans forward and says, "I brought you here after you lost consciousness at the auction hall." The blond man chats casually with the silver-haired researcher while standing near the laboratory equipment. A glowing vision reveals a white silhouetted figure grabbing Kang Hyun by the throat in the dark. Kang Hyun's eyes snap open again in another sharp flash of panic within the dark facility. The blond man watches closely as Kang Hyun sits tense and alert inside the secure chamber. Kang Hyun sits up in the lab bed, pulling at the white sheet as a stranger offers him a hand. His purple eyes glint dark and sharp through his messy black hair as he stares ahead. A mysterious man in a gas mask and formal suit gazes intently through the dim light. Sitting up in his turtleneck, Hyun checks his phone, pulling the attached earbud cord tight. He rapidly taps out a short message on his smartphone keyboard with black-gloved thumbs. Hyun lets out a low, weary sigh, running a hand through his hair while staring down at his phone. A person in a white lab coat enthusiastically claps their hands together. Nam Woojin smiles brightly with a cheerful clap, welcoming Hyun inside the bright room. Woojin suddenly yells in protest as Hyun sits on the bed and casually snaps his earbud cord in two. Nam Woojin adopts a cute, playful expression while explaining the mechanics of awakening and prior injuries to Kang Hyun. Returning to a serious tone, Woojin ponders how awakening powers fully heal previous bodily damage and match recovery strength to one's grade. Suddenly sensing an intimidating dark presence, Woojin nervously breaks out into a cold sweat and stammers a quick apology. Lee Sa-young stands over Hyun in the medical bay, explaining the situation while Hyun sits quietly on the examination table. Sa-young looks down at Hyun with a serious expression, continuing his explanation regarding the system's power and awakening recovery. Hyun reaches down toward his folded clothes, his dark-stained fingertips rustling the fabric as he prepares to get up. Se-young rests his chin on his hand, thoughtfully pondering the strange phenomenon surrounding Hyun's rapid recovery. Hyun places a black-gloved hand over his head, listening quietly as Se-young finishes speaking. Glowing with a menacing purple aura, Hyun flashes a confident, dark smirk as he recovers his full strength. Checking his phone, Hyun sees a simple text message from Lee Sa-young stating he is okay. Hyun grips his dark-cased smartphone tightly before placing it face down on the table with a soft thud. A mysterious man clad in black stands tall with an unwavering resolve, stating those at the top must stand firm. Hyun lies back thoughtfully, resting his arm over his head as he contemplates the heavy words. Glancing at his phone, Hyun briefly turns into a simplified chibi form as he sits alone at the round table. Hyun scratches his head in mild frustration, tossing his phone down onto the table with a sharp clack. Suddenly interrupted by a sudden creaking noise from behind, Hyun perks up in mild surprise, turning to look back. Bae Wonwoo flinches nervously as a sudden eerie chill radiating from Hyun fills the room. Caught completely off guard, Hyun stares in wide-eyed shock as Wonwoo frantically gestures and explains the situation. Kang Hyun throws his arms up in total shock and lets out a frantic shout as his jaw drops wide. Wonwoo leans in with a sparkling, cheerful smile, leaving Hyun staring back with a dark, deadpan glare. Handing over a copy of the diagnostic and prescription, Wonwoo delivers the good news that the grandmother's knee condition hasn't worsened and should improve. Hyun listens intently, his gaze softening as he processes the positive medical update regarding his grandmother's leg. Dumbfounded by the sudden shift in mood, Hyun and Wonwoo stare at each other with blank, confused expressions. Wonwoo nervously chuckles and rubs the back of his head, sheepishly admitting that he actually has no idea what is going on. Pulling out his glowing smartphone, Wonwoo taps on the screen to reveal confidential information to a thoroughly bewildered Hyun. In a chibi style, Wonwoo casually offers to show Hyun the details on his phone while Hyun stands by silently. Hyun leans in close to inspect the phone screen as Wonwoo cheerfully points out the details with a bright, confident grin. Kang Hyun glares down at the disturbing news reports on his phone, realization setting in as he reads about the missing secretary and broken shoulder. Hyun recalls the shadowy, slumbering figure of Lee Sa-young, realizing the full weight of the secret he is keeping. Suddenly, a loud system chime alerts Hyun as a translucent message window pops up, revealing urgent high-level channel broadcasts. Hyun decides to play completely clueless, shielding his true identity while a comedic graphic shows operatives carrying off a giant rice roll. Wonwoo gasps in dramatic shock, pointing frantic fingers at the screen while reading the disturbing national developments. Hyun maintains a calm, unbothered posture with his phone in hand, calmly raising a finger to motion for silence. Hyun reviews frantic system text alerts from Min-gi, warning that Hong Ye-seong has escaped during transfer to Bukansan. Hyun and Wonwoo stand side by side in the dimly lit venue, discussing the serious implications of Ye-seong's sudden disappearance. Wonwoo stares at his phone screen in absolute horror, gasping out loud as the full gravity of the crisis sinks in. Bae Wonwoo panics in confusion as Kang Hyun ignores his frantic questions, completely oblivious to the chaos around them. Driven by sudden desperation, Wonwoo turns and bolts full speed down the dark alleyway. Hyun stands alone at the entrance of his quiet restaurant, staring blankly after the departing hunter. Suddenly, a shadowy figure holding a glowing chicken box creeps up, causing Hyun to shudder in surprise. A dramatic rumble echoes through the night sky as a strange visitor ominously approaches through the dark streets. Hyun narrows his eyes in utter exasperation at the bizarre intruder standing outside his shop. Lightning flashes behind the mysterious man in glasses, who dramatically presents a box containing a glowing chicken. With a heavy sigh and a subtle nod, Hyun reluctantly invites the strange visitor inside. The guest cautiously steps into the dark restaurant, carefully holding his glowing chicken box while looking around. Yoon Gaeul flashes a cheerful thumbs up, proudly showing off his fat white chicken inside a bacchus box to a completely deadpan Kang Hyun. Hyun asks Gaeul if he placed a tracking device on him, while Gaeul happily presents the resting chicken in its bacchus box. A glowing red magic stone sparkles above as Gaeul boasts about being connected by soul and communicating effortlessly with the chicken. Gaeul gleefully claims anyone would go crazy over such a magic stone, bragging that sheer determination fueled his escape. Gaeul gently places the boxed chicken on the table, casually mentioning hearing about a famous artisan while Hyun silently watches nearby. Hyun stands up and looms over Gaeul's table, watching intently as Gaeul continues fussing over his chicken companion. Gaeul raises his hand to his lips while Hyun reaches out toward him, asking a critical question about their situation. Hyun gazes forward with a serious, shadowed expression as he listens intently to the conversation. Hyun gasps in shock as sudden loud knocks echo on the front door, startling Gaeul at the table. Kang Hyun instinctively reaches out to block the door as Yoon Gaeul gasps in terror behind him. A mysterious dark silhouette knocks on the glass door and mutters an apology. Hyun turns around with a wide-eyed, stunned expression as he recognizes the voice. Standing outside in the dark, a glasses-wearing girl in a tracksuit paces nervously while peeking toward the entrance. Realizing who it is, Hyun glances back at Gaeul with a cold, knowing look. Hyun silently mouths a warning while Gaeul nods frantically in complete agreement. Gaeul whispers, asking if Hyun knows the person, while Hyun urges him to return to the tile house where he was kidnapped. Gaeul puffs his cheeks in annoyance as Hyun suddenly pulls out a large cloth sheet. Hyun tosses the cloth over Gaeul and his chicken companion, completely cloaking them in temporary invisibility. Holding up a finger to signal silence, Kang Hyun steps toward the door and quietly mutters for the visitor to wait just a moment. Yoon Gaeul tilts her head in confusion as Hyun rapidly taps away on his smartphone screen to type out a secret message. Hyun hands over his phone screen, showing a text asking her to pretend someone else is present and address him as Secretary Kim from the Pado Guild. Understanding the plan, Gaeul clears her throat with a knowing smile, ready to put on an act to keep their true identities hidden. As Hyun taps his phone to compose another text, Gaeul panics nervously behind him, quickly pulling up her own device. Hyun receives a text message on his screen, reading that the sender came to deliver urgent news after managing to make time today. The narrative shifts to describe how dungeons with sudden, unnatural environmental changes began emerging across the land just a few months ago. Inside a high-tech monitoring facility, a long-haired researcher carefully analyzes holographic data streams detailing these mysterious erosion phenomena. Floating inside a dark space, a crystalline shard reflects a doomed city landscape, representing a bleak vision of the impending apocalypse known only to top-ranked hunters. Yoon Gaeul reads the message about the West Sea Rift on her phone, realizing the spatial anomalies began diverging significantly from the original timeline. Kang Hyun ponders whether the spatial erosion is actually merging different dimensions together, rather than just displaying a destroyed, post-apocalyptic world. Gaeul approaches Hyun and shows him a text asking if she can enter an eroded dungeon alone to investigate the phenomenon. Both of them startle nervously in chibi form when their phones buzz simultaneously, breaking the tense silence between them. Hyun deadpans at Gaeul for breaking her promise to stay quiet, demanding to know who just texted her phone late at night. Gaeul brightly explains that the text came from Youngbin, while gesturing excitedly about entering dungeons to solve the mystery. The narrative transitions to describe the mysterious portals known as dungeons that opened across the world, holding untold secrets and dangers. Dangerous alien flora and aggressive monsters fill these dungeons, requiring hunters to constantly clear them before their overflowing numbers spill into reality. Slamming down hard, a desk shatters loudly inside an administrative office, signaling an explosive outburst during a tense meeting. Coco perches triumphantly on a knocked-out victim's head as an eccentric man proudly cheers on his pet chicken. Hong Yesung gleefully inspects a glowing blue orb, eagerly boasting about an experiment he has always wanted to try. Intense blue energy sparks around Yesung's hand as he activates the glowing orb with high magic concentration. Hyun and Gaeul stand together in a dimly lit hallway, quietly observing the chaotic scene unfolding before them. Yesung laughs hysterically while Coco crows nearby, leaving Hyun and Gaeul staring in utter speechlessness at his wild behavior. Hyun deadpans as he recalls Yesung's chaotic past antics, realizing the craftsman is equally troublesome as an ally or an enemy. Hyun smiles warmly at Gale, offering her a gentle look as they discuss their next move regarding Yesung. Gayul passionately praises Yesung to inflate his ego, causing the eccentric craftsman to swell with smug pride. Gayul kneels down alongside Hyun to inspect Coco up close, reading an official document presented by the tiny chicken. Yoon Gayul scans her B-rank ID card at the secure door, triggering a hum as a swirl of crackling blue spatial portal energy manifests inside. Inside the corridor, Gayul quickly confronts Kang Hyun and Bae Wonwoo, who turn back to face her as she steps through the doorway. Kang Hyun reacts with suspicion while Gayul nervously adjusts her cap and collar, trying to conceal her agitation under his intense stare. Gayul frantically waves her hands in denial, attempting to dismiss Kang Hyun's rising suspicion with a flustered expression. Striking a dramatic pose, Gayul clasps her hands together and smiles brightly, attempting to act innocent under the intense scrutiny. Bae Wonwoo smugly lifts his sunglasses above his forehead, grinning mockingly as he teases Gayul in front of Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun feels his heart thumping wildly against his chest as painful, distant memories begin to resurface in his mind. Hyun closes his eyes tightly and breaks into a cold sweat, struggling to maintain his composure against the surging emotional turmoil. Bae Wonwoo steps closer to Gayul and extends his hand, offering a deal while Hyun observes the transaction in silence. Hong Yesung, Yoon Gayul, and Kang Hyun discuss their plans inside the corridor as they prepare for their upcoming task. Channeling blue magic from his hand, Yesung dumps a heap of weapons onto the floor with a clatter. Hyun crouches down to drag a long, dark polearm out from the pile of scattered weapons. Standing up, Hyun grips the long polearm firmly, inspecting its weight and balance. Yesung proudly scoops up the chubby white chicken creature, showing off Kokokoya to the group. As Yesung chatters excitedly about the chicken, Hyun and Gayul stare back at him with unamused, deadpan expressions. Suddenly, Kokokoya unleashes a fierce blast of blue flames from its beak with a roaring crow. With everyone fully equipped, Yesung calls out that they are ready while Hyun calmly confirms. Stepping through a crackling blue spatial portal, the trio arrives inside a desolate, snow-dusted stone ruin. Gazing up into the snowy sky, Kang Hyun observes the desolate environment as subtle snowflakes fall around him. Suddenly, a bright holographic interface flashes before Hyun, catching him off guard as blue light illuminates his face. A violent tremor shakes the ruined ground beneath them, causing the entire area to rumble loudly as debris falls. Hyun quickly reacts, grabbing Gayul's arm to stabilize her before roaring as immense dark energy erupts from his body. Standing tall among the snow-covered ruins, a tall man wearing a black gas mask and dark harness overlooks the area. The gas-masked man looks back calmly as a blonde-haired man in a brown suit walks over to report the situation. Looking out over the crumbling, apocalyptic cityscape, the brown-suited man quietly observes the darkening sky and swirling clouds above. Noticing a sudden presence, the gas-masked man turns around with a startled sound as light shines from behind him. The brown-suited man looks on in mild surprise, turning his head as the gas-masked figure stands beside him. Jungbin turns around in startle as the ground beneath them suddenly shudders violently. Lee Seong quickly looks back in alarm, gripping his gas mask as another tremor shakes the ruined cityscape. Kang Hyun shifts into a battle stance behind Lee Seong as a glowing blue holographic interface swooshes open. A massive lightning strike boom detonates across the ruined city, blasting destructive blue energy through the collapsing debris. An ominous electronic beep echoes across the dark, cloudy sky above the devastation. Amidst the shattered rubble, Jungbin collapses to his knees, clutching his head in utter defeat. Jungbin grunts in pain, holding his head as he struggles to comprehend the sudden catastrophe. Looking up, Jungbin gasps upon seeing two hunters lying unconscious near Coco on the frozen ground. Hidden beneath the ruined structural beams, Lee Se-young clutches Kang Hyun's hand tightly as their hearts beat rapidly. Kang Hyun reflects on the rift's tasteless, silent air, grateful that corpses inside the dimensional space do not rot. He touches his chest thoughtfully, remaining calm amidst the eerie stillness of the dimensional rift. Hyun looks forward with a steady, resolute expression, observing his desolate surroundings. Sitting among shattered concrete and rubble, Hyun looks down and wonders what lies before him. Noticing a pink cap and Hong Yesung's staff lying scattered in the ruins, Hyun realizes his companion's gear is nearby. Grasping the staff firmly from the ground, Hyun prepares to search the dangerous area. Activating Scout's Eye, Hyun leaps across the ruined terrain, searching urgently for Yoon Gayul and Hong Yesung as flying monsters emerge. A winged beast lunges with a sharp screech, but Hyun leaps into action, striking down multiple flying monsters with swift staff swings. Mid-battle, Hyun suddenly notices something unexpected as a mysterious blue light glints sharply in his eye. Blue structural lines grid over the ruined city as Kang Hyun gazes across the desolate, crumbling landscape. Hong Yesung rests in a back room while holding a chicken-shaped box as Kang Hyun steps in to talk with him. Looking down from the crumbling edge, Kang Hyun observes the shattered buildings marked by glowing blue outline grids. Multiple small fires burn among the pile of rubble inside the grid-lined ruined dimensional structure. Cluttering his thoughts with annoyance, Kang Hyun clenches his staff as an uneasy feeling surges inside him. Meanwhile, Lee Se-young leans against a concrete wall in the ruins, brooding in frustration over their current predicament. Se-young curses Nam Woojin for forcing them into endless dungeon tours instead of allowing him to do his proper job. Noticing something unusual, Se-young leaps to his feet in surprise, realizing someone else has entered the dungeon. Kang Hyun strides through the crumbling concrete passageway, unaware that Lee Se-young is watching him nearby. Cradling Lee Se-young's face in his hands, Kang Hyun gazes down at him with genuine concern and asks if he is doing all right. Surprised by his sudden appearance inside the rift, Lee Se-young grumbles while questioning how Hyun managed to infiltrate such a dangerous location. Memories flood back of a gentle touch and a familiar voice asking if he was okay, confirming that Hyun has finally found him. Se-young opens his mouth to shout across the ruined clearing, trying to call out to the intruder before they are spotted. Hyun instantly lunges forward and clamps his hand over Se-young's mouth, forcing him down against the dark concrete debris to stay quiet. Staring directly into Hyun's eyes, Se-young breaks into a subtle sweat as the overwhelming tension between them thickens in the dark alleyway. Keeping his palm firmly pressed over Se-young's mouth, Hyun taps his own lips, signaling for him to remain silent while enemies linger nearby. Releasing his grip on Se-young's lower face, Hyun gently cups his chin and gazes intently into his eyes to make sure he understands. Grabbing Hyun by his gray hoodie, Se-young pulls him down close, unwilling to let him step away into danger alone. Surprised by the sudden quiet inside the dark cityscape, Lee Se-young turns around and spots Kang Hyun standing right behind him. Smiling reassuringly, Hyun leans down close to Se-young and tells him not to worry about the situation. Holding Hyun tightly by his gray hoodie, Se-young clutches his chest and refuses to let him wander off alone. Hiding his expression in the shadows, Hyun gently reassures Se-young that he will return safely before stepping into the dark rift. Flashbacks resurface of a dying comrade warning young Hyun about the heavy burden of being placed on a pedestal as a hero. Bound by glowing chains, Hyun unleashes dark energy as he reflects on his willingness to sacrifice his own life to save others. Emerging from his dark memories, Hyun gazes warmly at Se-young, offering him a gentle and comforting smile. Pulling Se-young close against his chest, Hyun holds him tightly in a quiet, protective embrace amidst the crumbling city ruins. Cupping Se-young's face in his hands, Hyun carefully checks on him as Se-young softly confirms that he is okay. Staring down at the ruined landscape, Hyun identifies the monster outside as a Sasquatch, noting its surprisingly docile nature. Sweating nervously, Hyun turns his gaze downward as he formulates a plan to handle the situation. Grabbing Se-young's cheeks, Hyun inspects his face closely, turning his head from side to side to check for injuries. Cupping Hyun's face in return, Se-young gazes gently into his eyes while offering his full trust. Whimsical chibi versions of Hyun and Se-young interact playfully as they lighten the heavy tension between them. Gazing toward the distant horizon, Hyun activates his magic, visualizing a detailed structural breakdown of the ruined urban area. Hyun exhales softly as he mentally prepares himself to take action against the impending threat. Se-young rests his head comfortably on Hyun's shoulder, content to stay by his side as Hyun leans back. Resting against Hyun's shoulder, Se-young asks if he finds the current situation a bit strange. Se-young looks down silently with an unreadable expression, keeping his face close to Hyun's while the surrounding atmosphere grows tense. Hyun sits on the dusty ground, sweating heavily while holding Se-young, remembering that Coco had knocked out the inspector lying face down nearby. Leaning his face against Hyun's shoulder, Se-young lets out a quiet hum, leaving Hyun visibly unsettled by the unexpected intimacy. Se-young rests comfortably against Hyun's neck with a slight smirk, making Hyun stare ahead in mild disbelief. With his head resting against Hyun, Se-young gazes thoughtfully ahead while Hyun mentally prepares himself to react. Grasping his own head in mild exhaustion, Hyun lets out a tired sigh as Se-young stays right by his side. Se-young gently holds the top of Hyun's head and whispers closely into his ear, startling Hyun. Turning back with an annoyed expression, Hyun speaks up sharply to question Se-young about what he just said. Hyun's eyes flash as system notifications pop up, revealing that dungeon reconstruction is complete, and Jongno Threega has been reassigned as S+ grade. Hong Yesung grins wildly as Golden Star constellations spell cast around him, summoning high-grade magic into his hands. Se-young glances sideways at Hyun, quietly noting how unusual the circumstances are while observing the surrounding ruins. A massive surge of fiery red energy erupts in a blinding shockwave, consuming the entire area in a brilliant explosion. Clad in his hoodie, Hyun stands amid swirling dark shadows, his face obscured as he senses the growing danger. Sayoung suddenly smacks the side of Hyun's head, causing Hyun to clutch his ringing ears in annoyance. Sitting beside Sayoung in the crumbling ruins, Hyun gestures outward and reveals that he possesses crucial data about the situation. Snow gently drifts over the desolate, ruined cityscape of shattered buildings and crumbling ancient towers. Resting his chin on his hand, Hyun thoughtfully analyzes the strange anomalies occurring within the rift. Narrowing his eyes, Hyun gazes forward intently as he realizes the mysterious rift connects directly to the West Sea. Sayoung pulls at Hyun's hoodie collar, questioning his actions as Hyun grumbles back in annoyance. Sayoung gazes down with a serious expression, resting his dark-gloved hand against his face in deep thought. Holding Hyun's cheek in his gloved hand, Sayoung firmly confronts him while Hyun glares back, thoroughly annoyed. In a chibi style, Sayoung tightly squeezes Hyun's arm, making him complain in pain as he tries to pull away. Hyun stoops down to retrieve a long pole weapon off the floor as Sayoung walks away through the rubble. Hyun turns around holding his polearm, calmly stating that Yungbin isn't weak and can handle the situation himself. Hyun imagines a chaotic, bizarre scene of Hong Ye-sung laughingly clutching a live chicken alongside a friend in tracksuits. Sayoung casually tugs on Hyun's hair from behind, prompting Hyun to puff out his cheeks in mild annoyance. Sayoung smirked confidently, his glowing purple eyes gleaming with sharp amusement as he looked back toward Hyun. Kang Hyun flashes back to a fierce battlefield, charging forward with his dark flame-engulfed sword drawn high. Back in the present, Hyun jabs the end of his staff against Lee Sayoung, who casually dismisses the annoyance with a smirking insult. Hyun glares after Sayoung as he strolls past, gripping his metal polearm in frustration. Turning around, Sayoung glances back over his shoulder while Hyun pouts silently behind him. Sayoung teasingly taunts Hyun, who looks back annoyed as they stand amidst the ruined city ruins. Hyun grumbles in exasperation while Sayoung looks ahead with a serene, confident smile. Hyun gazes forward thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting a quiet, earnest resolve amidst the cold ash. Sayoung turns back with a knowing smirk, confident that Hyun will eventually uncover his secret. Sayoung looks down tenderly, acknowledging the unique, brilliant light that shines brightly from within Hyun. Vicious flying avian monsters drop from the sky, screeching as they swarm down toward Hyun and Sayoung. Hyun leaps into action with his staff, swinging upward with immense force to shatter a monster's skull in a single strike. Sweeping through the air, Hyun cleaves through the horde, but Sayoung playfully remarks that they make a surprisingly great team. Sayoung reminds him that 5 of South Korea's top S-grade hunters are currently inside this very dungeon. Meanwhile, Hong Ye-sung hides nervously behind a ruined wall, watching Yungbin walk by while Yoon Gaeul peeks out from behind him. Gaeul steps out into the open to face Jungbin, as glowing chains float silently through the air behind him. Jungbin runs a hand through his hair with a sly laugh, amused by the sudden encounter. Gaeul pauses, gazing up in awe as glowing, crystalline fragments levitate gently around her hands. High above the snow-covered peaks, a sinister red emblem gleams, signaling that Prometheus has suddenly reignited its dark activity following Lee Sayoung's awakening. Surrounded by a sinister aura of dark energy, an enigmatic figure turns sideways with a stern expression. Inside the facility, Nam Woojin explains that Lee Sayoung and Kang Hyun were dispatched because the situation was urgent. Nearby, Hong Ye-sung and Yoon Gaeul suddenly appear near the first S+ dungeon to emerge. Lee Sayoung rests his chin thoughtfully on his hand as he contemplates the strange turn of events. Turning with a nervous smile, Sayoung greets Gaeul and Ye-sung as they flinch in surprise. Drenched in sweat, Ye-seong peeks nervously from behind a ruined wall while Sayoung speaks with a broad grin. Sayoung steps forward, remarking that despite investigating eroded dungeons multiple times, this situation is entirely unprecedented. Young gestures towards a massive, translucent giant hand looming over the ruined landscape. Holding his metal polearm, Kang Hyun leaps into action while wondering how much time has passed. Massive chunks of ruined debris fuse together in midair, assembling into a towering stone golem directly above Kang Hyun and Lee Sayoung. Sayoung glares upward, wondering whether the stone golem's appearance is an unforeseen side effect triggered by the rift's spatial instability. Holding his polearm behind his shoulder, Hyun glances back and asks Sayoung what he was wondering about. Sayoung yanks Hyun backward by his hoodie, interrupting his question with a casual tug. Hyun recalls how Sayoung used to gently whine about being hurt or dizzy, realizing his past gentleness has completely expired. Annoyed, Hyun smacks Sayoung's thigh with the butt of his polearm, demanding to know what he is doing. Unfazed by the strike, Sa-young tells Hyun that his way of thinking is completely useless and asks if it is time to move. Hyun glances back over his shoulder as Sa-young continues lecturing him about their current situation. Turning forward with a nod, Hyun rests the long polearm over his shoulder, ready to face the giant golem. Sa-young gazes down at Hyun, who pauses in confusion and asks what he wants. Sa-young points to himself, quietly signaling his presence in the desolate, crumbling ruins. Hyun bursts out laughing at Sa-young's exaggerated reaction, teasing him playfully in the quiet wasteland. A dark, ominous shadow falls across Hyun's face as he reflects on his inability to stop himself. Sa-young steps closer, leaning down beside Hyun while pointing at the polearm in his hand. Sa-young turns away, coldly declaring that recklessly insisting on killing with bare hands is foolish. Hyun listens quietly, noting that his long-held anxiety has finally slipped away. Sa-young reminds him that back then, Hyun had claimed he only wanted to live a quiet life. Hyun lowers his gaze thoughtfully, silently contemplating Sa-young's words amid the ruins. Sa-young leans in close, reminding Hyun of his past wish to live a quiet life. Hyun recalls making a similar promise long ago, though the memory of who it was remains hazy like fog. Sa-young speaks softly as snow falls around them in the desolate ruined city. Sa-young turns to face Hyun directly, questioning if he believes he is mistaken. Hyun remembers the past, wondering why anyone would ever need a reason to save people. Sa-young leans closer to Hyun, their gaze locking as snowfall continues around them. Hyun senses an ominous energy, realizing the dungeon master likely uses poison-based abilities. Hyun points out that clearing an S-rank dungeon will take a considerable amount of time. Hyun gestures awkwardly towards Sa-young while sweat dropping, interrupting the tense mood. Lee Sa-young glares in shock as Kang Hyun questions what a rival bastard is doing in the dungeon rift. Sa-young's anger flares in a chibi-style standoff while Hyun stands before him holding his trusty metal staff. Hyun casually pokes Sa-young's chest with his finger, lightly tapping him while telling him not to act like a brat. An uncomfortable, tense silence falls over the desolate, snow-covered, ruined cityscape, following Hyun's sudden playful behavior. Hyun breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing his bold tap might have pushed the deadly S-rank hunter too far. Sa-young smirks dangerously, his piercing purple eyes flashing as he prepares to tease the D-rank hunter back. Sa-young leans down menacingly close to Hyun's face, towering over him with a dark, taunting smile. Hyun glares sideways in silence, caught completely off guard by Sa-young's sudden and overwhelming physical proximity. A sudden explosion echoes through the ruined cityscape as dust and debris erupt into the frozen air. Sa-young swiftly grabs Hyun, hauling him away to chase after Youngbin across the snow-covered ruins. Meanwhile, Yesung strains under the weight of a massive falling rock, struggling desperately to hold it back with his shield. Spit and blood spray as Yesung screams out, barely able to keep the heavy boulder from crushing him. High above, a gigantic stone hand hovers over Yesung, threatening to smash him into the ground. Unable to keep maintaining his barrier, Yesung collapses in complete exhaustion as his magic shatters. Hyun and Sa-young land right beside the trembling craftsman, who panics upon seeing the sudden arrival. Desperate for survival, Yesung frantically raises his broken shield and begs Hyun for a healing potion. Sa-young tosses a potion down to the trembling Yesung, while Hyun stands nearby holding his metal staff. Yesung flinches back in utter panic as Sa-young prepares another syringe, clutching his shield in terror. Sa-young casually flings the syringe toward Yesung, who catches it in midair while breathing heavily. Gaeul screams in frustration as Sa-young turns his back and walks away with complete indifference. A massive rock monster suddenly erupts from the ground directly in front of Hyun and Sa-young. Hyun narrows his glowing yellow eye, focusing his gaze as the colossal stone threat looms overhead. The massive stone monster roars ferociously as a shadowy figure swiftly lunges forward through the air. A brilliant blue beam pierces through the air, completely shattering the rock monster's stone chest. Kang Hyun vaults into the air, expertly wielding his polearm to strike the colossal stone monster as debris flies everywhere. Lee Sa-young walks forward in a tight black outfit while Hong Yesung watches nervously from behind while holding his round shield. Black tendrils suddenly wrap tightly around Sa-young, binding his body as Yesung trembles and desperately pleads with him to relax. Yesung looks on in confusion while holding a black leash connected directly to the tightly bound Sa-young, who glares back angrily. Yesung holds the leash in a comedic stance while Sa-young remains immobilized in black bindings, creating a bizarre standoff. Sa-young breaks free from his dark bindings and grabs his spear, threatening Yesung while stepping forward aggressively. Yesung reaches out in panic as Sa-young turns around and walks away with his spear, leaving him behind in disbelief. Sa-young leaps high into the air, raising his spear with intense determination as he vows to grow stronger before reuniting with Hyun. Sa-young unleashes a powerful swing of his spear, slicing through the air with overwhelming force and wind pressure. Kang Hyun gazes into the distance with blue eyes, recalling how a shadowy version of himself once asked if he truly wished to live a quiet life. Dropping down suddenly, Hyun prepares to move at high speed as energy surges around him. Hyun dashes forward with intense speed, remembering the traits that once made him exceptionally proficient at everything. Bloody memories flash through Hyun's mind as he carries the unbearable weight and regret of failing to bring back his fallen comrades from the rifts. Meanwhile, Yoongbin rests quietly on a pile of debris, gazing up with a calm expression. Jungbin looks directly forward, his stoic face showing no sign of emotion as he takes in his surroundings. Overlooking the sprawling city skyline, Hyun reflects on how the world moved on without him, leaving him with no place to truly belong or rest. Submerged in deep blue water, Hyun curls up alone, reflecting on the long and grueling time that has passed. Reaching down with determination, Hyun firmly grips his polearm, knowing that only during moments of intense battle does he feel truly alive. Mid-air above the massive stone golem, Hyun leaps downward with his polearm as his S+ enhanced strength trait activates. Activating Hand of a Master and the One Who Pierces All, Hyun looks over the battlefield and reflects on how joyful it is to have people waiting for him. Hyun unleashes Heart Piercer, triggering a massive energy explosion that shatters the ground and sends shockwaves crashing into Yesung below. Seyoung walks away calmly from the devastation while Yesung lies collapsed on the ground, holding a fallen comrade. Gaeul coughs through the settling dust and looks up in sheer awe at the incredible display of power. The giant stone monster collapses into a towering heap of rubble, completely defeated. Hyun lands deftly along the crumbling stone ruins, sliding smoothly to the ground with his polearm in hand. Hyun steps forward while Seyoung walks past and Yesung stands nearby, as a tiny chicken pet scurries back after watching the area. Yesung points frantically at Hyun in shock, spitting up blood as he screams in disbelief. Yesung paces back and forth anxiously around Hyun and his pet chicken, unable to calm down after witnessing Hyun's overwhelming power. Questioning how Hyun pulled off such a feat, Yesung points at him while Hyun stands completely deadpan with his polearm. Yesung proudly boasts about his craft next to Hyun, trying to take credit while Hyun looks on stoically. Meanwhile, Seyoung stands nearby with his arms crossed, silently waiting with an intense, unreadable gaze. Hyun watches in sweat-dropping exasperation as Seyoung forcefully shoves Yesung away to clear the space between them. Narrowing his eyes, Hyun ponders how to explain away his extraordinary power without exposing his true S-class identity. He considers whether a normal awakened hunter could ever justify wielding such destructive force during mid-air combat. Hyun formulates an excuse, deciding he can blame his unbelievable attack on the high quality of Yesung's polearm. However, Hyun recoils in shock as Seyoung gives him a knowing smile, realizing his cover story might already be blown. Standing among the snowy city rubble, Hyun grips his spear tightly as Seyoung silently watches him with crossed arms. Sweat dripping down his face, Hyun looks completely deadpan as he tries to maintain his composure. Seyoung stands stoically with his arms crossed while Hyun holds the weapon, the tension mounting between them. Hyun hands the spear back, quietly declaring, "It was yours from the beginning, Hyun," as Seyoung gazes back thoughtfully. Hyun reflects on how Seyoung was obsessed with retrieving the spear, not just because it was an S+ grade weapon. Hyun offers the spear directly to Seyoung, who continues to look on in silent contemplation amidst the ruined cityscape. Behind them, Yesung sits cross-legged on the ground, clutching Kako, looking thoroughly exhausted from the battle. Gaeul kneels on the asphalt, catching her breath, while Hyun lowers the polearm next to a fallen ally. Back in a chibi-style moment, Seyoung stares deadpan at Hyun, asking why he is giving him such a strange look. Lee Seyoung endlessly yaps on and on, leaving Kang Hyun utterly deadpan and exhausted by his relentless chatter. Standing tall with crossed arms, Seyoung peers down at Hyun, who looks up silently while holding the heavy spear. Seyoung contemplates deeply, resting his gloved hand on his chin as he carefully ponders the ongoing situation. Plunking himself down onto a nearby ruined ledge, Seyoung pats the spot beside him, inviting Hyun to sit. Without hesitation, Seyoung grabs Hyun by his hoodie and casually drags him backward like a heavy sack. Perched on the ledge, Seyoung gazes down with a subtle, melancholic expression, while Hyun listens in quiet deadpan silence. Seyoung calmly crosses his legs and addresses the group, declaring sternly that they simply didn't know the truth. Turning back, Seyoung flashes a dark, intimidating aura, leaving Hyun completely startled and sweating in apprehension. Overwhelmed by the intense atmosphere, Yoon Gaeul kneels sweating on the ground while Hong Yesung lies face down with Kako. Yoon Gaeul carefully cradles the chubby chicken monster Kokokoya in her hands, her face filled with anxiety and concern. Sitting on a high stone ledge above, Lee Seyoung lectures the group, demanding they follow proper protocols no matter how urgent the situation is. Still kneeling on the cold ground, Gayul clutches Kokoya tightly against her face, trembling with worry as Sejong sternly points at her. Resting beside Hong Yesung, Kang Hyun sits quietly in his gray hoodie, while holding Kokoya, listening intently as Sejong continues lecturing them. Sensing something, Hyun quickly reaches out and gently wipes a trace of blood off Sejong's lip, catching the S-rank leader completely by surprise. Suddenly, Sejong reacts with superhuman speed, swiftly grabbing Hyun's wrist to halt his motion as wind swooshes around them. Holding a pair of glowing potion vials, Hyun stares at Sejong in utter confusion, asking why he suddenly grabbed him. Releasing his grip, Hyun carefully unfastens the purple healing potion vial, causing the magical liquid to swirl into the air. Sejong uncaps a green potion and splashes the healing liquid over Hyun's hand, ensuring his companion's minor injuries are instantly treated. As green healing potion drips from his fingers, Hyun grimaces in discomfort while staring blankly at his hand. Suddenly, Sejong grabs Hyun's hoodie collar with an angry grunt, startling the younger hunter. Infuriated by Sejong's sudden aggression, Hyun angrily grabs Sejong's collar and fumes. How can anyone be so careless? Glaring intensely at each other, Hyun holds onto Sejong's shirt, while green potion continues to drip from his hand. Without warning, Sejong reaches up and taps his dark-gloved hand directly over Hyun's eyes. Covertly blocking Hyun's vision, Sejong holds his gloved hand over Hyun's eyes while Hyun irritably asks, "You're not removing your hand?" Leaning close, Sejong keeps Hyun blinded while teasingly asking, "Hasn't it been a while since you fought a monster?" Hyun lets out a deep sigh beneath Sejong's hand, trying to keep his cool despite the annoying distraction. Smirking playfully, Sejong finally lifts his hand off Hyun's eyes and rests it lightly on top of his head. Yoon Gaeul chuckles in relief, holding Kakoya tightly and feeling glad that the two men didn't end up fighting. Turning her head toward the dark cave entrance, Gaeul spots a faint, mysterious glint shining from within the shadows. Dropping Kokoya to the pavement, Gaeul suddenly leaps to her feet with a sharp yell, startling Hong Yesung beside her. Goyle dashes toward the glowing cave opening as Yesung and Lee Sejong quickly rise to their feet behind her. Sejong swiftly lunges forward and grabs Yesung's arm to pull him back, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. Gaeul charges straight into the dark, cavernous portal, with Kokoya waddling closely behind her heels. Yesung looks up in utter shock, sweating nervously as he realizes Gaeul ran into the dungeon without warning. Sejong instantly steps in and presses his face directly into Yesung's side, forcefully holding him in place. Pinning Yesung down with his arm, Sejong keeps a firm grip on him while glaring down with intense focus. Kang Hyun stares thoughtfully ahead, recalling how every time Lee Sejong acts like this, an intense sense of déjà vu washes over him. Hyun remembers a vision of Sejong covered in bandages, wearing dark robes patterned with glowing runes beneath a shattering glass barrier. Jolted back to reality, with a sudden jolt of his heart, Hyun gasps in total surprise. Across the field, Gaeul proudly holds up a radiant crystal fragment overhead, cheering loudly that she found it. Hyun stares in quiet disbelief, realizing that these events weren't supposed to unfold like this. From high on a cliff edge, Gaeul gazes down toward the ruined landscape where Hyun stands beside Sejong. Sejong leans in close beside Hyun, keeping his gaze steady as the tension lingers between them. Hyun turns his head slightly, staring down in deep thought without offering a word in response. Sejong drops into a comical, exhausted stoic expression, letting out a weary sigh beside Hyun. Sejong's eyes darken as he smirks dangerously, muttering that Hyun and Gaeul must be remarkably close. In a cartoonish outburst, Yesung abruptly slaps Sejong over the head, causing him to react in exasperated shock. Grimacing in annoyance, Sejong winces while clutching his head and wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. Yesung casually slaps Sejong's head again while shrugging off the action, causing Sejong to look utterly deadpan. Yesung lets out a disdainful scoff, glaring down coldly as Sejong stands beside him. Reaching out, Yesung gently pats Sejong's head, while Sejong remains seated on the ground with his spear. Sejong turns his head, giving Yesung an unamused glance while Yesung keeps a hand rested on his hair. Yesung looks down thoughtfully, asking Sejong what he plans to do next. Smirking softly, Sejong reaches up and firmly takes hold of Yesung's hand. Sejong holds onto Yesung's hand, offering a firm grip to keep him close. Slowly, Sejong pulls his hand away, letting his fingers slide free from Yesung's grasp. Smiling slyly, Yesung taps his own chin, teasingly prompting Sejong to hand something over. Sejong's face twitches with annoyance, glaring back at Yesung with an utterly deadpan, irritated expression. Nearby, Hyun walks up holding his spear, while Yesung crouches beside Sejong, calling out to him casually. Hyun glares coldly at Yesung, who merely shrugs innocently while claiming he was just being considerate. Reaching into his pocket, Hyun pulls out a glowing golden mana stone, sparkling brightly in his fingers. The sight of the stone instantly overwhelms Yesung, making him drop to his knees in dramatic excitement. Eagerly extending both hands forward, Yesung begs Hyun to toss him the shiny golden stone. Confused, Yesung throws up his hands, completely baffled by Hyun's sudden behavior. Leaning in close, Hyun whispers secretly to Yesung while Sayoung watches silently from the background. Hyun reveals a sleek black protective shield item resting inside his spatial inventory. Puzzled by the unexpected item, Yesung scratches his head in utter confusion. Kneeling on the ground, Hyun points down toward his spear, resting on the road before them. Realizing the potential issue, Hyun suddenly panics, wondering if this action violates their agreement. Flustered by Hyun's hesitation, Yesung throws his hands up in theatrical frustration. Grinning brightly, Yesung flashes a confident thumbs up, reassuring Hyun that everything is completely fine. Nodding in approval, Yesung gives another enthusiastic thumbs up, while Hyun maintains his completely unimpressed face. Sighing in frustration, Hyun lets out a tired breath as he ponders their chaotic situation. Behind Hyun, Yesung leaps dramatically into the air with his arms stretched straight up in celebration. Holding Kokoya high in the air, Gayul comes running toward them while shouting out her arrival. Holding up a glowing mana stone, Gayul dashes over while Hyun turns to look at her in silence. Sprinting to a halt, Gayul proudly presents the sparkling mana stone to Hyun with both hands. Gayul pauses, catching her breath as she gazes back at Hyun with a serious look. Taken aback by the sudden realization, Gayul's eyes widen in sheer shock. Remaining calm, Hyun looks back at Gayul with a steady, unbothered expression. Holding his long spear, Hyun gestures outward as he instructs Gayul to inform Yungbin once he awakens. Adjusting his gray hoodie, Kang Hyun pulls the hood low over his face as he prepares for what comes next. Hyun reveals his face beneath the hood while Lee Se-young stands nearby in dark attire, wearing a subtle smile. Elsewhere in the ruined city, Yesung trembles under the weight of holding an injured, heavily bandaged comrade in his arms. Yesung cries out dramatically in strain while Se-young calmly turns away, watching the unfolding scene with an unbothered expression. Se-young walks up beside Hyun, casually leaning in as Hyun mutters that he feels bad for them. Hyun deadpans and pushes Se-young's head away, bluntly telling the crazy bastard to knock it off. Turning his attention back to Gayul, Hyun listens as she mentions something about a restaurant. Standing with his spear, Hyun gestures outward while chatting casually with Gayul in the middle of the street. Hyun offers a warm, confident smile, remarking how normal it is for hunters to take on various public roles nowadays. A bedside box of recovery tonic and a basket of apples sit nearby, accompanied by a note from Nurse A wishing Hunter J a speedy recovery. Bandaged across his head and face, Hyun lies silently in a hospital bed, with his eyes closed as he slowly regains his senses. Yesung passionately recalls how he and Gayul fled through the fields, leaving Hong Yeseong behind as chaos erupted during their rift exploration. Yesung exaggeratedly describes how Hunter J heroically appeared out of nowhere to obliterate the giant golem in a single crushing blow, saving everyone present. Sitting cross-legged on his hospital bed, Yesung enthusiastically continues recounting the battle, praising Hunter J's incredible power, while Hyun rests quietly beside him. Yesung wipes away dramatic tears while lying in his bed, insisted to Hyun that every word of his heroic tale is absolute truth. Watching Yesung react dramatically, Hyun casually peels an apple and reflects on how news of the incident spread strictly through the Ranker chat network. Growing impatient with Yesung's incessant chatter, Hyun reaches out and presses the nurse call button right beside his bed to summon help. Hyun lies in bed nursing his injuries, trying to piece together the overwhelming pain he felt right as the dungeon boss attacked him. Kang Hyun warns Yesung from his hospital bed not to touch any of his gifts, intending to return them all once his recovery is complete. Yesung sulks beside the bedside table stacked with gourmet fruit baskets and presents, grumbling that Hyun's blunt warning felt like a personal insult. Silver-haired Nam Woojin enters the hospital room carrying an official update, catching Hyun off guard as he quietly snacks on an apple slice. Woojin stands inside the room while Hyun sits resting in bed, casually enjoying his snack while listening to the incoming report about recent rift developments. Woojin explains how the eroded dungeon unexpectedly transformed into a fully reconstructed dungeon, recalling the chaotic collapse and structural shifting they survived. Hyun listens intently to Woojin's detailed briefing, confirming that the strange dungeon phenomena unfolded exactly as reported. Surprised by Woojin's sudden revelations, Hyun and Yesung stare back in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected details regarding the reconstructed rift. Woojin explains that Hunter J will strictly avoid outside activities and only appear when necessary, while Hyun imagines a hooded hunter warning him to stay silent. Woojin rubs his chin thoughtfully, carefully analyzing the anomaly, and concluding that the unexpected event was definitely not a simple system error. Nam Woojin dramatically gestures as he sternly warns Kang Hyun to stay inside until his body fully recovers. Hyun casually munches on an orange slice, looking back at Woojin with an unbothered, nonchalant expression. Hyun recalls Hunter Jae standing under the night sky, brooding silently while holding a pack of cigarettes. Woojin reaches out and offers a fresh orange slice to Hyun as he lies resting in his hospital bed. Hyun offers a cheerful, handsome grin as he accepts the juicy fruit slice from Woojin. Yesung chuckles from his hospital bed as Hyun lightheartedly hands over the peeled orange slice to him. Overhead lights and modern ceiling vents glow quietly above the peaceful, cozy hospital room. Outside, a sturdy broom vigorously sweeps across the dusty ground with swift, rhythmic swishing motions. Sweeping the front entrance, a young employee wearing an apron listens attentively as Lee Se-young, Yoon Gaeul, and Hong Ye-sung are discussed. Outside the shop, a young employee holding a broom turns around in surprise as a tall man in a dark suit approaches him. Inside, the visitor unzips a brown paper bag, revealing an assortment of freshly baked pastries and warm bread. Standing by a round table, Suave Glasses Agent dramatically gestures toward Kang Hyun while wearing his dark suit and sunglasses. Suave Glasses Agent strikes a sleek, confident pose with sunglasses on, casually remarking that the food was quite delicious. Holding a packaged pastry, Hyun looks back at the agent with a mild, curious expression. Hyun deadpans with a simple, unimpressed question as he stares blankly at his energetic visitor. Suave Glasses Agent enthusiastically throws up 2 thumbs up, boasting with a bright, energetic smile. Hyun listens quietly as the agent gestures intently while explaining something important regarding rankings. Adjusting his sunglasses thoughtfully, Suave Glasses Agent discusses how the country is completely obsessed with rankings and top lists. A grade 5 rift suddenly appears at the Gwangjin Temporary Registration Center, causing immediate alarm among the emergency staff on location. Adjusting his dark sunglasses, Suave Glasses Agent looks closely at Kang Hyun as he brings up past records. Kang Hyun listens with a serious expression, carefully evaluating the agent's sudden visit and strange warnings. Suave Glasses Agent stands before Hyun in his bakery, explaining the alarming pattern behind recent dimensional occurrences. He reveals that the West Sea Rift was originally classified as Grade 5, but upgraded to Grade 1 the moment Hyun's team entered. Hyun reflects deeply on the dungeon erosion phenomenon, realizing these sudden dimensional rank upgrades seem directly connected to his presence. When Hyun asks if there's any way to avoid this, Suave Glasses Agent gives a swift, decisive rejection. With a dramatic flair, Suave Glasses Agent produces a sleek digital file folder straight out of spatial storage. He hands the dark dossier over to Kang Hyun, presenting him with his next official assignment. Kang Hyun flips open the dossier, carefully reviewing the classified details regarding the recent dungeon anomalies. The report details how the dungeon once yielded valuable potion ingredients before experiencing sudden erosion about a month ago. It further notes that clearing the white ash revealed ominous ties to the West Sea Rift. Suave Glasses Agent casually asks if Hyun wants information regarding other eroded dungeons across the country. Hyun pauses thoughtfully, considering the broader implications of these escalating dungeon erosion events. Suave Glasses Agent looks over in mild surprise, catching Hyun's sudden reaction. With an enthusiastic grin, Suave Glasses Agent pulls out his tablet and stylus to pull up further records. He explains how past dimensional catastrophes paralyzed society when monsters flooded the cities. Hyun calmly notes that society only managed to recover about 3 years after the initial collapse. Suave Glasses Agent taps his tablet screen, offering to write down a designated codename to search up specific information for Kang Hyun. He begins scribbling on his digital tablet while casually asking if Hyun can provide basic details on the target. Hyun suddenly stops in his tracks, freezing mid-motion as the request sinks in. A look of hesitation washes over Hyun's face as he turns his gaze downward in deep thought. A paper takeaway bag sits quietly on the restaurant table under the warm overhead lighting. Suave Glasses Agent hands over a document folder, asking Hyun what he knows about the matter. He gestures calmly while explaining that even a small detail, like a past residence or school, could trigger a full investigation. Hyun looks down silently, clutching his clipboard as a chilling dark aura begins to loom over him. He remembers the tragic fallen comrade whose hearing was all that remained as communication became impossible in the ruins. A heavily bandaged patient lies unconscious on a hospital bed, enveloped in darkness. Hyun recalls a pinky promise made with a bandaged hand, remembering the boy who died alone in his absence. Back in his restaurant, Hyun lowers his clipboard with a subtle smile. Suave Glasses Agent adjusts his sunglasses while taking notes on his clipboard. Agent explains that medical records are strictly restricted to patients, family, or official guardians. Hyun glares silently as Agent cheerfully outlines the administrative hurdles. Agent sweat drops nervously, flustered by the intense pressure radiating from Hyun. Hyun calmly explains that medical staff faced severe shortages back when monster-related casualties spiked. In a flashback, overworked doctors rush a bloody patient into the emergency room on a gurney. Adjusting his sunglasses and tapping his pen thoughtfully, Suave Glasses Agent maintains his polished demeanor. Striking a dramatic pose, Agent excitedly offers his hand to Hyun, eager to seal their partnership. Hyun reluctantly reaches out and grips Agent's hand, causing the agent to flinch at his overwhelming strength. A digital notification screen flashes above their tight hand clasp as Hyun firmly locks his grip around Agent's hand. Sweating nervously behind his dark glasses, Agent forces an awkward smile while Hyun maintains a calm, unyielding expression. Hyun leans in close with an intense, cheerful grin, completely terrifying the flustered Agent. Agent collapses onto the floor in utter defeat, while Hyun laughs gleefully at his reaction. Regaining his composure, Agent brings out a glowing digital tablet using spatial storage. Handing the glowing digital tablet over, Agent assures Hyun to contact him whenever he needs additional support. Reflecting on his past arrangements, Hyun recalls the contract he once made with Lee Sa-young. Suddenly, the Suave Glasses Agent dramatically pushes up his sunglasses with a triumphant laugh. Striking a confident pose, the agent flashes a gleaming smile while introducing his latest proposal. Hyun stands calmly in his apron, observing the agent with a composed and thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, inside a dark interrogation room, Yesung furiously slams his fist onto the table, shouting that he truly doesn't know who it is. The interrogating agent calmly reminds the agitated Yesung that he keeps making him repeat himself. Gesturing wildly, Yesung insists that the evidence clearly confirmed the person was still alive. Clenching his fists in dramatic frustration, Yesung shouts that he genuinely believed a savior had finally come to rescue them. As the agent looks on with a sweat drop, Yesung lightens the mood with a playful, theatrical grin. Meanwhile, security cameras monitor a chaotic scene inside an interrogation room, where a suspect lies sprawling on the floor after being confronted. Song Jo-hyun, the sharp guild leader of the Samra Guild, suddenly appears with a smug, knowing grin beside a nervous male operative. The terrified operative leaps to his feet in shock, shouting in panic as Jo-hyun looms over him with an intimidating presence. Jo-hyun lets out a cold, sinister smirk, his glowing red eye hinting at his dangerous and hidden motives. Over in the monitoring booth, Suave Glasses Agent sits calmly with crossed arms, quietly observing the chaotic situation through the surveillance feeds. Jo-hyun chuckles heartily, boasting about the unexpected joy of running into an old comrade. The anxious operative laughs nervously in response, trying to hide his immense tension under Jo-hyun's intense gaze. Standing with aura radiating around him, Jo-hyun maintains his suave yet menacing composure while assessing the situation. Jo-hyun continues chatting pleasantly with the young operative, completely unfazed by the growing tension in the monitoring center. Song Jo-hyun thoughtfully rubs the handle of his cane while keeping his eyes fixed on the man sitting across from him. Jo-hyun suddenly questions the young man about whether Hunter Song Jo-hyun had appeared earlier during Jae's return. The young operative stands before Jo-hyun, gesturing with a nervous smile as he tries to explain the recent reports. He continues detailing the team leader's actions, maintaining his upbeat expression to ease the room's mounting tension. Meanwhile, Nam Woojin silently monitors a patient lying inside a high-tech medical scanner in the facility. Jo-hyun rests his hand on his cane, slowly rubbing the grip as his quiet suspicion grows. Overwhelmed by Jo-hyun's intense aura, the young operative stares back in sudden shock and dread. Frightened by the oppressive atmosphere, the operative gasps out loud, while Jo-hyun stands firmly over him. The young man frantically turns to his desk computer, feverishly typing to search and analyze the requested database files. Brown-haired male customer rubs his head nervously as he watches Song Jo-hyun on the security monitor sitting inside the room. Song Jo-hyun approaches brown-haired male customer, gesturing calmly as the young operative scratches his head in flustered confusion. Laughing merrily, Song Jo-hyun gestures dramatically while continuing his conversation with the tense operative. Song Jo-hyun taps his cane on the floor, turning his head as his playful demeanor shifts into cold suspicion. On the surveillance screen, Kang Hyun sits calmly in his chair with a slight, confident smirk on his face. Sitting with crossed arms, Kang Hyun resting a gloved hand on his chin while giving a sharp, amused smirk. Song Jo-hyun grinds his teeth in suppressed fury, his eyes glowing red with intense aura as dark waves surge around him. Turning his back, Song Jo-hyun quietly pulls out his smartphone and checks an incoming text message. Song Jo-hyun holds the phone to his ear with a dark, menacing smirk, preparing to make a sinister call. Jungbin marches briskly down the polished facility corridor, his right arm bound tightly in thick medical bandages. Chuckling softly, Jungbin waves off a startled brown-haired female colleague who looks up from her coffee in surprise. Focusing on his heavy footwear, Jungbin stomps purposefully down the metal, grating toward a secured sub-level threshold. Sweeping his keycard past the scanner, Jungbin passes the automated security voice greeting while harboring a deep sense of foreboding. Dim overhead lights illuminate a sinister, shadow-drenched hallway leading into the facility's restricted lower containment sector. Jungbin stops at the end of the dimly lit hall, peering warily into the interrogation chamber ahead. Inside the dimly lit room, Kang Hyun sits calmly on a folding chair, crossing his legs while waiting in absolute silence. Jungbin lets out a heavy sigh at the absurd setup, looking down at Kang Hyun with an annoyed, defeated expression. Kang Hyun responds with a casual wave of his gloved hand, acting completely unbothered by the tense atmosphere. Jungbin brushes past Kang Hyun, making his way toward the secure exit without wasting another breath on the casual S-rank hunter. Stepping behind Hyun, Jungbin pauses briefly, dropping a stern, low warning before proceeding down the corridor. Hyun turns his head slightly, his dark eyes narrowing as he listens silently to Jungbin's parting words. Outside, 2 armed guards in black suits stand vigilant on either side of the heavy reinforced vault door. A high-ranking operative steps forward, greeting Jungbin with a respectful nod as he emerges from the secure holding chamber. Bandaged and bruised, Jungbin glances back over his shoulder, his voice heavy with weary frustration. Shadowed under his messy bangs, Jungbin's cold, calculated gaze sharpens as he evaluates the dangerous situation unfolding. 2 suited guards exchange silent glances, standing at attention while keeping their composure perfectly controlled. Standing side by side, the guards remain motionless, their expressions unreadable as they await further orders in the silent corridor. 2 suited hostiles sprint forward through the dark corridor, attempting to ambush their opponent with coordinated speed. Bandaged and focused, Jungbin spins low, executing a powerful sweeping leg kick that cuts cleanly through the air. Delivering a devastating overhead heel drop, Jungbin slams his target violently into the ground with overwhelming force. The defeated body hits the floor with a heavy thump, sending dust swirling into the air as the prisoner gasps in shock. Restrained in heavy chains on a folding chair, the prisoner wide-eyed in astonishment, shrieking in utter disbelief. Jungbin stands tall in his suit, his sharp gaze fixed downward as he coldly snaps the hostile's leg underfoot. Pinned helplessly on his back, the dark-haired hostile winces in agony as his joint cracks violently under pressure. Blinking in utter confusion, the chained prisoner stares up at Jungbin, baffled by the brutal beatdown unfolding before him. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow looms ominously over Jungbin, taking full form in the dimly lit chamber. Bound tightly in heavy chains, Yoon Ga-yeol yelps in surprise as Jungbin turns away, leaving her stranded in the dark room. Jungbin turns his icy gaze toward the shadowy figures, his expression darkening with deadly intent. 2 monstrous shadowy entities with glowing red eyes and jagged spikes protrude from their bodies, screeching as they lung toward Jungbin. High above the city, sunlight hits the Grand Pedo headquarters while Suave Glasses agent rests peacefully blindfolded on a sofa. Inside the dimly lit office, Suave Glasses agent remains resting on the couch as an assistant approaches holding a file folder. Leaning over the sofa, the assistant calling out softly to check on Suave Glasses agent's condition. Tapping quickly on his tablet screen, the assistant presents the latest field reports and photographic updates. The tablet screen reveals a colorful social media post showing Ye-seong and Ga-yeol posing cheerfully with a safe return message. Reading the unexpected updates on the tablet, the assistant flinches in shock, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. Suave Glasses agent stretches on the couch with a heavy groan, wincing from his lingering exhaustion. Scanning his tablet, he reviews classified reports detailing guards who mutated into spiked, shadowy monsters during a recent incident. Brown-haired male customer stands beside him, carefully analyzing the horrifying incident details displayed on the screen. Determined to uncover the truth, Suave Glasses agent instructs his associate to have Mingi verify the precise address immediately. Meanwhile, at a quiet sink, gloved hands turn off the dripping faucet with a firm click. Kang Hyun turns his head silently, glaring toward the doorway as a commotion echoes nearby. A cheerful ally gives a confident thumbs up, flashing a brilliant, sparkling smile despite the growing tension. Irritated by the sudden disruption, Hyun angrily slaps his pink cleaning glove down onto the counter. Staring off quietly, Hyun carefully contemplates his next move amidst the endless stream of chaos. Kang Hyun pauses his cleaning duties, realizing that going to see her himself simply isn't an option. Straightening his apron, Hyun offers a faint, gentle smile as he prepares to head outside. Emerging into the dark alley, Hyun freezes as a shadowy figure holding a glowing box calls out to him. Reaching the back entrance, Hyun angrily slams the heavy door wide open to confront the intruder. To his surprise, a man wearing a dark gas mask and formal suit is crouched low outside the doorway. Hyun stares in utter disbelief as the gas-masked intruder remains quietly perched on the curb. Dumbfounded by the bizarre sight, Hyun can only blink in complete confusion. Reluctantly giving in, Hyun crouches down right beside the masked man outside the restaurant. Hyun lets out an exhausted sigh, wondering what absurd situation he's gotten wrapped up in now. With an exhausted sigh, Hyun leans over outside his restaurant, while Sejong crouches silently beside him in his gas mask. Sejong reaches his black-gloved hand upward toward Hyun's outstretched palm. Firmly grabbing Hyun's sleeve, Sejong yanked the unsuspecting restaurant owner forward. Caught off guard, Hyun tumbles straight onto Sejong, landing right on his lap in a sudden embrace. Coming face to face with the masked man, Hyun stares at Sejong in wide-eyed shock and confusion. Through the restaurant's glass door, Hyun checks on Sejong while keeping his hands steadily on his shoulders. Hyun kneels beside Sejong and tightly grips his gloved hand, desperate to ground his partner. Sejong firmly interlocks his fingers with Hyun's, holding on tight. Trapped against Sejong's chest, Hyun looks up with a bewildered murmur as the masked hunter holds him close. Pulled onto Sejong's lap, Kang Hyun rests his head against the masked hunter's shoulders, staring in quiet disbelief. Locked in a tight embrace against Sejong's chest, Hyun looks up at him with a startled, breathless murmur. A vivid memory flashes through Hyun's mind of his former S-rank days, where he ruthlessly kicked useless allies aside without a second thought. Hyun gazes down at the glowing purple filters of Sejong's gas mask, his mind racing with lingering doubts. Sejong stares back through his glowing purple lenses, breaking the silence with a soft remark that Hyun actually showed up. Heart pounding rapidly in his chest, Hyun blushes as his pulse begins to race out of control. Startled by his own sudden emotional reaction, Hyun whips his head away in an instant. Trapped together in the doorway, Hyun remains slumped against Sejong while trying to regain his composure. Sejong leans his head forward, his glowing purple eyes fixed intently on Hyun through his gas mask. Meanwhile, Yoon receives leniency due to her youth, leaving her tied up in heavy chains while thinking back to her past. Back in the present, Hyun gazes up at Sejong, taking in his calm, unbothered expression. Sejong gently wraps his arms around Hyun, locking him in a tight embrace while staring down with glowing purple eyes. Holding Hyun securely against his chest, Sejong reaches up and begins to untie his gas mask. Sejong rests his hands against his gas mask, slowly unbuckling the head straps. Reaching around to the back of Sejong's neck, Hyun gently cradles his head to assist him. Pulling off his gas mask, Sejong reveals his handsome face, his intense gaze fixed directly on Hyun. In a playful chibi moment, Hyun teases Sejong by waving the black gas mask right back at him. Sejong leans in close, gazing intently at Hyun, as Hyun holds the gas mask between them. Still sitting together outside, Hyun stares upward as Sejong calmly looks down at him, while holding him securely in his lap. In a humorous chibi moment, Hyun remains seated on Sejong's lap, clutching his bottle while giving him an exasperated, deadpan glare. Outside the shop, a massive, swirling mass of dark, ominous aura gathers thick across the night sky above. Pushing himself up, Hyun tells Sejong to move inside the shop to talk, leaving Sejong seated alone on the step outside. Sejong glances up from the ground, smirking playfully as he asks Hyun if he is satisfied now. Walking ahead toward the door, Hyun pauses thoughtfully, calling out Cha Yuijae's real name while casting a silent, focused glance back. Hyun turns around near the entrance to glance back at Sejong, who follows silently behind him. Sejong looks toward Hyun with a bright, charming smile, his handsome face bathed in a soft, glowing light. Reaching into his coat, Sejong retrieves a mysterious, glowing purple mana stone and hands it directly over to Hyun. Sejong steps inside through the creaking door dressed in a long coat, offering Hyun a soft, charming smile. Sejong smiles through the opening door, telling Hyun that was the other thing he had been wanting to say as Hyun glares back. Sitting behind the counter, Hyun's attention is suddenly drawn to a quiet, vibrating sound coming from inside his apron pocket. Pulling out his phone, Hyun sees a notification from Seo Min-ji, announcing he has gathered the information and will visit tomorrow. At the register, Hyun calculates the bill, informing the customer that her total comes out to 60,000 won. The stylish blonde customer hands her credit card to Hyun over the front counter with a cheerful smile. Pointing upward playfully, the blonde woman explains her shop's closure sign regarding the upcoming artisan exhibition and taking her grandmother to the hospital. Hyun chuckles softly while taking her card and swiping it through the payment terminal on his desk. The blonde customer beams with excitement and relief while Hyun processes her transaction at the counter. The stylish blonde customer giggles knowingly at Hyeon while Sayoung stands frozen in the background, calling out Honeybee in complete disbelief. Honeybee turns back with a smug expression, teasingly whispering a quiet boo to mock Sayoung's flustered reaction. Sayoung clutches his head in sheer frustration, trembling frantically while Hyun stands nearby, and another patron watches in total confusion. Honeybee proudly nods and bids farewell with a cheerful wave, leaving Sayoung holding a finger to his lips, silently begging for secrecy. Hyun scratches the back of his neck awkwardly, murmuring a quiet thanks while adjusting his apron. Suddenly, a large hand reaches out from behind and gently grips the back of Hyun's neck. Reacting on pure instinct, Hyun instantly spins around and rears back his fist to deliver a devastating strike. His fist halts mere inches from a suited man's face, leaving the intruder trembling in terror with his hands raised high. Hyun calms down as the suited intruder continues, shaking uncontrollably, desperately waving his hands to plead for mercy. Suave Glasses agent pulls out a small device and presses it, instantly filling the room with a thick white cloud of smoke. The thick smoke rapidly spreads throughout the area, completely obscuring their surroundings in an instant. As the mist clears, Suave Glasses agent casually adjusts his dark sunglasses with a calm expression. Hyun turns to face Suave Glasses agent, who begins to explain confidential details regarding national hospital records. Documents and confidential patient files scatter dramatically across an archive room as Suave Glasses agent reveals a missing record. Hyun listens attentively with a serious look as the agent continues revealing sensitive background details. Suave Glasses agent's expression turns stern as he mentions a specific sponsor tied to the missing files. A shadowy figure wrapped in hospital bandages floats silently, appearing completely drained of life and energy. Hyun tightly clenches his fist in frustration as he absorbs the shocking truth behind the missing records. Adjusting his sunglasses, Suave Glasses agent muses thoughtfully while observing Hyun's unusually calm demeanor amidst the rising cloud of smoke. Floating memories of Hyun's past selves and hidden identities swirl while his chibi form trembles nervously under Suave Glasses agent's towering gaze. Reaching out, Hyun passes a sleek, glowing digital tablet over to Suave Glasses agent. Holding the tablet in both hands, Suave Glasses agent examines the confidential data with a focused, discerning look. A close-up highlights Suave Glasses agent's sharp, piercing eye as he carefully analyzes the sensitive details on screen. As Suave Glasses agent presents the glowing device, Hyun looks on with a calm, stoic expression. The digital screen displays the glowing emblems of the Hunter Association of Korea, Pado, Samra, and an affiliated guild. The tablet shifts to display a vibrant, glowing blue fish swimming through swirling streams of water. Hyun stares in utter disbelief at the glitching, pixelated blue image declaring "Give me money" in bold, glowing letters. Suave Glasses agent's projection glitch reveals a mysterious blue wave overlay as he steps back, surprising Hyun with his unexpected glitching presentation. In a shadowy underground laboratory, scientists examine a muscular subject lying on a medical gurney, surrounded by specialized medical equipment and glowing monitors. Flashbacks reveal the world plunged into total anarchy, where innocent people were swallowed by monster rifts and dragged away for dangerous experiments. Snapping back to reality, Suave Glasses agent gasps in shock as he catches a sudden motion in the room. Standing before Kang Hyun, Suave Glasses agent gestures animatedly with his tablet, while explaining the complicated situation at hand. Hyun looks on with a calm, stoic expression while Suave Glasses agent glances back nervously, rendered speechless by Hyun's quiet aura. Sweat trickles down Suave Glasses agent's face as he glances sideways, feeling the intense pressure radiating from Hyun. Hyun stands motionless in his apron, his dark gaze piercing forward as a tense silence fills the room. Fidgeting under the heavy pressure, Suave Glasses agent tries to maintain his professional demeanor while sweating nervously. Holding up 3 fingers, Suave Glasses agent lists the 3 major organizations secretly collaborating behind the scenes. He reveals that the Awakened Management Bureau, Pado Guild, and Siwon Guild have been operating together continuously. They have been distributing dangerous drugs and conducting dark human experiments without achieving any successful results. Countless subjects were sacrificed in their failed experiments, leaving victims hospitalized and bound in bandages until now. Returning to the present, Suave Glasses agent flinches in surprise as his mobile phone suddenly begins to ring. He politely steps aside and answers the incoming call, while Kang Hyun quietly observes his reaction. Clutching the phone tightly against his ear, Suave Glasses agent listens intently to the urgent message. Kang Hyun maintains his stoic demeanor, listening quietly as the agent handles the confidential phone call. Suave Glasses agent quickly regains his composure, flashing an awkward, polite smile while speaking into the phone. Kang Hyun calmly tilts his head in curiosity while Suave Glasses agent breaks out into a nervous sweat during his phone call. Kang Hyun stares intensely with wide, unblinking eyes, completely unnerving the agent on the line. Suave Glasses agent attempts to maintain his composure, letting out an awkward laugh while holding his phone tight. Caught entirely off guard, Suave Glasses agent throws up his hands in panic as the conversation takes a wild turn. Kang Hyun flashes a bright, innocent smile, practically sparkling as he approaches the flustered agent. With a cheerful expression, Kang Hyun smoothly slides forward and extends a welcoming hand towards Suave Glasses agent. Suave Glasses agent reluctantly reaches out, only to wince in instant regret as electricity surges through their handshake. Kang Hyun continues to smile brightly, while Suave Glasses agent trembles uncontrollably from the shocking grip. Tears spring to Suave Glasses agent's eyes as his hand buzzes violently, left completely helpless by Kang Hyun's overwhelming grasp. Kang Hyun turns back with an annoyed glare, questioning Suave Glasses agent on who he thinks he's trying to fix. Suave Glasses agent snaps his fingers with a confident grin, completely unbothered by Kang Hyun's blank, deadpan expression. Striking a dramatic pose under the spotlight, Suave Glasses agent boastfully declares his grandiose plan to educate Kang Hyun on proper management. Leaning in with an eager grin, Suave Glasses agent yaps endlessly about his strategy while Kang Hyun stares back in complete silence. Kang Hyun pouts silently, listening in slight annoyance as Suave Glasses agent continues listing off his old-school methods. Pushing up his sunglasses, Suave Glasses agent smugly claims Kang Hyun clearly doesn't understand the depth of his brilliant plan. Suave Glasses agent dismissively waves his hand with a swift whoosh, stepping forward to emphasize his point. Kang Hyun glances over as a small black cat lands with a heavy thump, its glowing eyes fixed intently on him. Suave Glasses agent proudly presents a whiteboard presentation detailing how to properly utilize their new workaholic asset. As Kang Hyun stands silently, Suave Glasses agent pulls out his buzzing phone and checks a incoming notification. Instantly abandoning his speech, Suave Glasses agent drops to all fours and slides across the floor in a frantic scramble. Hyun looks down with a blank, unimpressed expression as the agent makes a chaotic mess on the ground. Suave Glasses agent glares back over his shoulder, muttering nervously while trying to maintain whatever dignity he has left. Hyun offers a gentle, reassuring smile, trying to calm down the hopelessly flustered agent. Suave Glasses agent hastily gets back onto his feet, dusting off his suit before stepping away. Hyun sighs heavily and turns away, weary from dealing with the agent's constant dramatic antics. Resting his head against his arm, Hyun looks off to the side, contemplating his next move. Pulling out a metal lighter, a hand flicks it open with a sharp click, igniting a bright flame. Crowds cross the busy street, while in a quiet stairwell, Hyun sits in shadow and strikes his lighter. Sejong appears on the stairs, offering Hyun a green ring box and asking if he wants to make a deal. Hyun turns away and walks up the staircase, ignoring Sejong's lingering presence. A anti-smoking campaign poster on the stairwell wall highlights the dangers of tobacco and cognitive decline. Hyun pauses on the metal stairs with a heavy sigh, weary from the relentless encounters. Sejong winces and covers his nose as Hyun brushes past him without a word. Hyun continues walking up the stairs, his back turned as his scarf trails behind him. Sejong watches Hyun walk away, taking in the quiet distance between them. Hyun steps forward into a bright, white void, walking away alone. Kang Hyun pauses, his face obscured as he senses a sudden presence behind him. Hong Yesung spreads his arms with a bright, welcoming grin, thrilled to reunite. Hyun lunges forward with a furious step, while Yesung stands open-armed, entirely unbothered. Hyun watches in silent shock before Yesung pulls him into a tight, cheerful hug. Yesung lightly pats Hyun's back as Hyun slumps against him, completely exhausted. Yesung holds Hyun's shoulders with a wide smile, teasing him about his silent demeanor. In a playful, stylized moment, Yesung beams happily while gripping Hyun's arm. Yesung looks up thoughtfully, his expression turning serious as he reflects on their situation. Yesung gently places a hand on Hyun's cheek, offering a warm and comforting smile. Yesung's smartwatch vibrates wildly with an incoming alert as he stands beside Hyun. Yesung glances down at his buzzing wrist, looking mildly concerned by the persistent notification. Hyun gently clasps Yesung's hand and assures him that he is really okay despite the situation. Hyun recalls his grueling battles against flying avian monsters while maintaining a stoic, blood-soaked posture. Armed with his scythe, Hyun grimly reminds himself that his duty is to eliminate monsters until the rescue operation finishes. He prepares to face the Riftmaster once civil workers complete the evacuation amidst dark, whispering woods. Drenched in blood, Hyun stands isolated in the quiet forest after enduring another brutal confrontation. Hyun softly pats his own chest, quietly reassuring himself that surviving the battle is good enough. Hyun walks away alone through the darkened forest, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. 3 bewildered hunters stand in the dark, ruined forest, shouting in absolute disbelief at the cleared battlefield. A battered, black-haired hunter wildly points ahead, completely baffled by the unbelievable destruction they just discovered. Hidden behind a massive tree trunk, Kang Hyun rests quietly, his white scarf completely drenched in fresh blood. Slumped against the rough bark in the shadows, Hyun breathes heavily, listening to the bewildered hunters nearby. Taking a slow, heavy step forward, his blood-soaked shoes crunch against the damp, leaf-covered forest floor. Pulling away his dark mask, Hyun clutches his ruined scarf, a look of exhausted relief washing over his face. He tiredly glances down at the large black smartwatch strapped securely to his heavily blood-stained wrist. Later that night, Hyun stands alone on a high metal balcony, leaning against the railing to overlook the city. The calm night breeze blows through his hair and scarf as he gazes peacefully at the distant city lights. Kang Hyun firmly slaps his cheeks to wake himself up, letting out a small, tired smile high above the city night. He releases a long, weary sigh, staring quietly into the dark night sky, while reflecting on his exhausting battle. Stepping up to the railing of an outdoor emergency staircase, Hyun leans over the metal bar and looks down. He pulls his black face mask back up over his nose, adjusting his collar as blue magical sparks flicker around his hand. Looking down over the edge, Hyun startles a suited man wearing an earpiece standing on the lower stairwell landing. The blonde-haired man looks up at Hyun peeking over the walkway railing, flashing an amused, knowing smirk. Raising a finger to his lips, the sharp-dressed agent shushes him while casually holding a lighter in the dark stairwell. A drop of sweat trickles down the suited man's cheek as he maintains his calm, sly grin under Hyun's watchful gaze. The agent cheerfully remarks that the quiet stairwell is a comfortable spot to rest before wrapping up his break. Leaning over the railing, Hyun rests his dark-masked face against his arms, gazing silently down into the shadowy stairwell. A map of South Korea flashes on screen, displaying glowing red alert icons across every major district, signaling widespread rift emergencies. Armed hunters and civilians scramble through chaotic streets, struggling to contain the endless waves of monsters flooding the urban sectors. The blonde agent stands solemnly in the dark chains wrapping tightly around his body as a grim crimson aura surrounds him. Reaching the stairwell landing, the blonde agent calls out cheerfully to Hyun, breaking the heavy silence between them. Pulling out a cigarette pack, the agent offers Hyun a smoke, but Hyun casually waves his hand in refusal. Leaning side by side against the stairwell railing, the agent speaks calmly to Hyun about the ongoing shortage of hunter personnel. Tapping his coiled earpiece, the blonde agent listens attentively to an incoming transmission from guild headquarters. Suddenly, both of their smartwatches buzz simultaneously with urgent notifications, startling the agent as Hyun glances down at his wrist. Spotting Kang Hyun, suave blonde agent starts in shock as Hyun raises a hand toward the dark figure standing nearby. Suave blonde agent puts his hand near his earpiece, calling out loudly as he walks briskly toward Hyun. Looking over his shoulder, Suave blonde agent turns back toward Hyun with a serious expression while the dark figure remains still. Hyun casually waves back at Suave blonde agent, remaining calm on the high rooftop landing. A dark Hunter Association helicopter rests on the rooftop helipad as Hyun's ally walks toward it. Suave blonde agent jogs briskly across the open roof toward Kang Hyun's companion. Stopping on the rooftop, Suave blonde agent gestures with his hand as he speaks calmly to the hunter. Suave blonde agent continues his conversation, looking directly at the black-coated hunter under the night sky. High above, a massive medical camp with large tents, supply crates, and active personnel operates on the illuminated rooftop. Kang Hyun slides open the curtain inside the dimly lit tent, stepping inside as an injured man groans softly behind him. Inside the medical tent, bloodied hunters lie collapsed across mats on the ground as 2 men recognize Hyun with gasps of relief. A suit-wearing man gazes up at Hyun in disbelief, amazed that his arrival was even possible. Holding a glowing wooden chest, the man offers the retrieved item forward as ambient blue mana flickers around it. Hyun stands quietly with his face obscured by shadow, his white scarf draped heavily over his dark coat. The man pulls 2 glowing purple potion vials from the chest and holds them up cleanly in his hand. Rattling the vials, the man shakes the purple potions playfully as he speaks to Hyun. Lowering his arm, the suited man clutches his chest while Hyun turns away to depart. Clad in his sleek suit, Hyun strides past swirling blue aura and dark tendrils towards an ethereal portal. Stepping back into the dark night, Hyun walks past swirling blue energy, while dark purple corruption leaks from the nearby cliffside. Hyun glances down silently, his sharp eyes visible above his dark face mask. Covered in dark purple energy, Hyun steps forward into the shadowy terrain. Sliding a sleek metallic spear into his grip, Hyun eyes his surroundings through the shadowy gloom. Hyun's eye widens sharply as his heart thumps with a sudden heavy beat. Spinning around instantly, Hyun grips his spear tightly as he senses an unseen threat behind him. Hyun stands at the ready, holding his long spear as dark aura swirls faintly around him. Crouching into a low stance, Hyun prepares to spring forward with his spear leveled. Hyun turns his head slightly sideways, maintaining a stoic silence as dark mist fills the background. Amid the crumbling concrete ruins, Hyun drops onto one knee as a loud creak echoes through the dark battlefield. Pushing himself up, Hyun grips the sharp edges of the fractured stone debris around him. Hyun looks up with a tearful, grief-stricken face, desperate to reach his fallen companion. Dark clouds frame Hyun's shadowy face as he pushes a massive fallen pillar upward with raw strength. A dark, stained hand reaches out from beneath the dark rubble, dripping with thick, shadowy liquid. Covered in dark soot, a young man looks up from under the heavy collapse, reaching his stained hand toward the light. Looking down silently, Hyun lowers his head with a solemn expression. Hyun gently reaches out and grasps the young man's dirtied hand in a tender hold. Pulling the fallen ally close into a tight embrace, Hyun holds him tightly amidst the shattered stone ruins. Stepping into the facility, Hyun walks down the pristine corridor with steady, resolute strides. Slashing through the dark ruins, Hyun leaps forward with his weapon, leaving behind a trail of blood-splattered destruction. Arriving inside the high-tech medical wing, Hyun pauses near the glass partition to check on the recovering patient. Wrapped heavily in bandages, the patient lies motionless in the sterile medical bed, while monitors beep continuously. A friendly female researcher greets Hyun warmly, carrying a heavy metal storage briefcase into the room. Opening the container, the researcher presents a glowing, sealed pouch filled with dark liquid to Hyun. Looking away thoughtfully, Hyun asks the researcher about the current progress of their ongoing medical research. Leaning against the glass window, Hyun listens quietly as the researcher confirms the positive preliminary findings. Elated by the breakthrough, the researcher explains how effective the newly synthesized antidote is against the lingering poison. Excited by the news, the female researcher clasps her hands together and asks if he plans to visit the patient directly. She energetically gestures toward the hallway, cheerfully ushering Kang Hyun forward to lead the way. Pausing in the corridor, the researcher places her hands together nervously, her confident expression softening into deep concern. Letting out a tired sigh, she wipes her forehead while admitting how stressful the entire situation has been. Kang Hyun stands silently in the hallway, glancing back at the researcher as she pauses beside the window. The researcher gently encourages Kang Hyun to take his time during the visit before stepping aside to give him privacy. Kang Hyun silently walks down the quiet facility corridor, approaching the entrance to the sterile patient room. Entering the darkened recovery room, Kang Hyun sits quietly on a stool beside the bed, gazing down at his unconscious comrade. Overcome with heavy emotion, Kang Hyun clutches his chest as painful memories and intense inner turmoil surge through his mind. Suddenly, the bound hand resting on the bed twitching slightly under the sterile hospital blanket catches Hyun's immediate attention. Startled by the unexpected motion, Hyun turns abruptly, making noise as the wrapped fingers tap softly against the bedsheets. Leaning over the medical bed, Hyun gazes intently at the heavily bandaged patient, lying still under the hospital cover. The patient's face remains entirely concealed beneath thick layer of white bandages, with thin monitoring cables extending from their head. Hyun crouches beside the hospital bed in silence, waiting anxiously for any further sign of movement or consciousness. The patient's head turns slowly on the pillow with a faint swoosh, shifting slightly toward Hyun. Hyun's eyes widen in utter shock as he stares down at the unexpected movement. Hyun rests his head on his hand at the bedside, maintaining his silent vigil beside the bandaged patient. Wrapped completely in white bandages, the patient pouts visibly beneath the cloth wrappings while lying back in bed. Resting his face against his hand, Kang Hyun lets out a quiet chuckle while looking at the bandaged figure. Wrapped head to toe in thick bandages, the patient shifts under the covers with a soft squirm. Remembering his past fallen comrade, Kang Hyun sits by the bedside and casually boasts about his knack for reading people. The bandaged patient lies completely still on the hospital bed, remaining entirely silent in response. Hyun continues sitting silently beside the bed, watching over the heavily bandaged patient in the dimly lit medical room. Hyun watches from inside the room as a tall figure stands silently outside the frosted glass door. Slumping near the bed, Hyun offers a casual apology for arriving late to visit. The patient turns his wrapped head toward Hyun, letting out a subtle smile beneath his thick facial bandages. Hyun explains that his voice is currently being altered by the mask he is wearing. Hyun leans in beside the hospital bed, carefully rolling back the sleeve of the bandaged patient's patterned gown. He pulls open the patient's sleeve to inspect the dark, shadowy corruption eating away at the arm, his expression darkening with grim realization. Hyun gently presses his fingers against the patient's bandaged wrist, carefully analyzing the dark energy spreading through the arm. Reacting to a sudden sound from the bed, Hyun clears his throat as the bandaged patient pouts dramatically from his pillow. Sweating slightly under his mask, Hyun raises a hand toward the medical monitors as a soft chime echoes through the room. Hyun places his hand back onto the bed beside his bandaged comrade, watching over him as he rests silently in the dim room. Gently touching the bed, Hyun lets out a heavy sigh while the patient gazes back up at him through his facial wraps. Reaching over the blanket, Hyun carefully cradles the patient's heavily bandaged hand between his own palms. Hyun grips the patient's bandaged hand firmly, monitoring the faint hum of magic energy flowing beneath his skin. Kang Hyun raises his bandaged hand slightly, checking his wristwatch while keeping his face masked in shadow. A soft buzz echoes through the hospital room as Hyun gazes down at his comrade, whose head and body remain wrapped in heavy bandages. Leaning over the medical bed, Hyun tenderly takes hold of his injured comrade's wrapped hand. The bandaged patient pouts dramatically from his pillow, causing a drop of sweat to roll down Hyun's brow. Hyun turns his masked face slightly, quietly processing the sudden shift in his comrade's mood. Wrapped completely in medical bandages, the patient lies back on the bed and sulks visibly. Hyun gently holds the patient's hand while the injured hunter turns his head away, continuing to sulk. The bandaged comrade glances sideways out of his eye wraps as Hyun softly taps his fingers against his palm. Hyun lets out a quiet sigh of relief, watching his comrade rest peacefully in the quiet room. Hyun leans over his bandaged comrade resting in the hospital bed, gently cradling the injured hunter's head as he checks on his condition. A fierce warrior clad in dark attire stands in a lush, sunlit forest holding a long polearm, confronting another hunter across the clearing. A suited hunter steps through a glowing spatial portal, while another operative hands him a cloth and offers words of encouragement for his hard work. Wiping blood from his face, Hyun answers his buzzing earpiece as an incoming transmission interrupts his quiet moment after the battle. Operatives scatter across the stone courtyard near the active rift gate, while Hyun stands nearby, holding his comms device to his ear. Dark blood splattered across his clothes. Hyun keeps his earpiece pressed tight, listening carefully to the urgent message coming through the line. Hyun pauses mid-step, his body freezing in surprise as the caller on the line speaks words he never expected to hear. Sweating in disbelief as he checks his watch, Hyun suddenly realizes the caller sounds alarmingly like his own aunt asking an unexpected question. Sitting alone inside her office, an operative reads through confidential documents by the light of her monitor, unaware of the caller's true identity. Still splattered with blood from the rift, Hyun pauses after receiving the sudden update that the quiet day is officially over. Shrugging off the heavy fatigue, Hyun casually scratches his head as he prepares to head straight toward the hospital facility. Hyun hands over his blood-soaked cloth to a fellow operative, eager to hurry inside and check on his recovering comrade. Holding his stained cloth, the operative watches in total surprise as Hyun rushes off toward the facility entrance without delay. Throwing a clean hoodie over his battle-worn attire, Hyun hurries down the quiet alleyway toward the hospital's private entrance. Picking up his pace, Hyun sprints through the night, determined to reach the medical wing as fast as possible. Swiping his security access card at the door lock, Hyun hurries inside to find his heavily bandaged comrade resting peacefully. Throwing the doors wide open, Hyun steps into the hospital room with a bright, energetic greeting for his comrade. Laying in his hospital bed covered in thick white bandages, the injured hunter offers a soft, gentle smile of relief. Stepping up to the hospital bed, Hyun gently cups his bandaged comrade's face with tender concern. Lying prostrate in bed, the heavily bandaged comrade wriggles his fingers with a subtle squirm. Pulling a wheeled stool closer, Hyun sits at the bedside to keep his friend quiet company. The injured hunter pouts sulkily beneath his thick facial wrappings, flinching slightly as Hyun leans near. Flustered by his comrade's stubborn sulking, Hyun throws his arms out while sweating nervously. Bringing a hand to his covered chin, Hyun sighs deeply over his friend's playful stubbornness. Glancing upward, Hyun considers the subtle, gradual shifts in records that only a keen observer would notice. Lowering his eyes in deep contemplation, Hyun carefully analyzes the growing anomalies surrounding them. Sitting upright in his hospital bed, the bandaged comrade tilts his head in curiosity as Hyun watches on. Panicking as his bandaged comrade squirms, Kang Hyun throws his hands up to calm him down. Turning away in bed, the heavily wrapped patient stubbornly ignores Hyun's frantic gestures. Staring down with an unreadable expression, Hyun carefully reaches out toward his friend's bandaged hands. Hyun gently clasps both hands over his comrade's wrapped palm, trying to soothe him. Reclining against his pillow, the bandaged hunter quietly turns his head toward the ceiling. Looking down with a faint, warm smile, Hyun offers a rare moment of tender reassurance. Leaning over the bedside, Hyun holds his comrade's hand reassuringly to keep him calm. Sitting silently on the edge of the bed, the patient rests his feet on the floor. Slowly standing up from the hospital bed, the heavily wrapped hunter prepares to move forward. A faint memory resurfaces of a smiling face wearing a blue-patterned hospital gown. Standing high atop a jagged cliff with a spear, Hunter Jae looks into the vast, uncertain distance. Hong Ye-sung warmly drapes an arm around Hyun, sharing a genuine, bright laugh together. Returning to reality, the heavily bandaged comrade lies in his hospital bed, tilting his head in confusion. Hyun sits quietly by the bedside, gently holding his wrapped friend's hand while keeping watch over him. Squeezing his bandaged friend's hand, Hyun offers light-hearted comfort to lift his spirits in the quiet room. Resting in the dimly lit ward, the patient remains still as Hyun maintains his gentle, reassuring grip. Looking up toward the ceiling, the bandaged hunter listens quietly while Hyun watches over his recovery. His eye slowly blinks open, reflecting Hyun's quiet presence as a silent vow passes between them. Sitting by the bed, Hyun looks on quietly while his heavily bandaged comrade rests in the silent hospital room. The bandaged hunter cracks a subtle, knowing smile beneath his wrappings as thoughts turn to the origin of rifts and dungeons. Pedestrians walk past in the bustling city, oblivious to the mystery behind the system and why it selects humans to grant power. Leaning his chin on his hand at the bedside, Hyun watches over his comrade with quiet, unwavering devotion. Resting peacefully under the soft light, the bandaged comrade seems to silently validate Hyun's choice. Hyun gently reaches out to brush a tender hand against his bandaged friend's cheek, declaring him his only true success. Hyun turns toward the doorway as the hospital room door slides open to reveal a arriving visitor. A female doctor in a white coat enters holding a clipboard, looking over at Hyun with a serious expression. Hyun steps away from the bed to speak with the doctor when his phone suddenly begins buzzing in his pocket. Kang Hyun checks his smartwatch, receiving an urgent text from Jungbin requesting to meet tonight if he has time. Hyun thoughtfully brings his hand to his mouth, contemplating the unexpected message from Jungbin. The female doctor steps closer, asking Hyun to please make their conversation brief. Looking over at the hospital bed, the doctor notes that the patient's recovery is going smoothly. Hyun gestures with his open hand, discussing his comrade's treatment plan with the doctor. The doctor speaks passionately while reviewing her clipboard documents with Hyun. Hyun glances back in mild surprise as the doctor continues explaining the situation. The doctor reveals that despite their best efforts, they have been unable to locate any family for the bandaged hunter. The doctor offers an encouraging smile as Hyun turns to process the news about his friend's isolated condition. Kang Hyun pauses in deep thought as he contemplates his next course of action. His dark eyes narrow beneath his bangs as he silently weighs his options. Hyun gestures toward the door, asking the female doctor about the patient inside. The doctor clutches her medical clipboard nervously, explaining the critical condition of the injured man. Hyun turns toward the glass window, looking at his heavily bandaged comrade lying motionless on the hospital bed. Shrugging his shoulders in indifference, Hyun casually dismisses the situation with a calm gesture. Under the cover of night, the story shifts to the heavily guarded police station building. Inside a dimly lit room, Hyun waits patiently in the dark shadows. A dark flashback reveals the bandaged comrade writhing in agony, rendered unable to speak for the rest of his life. With his lower face covered by a dark mask, Kang Hyun glares quietly from the shadows with intense focus. Hyun casually sits on an outdoor concrete staircase while Lee Sa-young in a sharp suit walks past him, creating a thud sound. Bowing his head slightly, Sa-young acknowledges Hyun's presence on the stairwell while asking if there was any trouble. Sa-young turns to ask Hyun if he wanted to say something, patting the concrete step as Hyun remains seated quietly. Sa-young sits beside Hyun on the staircase, remarking that he saw a level 5 rift listed on the official report. A swirl of intense blue portal energy surges violently, forming a massive spatial rift in the sky. Sa-young looks back at Hyun, explaining the tactical response required for the emerging dimensional threat. Sa-young continues explaining that as long as enough hunters are dispatched, a level 5 rift can be safely contained. Hyun keeps his face veiled in shadow, staring ahead silently while listening to Sa-young's assessment. Sa-young sits beside Hyun on the stairwell steps, casually discussing the ongoing situation. Sa-young notes that if things continue like this, Hunter Park Haikyung won't be the only one affected. Hyun listens silently, leaning his head against his hand as shadow covers his face. Hyun softly questions why Sa-young is apologizing instead of focusing on what lies ahead. A brief comedic pause occurs as both men stare blankly at each other in sudden confusion. Sa-young suddenly flinches in surprise, gasping as Hyun's words catch him completely off guard. Sayoung nervously wipes sweat from his neck, admitting he won't object if everyone is happy, while Hyun reacts with utter disbelief. A loud smack echoes over the police station building as Sayoung wonders if he should inform Hunter Park Haekyung. A dark silhouette stands silently behind a closed wooden door, letting out a heavy sigh. A hand knocks against a dark wooden door, creaking it open to reveal a female official sitting inside reviewing documents. Hyun sits down on the couch and begins flipping through a folder of hunter profiles. He looks closely at the profile of Park Hae-kyung, an A-grade hunter whose status is marked unknown. Hyun grips the page tightly as his eyes narrow on the missing hunter's file. He looks up from the clipboard, his eyes shadowed while holding the dossier. Hyun casually tosses the stack of missing hunter profiles onto the coffee table with a clack. Multiple files spill across the table, each stamped with red status. Unknown labels over silhouette portraits. The female official looks at Hyun sternly, asking if he is testing her. Resting her head in her hand, the female official removes her glasses with a tired sigh. Kang Hyun sits in silence inside the dimly lit room, his face masked and bowed in deep thought. He remains seated quietly, brooding over the official missing hunter documents placed before him. Hyun sits motionless, his masked countenance darkened with grave concern for the unaccounted hunters. Hyun recalls his aunt's distressed face in a sudden memory. He remembers seeing the red status, unknown stamp over his aunt's profile photo in the secret dossier. Hyun looks upward, his eyes filled with silent anguish and determination. Stepping outside into the brightly lit corridor, Hyun stands alone near the glass exit doors. Hyun turns his head slightly as a soft click sounds nearby. He presses forward through the facility doors, ready to take action on his discovery. Resolving that eliminating the Riftmaster is all that needs to be done, Hyun resolves to take action. A sudden jolt of sound startles him from his thoughts. Hyun turns to see a man bursting through the doorway, trembling as he looks on in shock. Unsteady on his feet, the bandaged comrade grunts in pain while pulling himself out of the hospital bed. Coughing heavily, the man stumbles forward as Hyun dashes across the room to support him. Hyun catches his bandaged comrade tightly in a warm embrace, feeling his heart pound against his chest. Hyun looks down with intense emotion, his eyes softening as he holds his friend close. He gently cradles the bandaged man against the edge of the medical bed, offering silent comfort. Relief fills Hyun's heart as he realizes he has truly saved this precious life. Kang Hyun wraps his arm around his bandaged comrade, holding him tightly as the quiet hum of the hospital room surrounds them. Resting his face against Hyun, the bandaged man closes his eyes in deep relief, enjoying the tender moment of safety. Sudden, heavy coughing racks the bandaged comrade's chest as he clings tightly to Hyun's coat for support. Hyun carefully shifts his grip to steady his fragile friend on the edge of the medical bed while the violent coughing subsides. Hyun gently checks his comrade's bandaged hands, murmuring soft assurances that medical help will arrive shortly to ease his pain. Shaking his head in protest, the bandaged man presses his hand firmly against Hyun's chest, refusing to let him step away. Hyun looks on with a sharp, surprised gaze, realizing just how deeply his comrade fears being left alone again. Grasping Hyun's wrist with trembling hands, the bandaged man nods softly, making his silent plea to stay by his side. In a light-hearted chibi moment, the bandaged man flinches cutely as Hyun sits beside him, giving a quiet nod of agreement. Chuckle softly, Hyun holds a bloody cloth to his mouth while checking his bandaged comrade's hand. In a sudden chibi moment, Hyun wraps his arm around his bandaged friend, who blushes heavily beneath his wrappings. Sitting beside his bandaged comrade, Hyun conjures a glowing blue liquid potion into his hand. Sweeping his arm forward, Hyun flings the blue liquid across the hospital room with a sharp swoosh. The blue liquid splatters precisely over the security camera lens and door seam, completely sealing the room. Pulling his bandaged comrade close into a warm hug, Hyun assures him that no one will enter for now. Hyun gently pats the bandaged man's back to comfort him as he rests against his chest. Looking down with a masked, shadowed expression, Hyun holds his fragile friend tightly in his arms. Sitting together on the bed, Hyun continues to hold and protect his bandaged comrade safely. Kang Hyun reflects that if he had received the order in the past, he would have gone immediately without considering his own life. Reminiscing about his past reckless resolve, he recalls falling headfirst into a dark abyss during a dangerous mission. His bandaged comrade gazes back silently, his calm eyes reflecting deep trust and silent understanding. Reaching out toward Hyun, the bandaged comrade leans in close and gently rests his hand against Hyun's chest. Softly sliding his fingers upward, he touches the corner of Hyun's mask, causing Hyun to flinch in surprise. In a sudden chibi moment, question marks float around the confused, bandaged comrade as Hyun chuckles and adjusts his mask. Regaining his composure, the bandaged man looks up, his gaze filled with gentle affection. Carefully raising his bandaged hand, He tenderly reaches toward Hyun's face once more. Gently lifting his hand to Hyun's cheek, he strokes his face with utmost care and affection. Kang Hyun sits silently as his bandaged comrade gently strokes his cheek with a tender, affectionate look. The bandaged man gazes up softly, his eyes filled with quiet gratitude and deep emotion. Lowering his hand, the bandaged man caresses Hyun's jawline while Hyun remains composed beside him. Hyun closes his eyes briefly, absorbing the quiet moment of warmth from his recovering friend. A dark vision flashes through Hyun's mind, recalling a dangerous rift surging with chaotic red energy and shadowy hands. Reminding himself of his purpose, Hyun softly smiles, believing heroes are meant to step into danger. Watching Hyun intently, the bandaged comrade senses his determination and unspoken burden. Hyun raises his hand and extends his pinky finger, offering a heartfelt promise. Sitting together on the hospital bed, Hyun holds out his pinky promise, while his comrade looks on with gentle understanding. Stepping out into the quiet alley, Kang Hyun reflects on the horrifying events that unfolded after the West Sea Rift. He stoops down and tightly ties up a black trash bag, his gloved hands gripping the plastic tightly. Memories flood back of falling white ash, bloody slaughters, and monstrous beasts ripping fellow hunters apart. He tosses the heavy trash bag onto the pile with a dull thud. Standing outside the restaurant in his apron, Hyun quietly takes in the cold night air. Hyun recalls how his alter ego Hunter J remained in that tragic place, searching through fallen bodies for any survivors. Hyun narrows his dark eyes as a sharp sound suddenly breaks his train of thought. The mood instantly shifts into bright, playful chaos as the giant chicken summons Kokoya comes bursting forth. Hyun quickly leans forward to catch Kokoya as the summoned chicken lands squarely into his hands. Kang Hyun cradles the chubby chicken Kokoya in his arms, while carrying a delivery box outside the restaurant, when his phone suddenly vibrates in his apron pocket. He pulls out his glowing smartphone, reading a text message from an anonymous number containing an attached file requesting information verification. High above, the dark night sky looms over a dense, mist-shrouded mountain range. Kang Hyun, dressed in a black tracksuit and cap, looks down at a suit-wearing man trembling in terror on the ground before him. Hyun scratches his ear nonchalantly as the frightened man quivers helplessly at his feet. The man's soul visibly escapes his mouth like a ghost, whimpering for a safe trip home. Hyun silently looms over the unconscious figure, his dark face obscured beneath his cap. Suddenly, another suited man slips to the ground right behind Hyun, bowing low on all fours. Snapping his fingers coolly while wearing dark sunglasses, the man promises to briefly explain a few things to Hyun. Something hidden in the murky darkness wiggles and slithers through the shadowed forest floor. A snapped branch pokes into the muddy ground, creating subtle ripples across the dark surface. Kang Hyun crouches in the woods, his face shadowed beneath a black cap as he senses an approaching presence. The Suave Glasses agent kneels nearby, pointing standardly with a smirk and uttering a brief greeting. Feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, Hyun clutches his chest while the agent watches him with an unimpressed look. Crouching low, the Suave Glasses agent casually pokes at the dark puddle on the ground with a thin twig. The emblems of the Hunter Association of Korea, the Pado Guild, and a glowing book emblem appear interconnected like turning gears. The Hunter Association database ranking list displays Hunter J at rank 1, pushing Prometheus aside as Hyun steps into view. Hyun looks down in exasperation, letting out a heavy sigh at the relentless chaos surrounding him. Adjusting his sunglasses with a smirk, the Suave Glasses agent dramatically gestures with one raised finger to emphasize his point. A dark crest pulses against a swirling cosmic vortex as news spreads of Pado's aggressive pursuit falling apart completely. Hyun crouches quietly in his dark tracksuit and cap, his shadowed face unreadable as he processes the sudden updates. Intercepted communications reveal disruption operations designed to stall the Bureau, leaving Hyun in total disbelief as the agent gives a dramatic shrug. Hyun remains suspicious, questioning if Pado wasn't originally formed right after Hunter J disappeared inside the rift. A twig drags across the damp dirt ground, carefully drawing out a simple rectangular shape in the soil. Kneeling opposite Hyun, the Suave Glasses agent confirms his suspicions with a smooth, decisive nod. Tensing up in alarm, the agent squeals in panic as Hyun clenches his fist while radiating a terrifying dark aura. Dramatically presenting a blood-splattered identification card, the agent gleefully urges Hyun to look a little closer at the evidence. Waving a pair of dark cards erratically, a frantic man rushes toward Hyun, causing him to sweat in utter confusion. Holding up one of the cards, Hyun inspects the mysterious blood-stained card while remaining shielded under his dark cap. Catching a glimpse of the card's details, Hyun lowers his gaze with a cold, solemn expression. Sensing the rising tension, the agent drops to his knees in panic. desperately trying to keep Hyun calm. Hyun turns around with an open hand, offering to guide the man toward their true destination. Wearing sunglasses and a subtle smile, the agent assures Hyun that the mess inside shouldn't be an issue. Stepping into a dim, quiet facility, Hyun pauses to take in the eerie atmosphere around him. Looking down from above, Hyun discovers a gruesome scene with blood spatters and bodies scattered across the floor. Closer to the entrance, a wounded man in a suit slumps against the wall, bleeding heavily beside Hyun. Surrounded by spilled blood and fallen bodies, Kang Hyun sits quietly on the floor beside a bleeding, incapacitated man. Looking out from beneath his dark cap, Hyun gazes forward with a calm, focused expression. Hyun narrowed his eyes as dark energy flared around him, his gaze piercing through his falling hair. Recall Lee Se-young's connection to Prometheus. Hyun considers Nam Woo-jin's reveal about Se-young being a former test subject. Spotting a nearby workstation, Hyun walks over to examine the neatly arranged files and documents resting on the desk. Hyun flips open a thick binder on the table, scanning the detailed records stored inside. A dark, blood-red vision surges through Hyun's mind, as the words on the page reveal dark truths about sacrifices and disposal. Enraged by the horrifying discoveries in the files, Hyun slams his fist down, shattering the desk and sending documents flying everywhere. Clenching his jaw in anger, Kang Hyun seethes as dark thoughts consume him. He questions whether the victims grew bitter after the system rejected them. Images of a veiled figure and praying hands evoke a twisted belief in necessary sacrifice. Hyun steps forward into the room, his eyes dark with grim resolve. Standing firmly, Hyun confronts the trembling survivor hiding in the dark. Cowering on the floor, the golden-haired man flinches in terror. Hyun zeroes in on the man's ID badge, realizing he works for Prometheus. Desperate to save himself, the lab worker clasps his hands and begs for mercy. Cowering in fear, the researcher crawls backward on his knees as Hyun looms over him silently. Looking up frantically, the researcher flashes a nervous, desperate smile as he tries to defuse the situation. Hyun coldly dismisses the man's questions, his shadowed face beneath his cap radiating a terrifying, dark aura. Suddenly, the dark aura overwhelms the researcher, causing him to cough up blood and desperately cry out for Jae to save him. Hyun stands in silence, watching unemotionally as the researcher succumbs to the dark magic. Se-young appears behind Hyun, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and whispering an apology into his ear. Glancing back, Hyun keeps his hand pressed against his chest as he silently processes Se-young's sudden presence. Se-young offers a sinister, knowing smirk, his dark purple eyes gleaming with unspoken secrets.